Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Blueberry, still with me, the Don John, and we are here starting Vainglory League North America, the round of 16 it is. We have some great matchups. We saw some great matchups in Europe, and tomorrow, quarterfinals. So whoever is going to win today is going to succeed to tomorrow's quarterfinals. We are down to the last 16. Very excited to see who is after this day in the top 8 of North America by now. And saying by now means that we have opened the application for our second qualifier. So if you are currently participating or you did participate in the Vainglory League qualifier, this is your chance. Go to vaingloryleague.com, sign up there, and it's an application. Once again, we take the best teams by ELO and past event performance, and we had the amateur series. So they are finished. We have the top 32 teams from both regions, Europe and North America. They are going to face off the lower seeded 32 teams from the second qualifier in the pre-match day, which is kind of like their wild card match day, like the so important match day, maybe the hardest they have ever fought, but they can make it to the second qualifier and potentially, theoretically,
and that is the story,
all the way to the live championship. So amateur series, that was the idea, and that is the idea. We will see if this lucky shot is going to happen, and pretty excited. We have some good talent in the amateur series, but
definitely.
Enough.
Yeah, I will cut you off right there, and enough about the amateur series. We are going to talk about with Rome together, who's hopefully with us. The brackets, the matchups we're going to see today. So let's jump over and look at the North American brackets. The first bracket we're going to take a look at is the Catherine. And that is Gangsters Sirius versus Nemesis Titan. And then we do have Gangsters Vega versus Halcyon Hammers Velocity, which is the matchup you guys are going to see in just a couple of minutes. So to throw it over to Rome, we maybe can go a bit more in-depth onto this bracket, and you tell us your favorites in those two matchups.
Yeah, so what's coming out of this bracket first is we have the reigning champions and like the team that's been playing all around the world in Gangstar Series. And coming up against them, you do have like another team that's full of experience, but they're still making their step onto the scene. They do have players like Dragon Dagger, who's been around for a while. He was at the live championships in North America, and he's an excellent jungler. But the thing is, these guys have enough experience, and do they have enough knowledge of the game to be able to compete against Gangstar Sirius, a team that has both mechanical skills? They have great coordination and synergy. These guys have been playing for almost over a year. I do give the favor out to Gangstar Sirius this one for sure. But the thing is, it's also a test of challenge for them. It's like, how are we going to progress into this tournament? How are we going to get better? We have to work on all these teams. We have to take it step by step and work out small kinks just to make us more efficient down the road.
All right. Thanks for that. And that being said, Catherine bracket here with your opinion. Going over to the Adagio bracket, which means we have teams like Vanguard with the huge upset. And if you missed that, what happened there, go over to brokenmyth.com and check out the article where they actually took out Liberation X. I think the story of the qualifier, isn't it? Now facing Team Penetrate and coming from the lower side, or from the bottom side, better to say, Nemesis Hydra, seat number 2 versus HH Force. Great talent here. What do you think, especially about Vanguard and the potential quarterfinal matchup tomorrow, Rome?
Looking at, because we only have the history on how Vanguard played against Liberation X, we can tell by the way they play is they prioritize their draft pick phase really well. They knew how to counter against, especially like status picks, glaive, or they knew what to pick up against the opponents that they played against. But looking so far, the path for Team Penetrate is they did have an easier road to get where they are today. And of course, they have talent across the board. They have players that are able to swap different positions from lane to roam, from roam to jungle. So I do think this is a good challenge for Vanguard, and I think they're coming to this very prepared. They have knowledge and experience coming out of Jaja Jack. Um, what comes out of this from today, it's like they're going to be dependent on how well they've been working on their mechanical skills, because we can tell they do have a lot of great synergy playing together. With the leading captain on their team is in Mr. Touch and Go. He's pretty much coordinating how the team plays. They're strategizing every day on their next opponent. So they're taking this also just one step at a time. And I think today's going to be a very good challenge for them, because on Team Penetrate, you have guys that are playing heavy in the lane out of Lightning T. You have I Pawn You, you have Care Package, who have been dominating the jungle and in the roam position. What I'm expecting from them is a lot of different clashes early in the jungle game. But I do have to favor Team Penetrate out of this one, just because I think they have more mechanical advantage throughout all the positions. And we'll have to see what goes on from today.
Alright, thanks a lot for this bracket analysis. Rhyme it is now, or we are actually cutting it off because teams are ready. They are excited to jump on the fold.
Yeah, and I would suggest we are just going over the other brackets in between the next matchup,
Yeah,
so we
I
can
think
split
so.
it off a little bit. And we are actually ready to jump over into the draft mode, and we can see it again. Gangsters Vega versus Hausjan Hammers Velocity. It's Seed 2 versus Seed 3, and we do have the first ban coming in from Gangsters, and it's going to be the Vox taking out of the picture. And on the other side, we do have in Blackfeather ban.
So what Vega did here was they looked at the other team and they pretty much analyzed their entire roster, which consists of Dienzio, Aloha, and Vaden Veins. Single-handedly banning out that Vox was a pretty good decision on them, because uh, it targeted Dienzio and Aloha, who can both play Vox in different positions, and this is great for them because the Halcyon Hammers Velocity team. Not too many people know them in the community yet. They are very popular amongst the higher skill tier players, but this is a team that we have to watch, and this is a team that has both mechanical skills and they have great synergy playing together. If they can get past Gangsters Vega today, I'm pretty sure they're going to be a strong opposing force for Gangsters Series tomorrow.
Alright. So, first pick coming in from Gangsters Vega, Catherine, and let's see before we throw it over to Rome what HH Velocity is going to pick. It is a Ringo and a Rhyme. So is that something you would have expected, Rome?
I had a feeling that they were going to guarantee the Ringo pick, because that Vox was banned for Halcyon Hammers. But with their rhyme coming in is they probably picked this out ahead of time. They knew that if Gangsters Vega was going to pick Catherine, they might have secured their second and third picks consisting of a rhyme. And they did pretty good in this position is because now they're forcing Vega to play a lot more range carries. Even though we know that the players on Vega consist of Fuji, Old School, and Rect, we do know that too many of them are playing very strong late scaling compositions in terms of in the melee in the jungle, where if they were to pick a rhyme, they do have an advantage where they're forcing out range heroes. So if they're able to gap close really quick against the squishy heroes, they do have an advantage. But it depends on how well they position themselves. The use of items, especially like reflex blocks, going to be very important, and Warhorn is going to be very important in this game. So we're going to see how Vayne and Vaynes decides to build his roam inventory, and we're going to see how they execute it out later on.
Alright, thanks a lot for your thoughts on that. Sky and Castrol will be here. The final roster from Gangsters going into the round of 16 matchup versus HH Velocity. Going for a Finn, that is breathtaking. Before we jump into the match, Rome, what are your last thoughts on this matchup and who do you see here winning just by looking at the draft?
Sky is a very good counter towards Rhyme, because she's able to use four barrage from far away, and it deals so much damage. Being able to have that series striker positioning and that ult is actually very detrimental into how Rhyme is able to scale later into the game. But you also have to take notice that if Finn is able to use that Force Accord really well and set up with a rhyme, like we saw how G2 Kingwin did last game, they're going to come out winning this team fight. And with Ringo standing in the back line, he gives them that advantage early in the game, and he's also able to like quickly rotate down and help out his jungle. I do give the early game to the Velocity team, but how they're going to execute this out between the 5 and 10 minute mark is going to determine who wins this game.
Alright, we are jumping on the fold, no big break, and then the lovely casters, Tasty Bacon and Forecourt Jester, will take it right away. We are hyped for this matchup. See you in a bit.
Shatter the Vain, a podcast about vainglory.
All right, thank you very much. We are getting on to the fold, and it is Tasty Bacon alongside Forecourt Jester here to call all the action between Gangstars Vega and Halcyon Hammer's Velocity. Welcome to the round of 16 on the North American region of the Vainglory League.
So round of 16, a lot of these teams now coming into this, we're very, very close now. Those quarters just on the horizon, looking for semis next week. And Fuji up into the lane with Aloha. It's actually going to be the Sky in the lane, and that's going to leave Old School here for jungling with the Kestrel and Wrecked there on that Catherine. They're already taking away some of those early forward camps.
Yeah, and one thing that we were talking about before this started was we were commenting on how in Europe they had to wait until the very last game of the day to see a rhyme pick. We get one here in game number 1. I'm really excited to see him. Obviously, the first time that he's available to be played in North America for VGL, and we get him right off the bat, so we get to see what he can do and what DNZO can do on this new hero.
Yeah, some big differences, I guess, in the meta when it comes to Europe versus NA. As you said, last game of the day versus the first. But hey, man, Rhyme is here, and I'm very excited to see what these guys can do with him. DNZO, of course, has a lot to prove. But with this kind of comp, I mean, they're going to be setting up actually very nice to complement with that Rhyme. Vayne and Veins on that Finn. You get a good Forced Accord into Aspire, and then you root everyone. You're not going anywhere, and you're just going to have a Ringo just smashing you in the face with those bullets all day. So I'm very curious to see how this combo will actually come to bear, as so far it's been a pretty early and quiet game.
Yeah, and I definitely think that Finn is a really important pick to go along with the Rhyme, because otherwise, the side of Gangstars, they're very mobile and very long range, which is pretty much the anti-Rhyme. So having that Finn there, it's everything's going to be crucial on those Forced Accords as we get into the mid to late game. But like you said, here in the early game thus far, pretty quiet, and that's not too surprising, honestly, because of the fact that until we hit level 6, this Halcyon Hammers team definitely isn't going to be able to set up their damage the way that they want to. Like I said, Rhyme is just going to suffer from the range difference, as we see Gangstars Vega making an aggressive jungle invade and just stealing away some of these camps.
They also did find that Rhyme in the jungle, but it was a little bit too late before they could really steal what he was actually working on. You can see Finn into the back as well. Vayne and Veins just trying to make sure that his own steal goes down a little bit. Now the Congregation up top. Fuji actually goes forward there with the Suri Strike. Looks for Aloha, but unfortunately he's just not really going to do the damage that he really needs to if he wants to go for a kill. That's not going to stop Old School from not coming up. That's Aloha in front. Remember, you got a Catherine there for that pressure. Wrecked. If he can get that stun off, Fuji and Old School with their range could actually just finish him off, because he does not have any of those escapes, and this early on he is still a fairly frail pick. Instead they'll find DNZO there as well. Glitter shot going out, but it's just going to be a little poke. I don't think they can seal the deal there, but they might be able to steal this away. Oh, not entirely too sure who took that.
Yeah, it's a little tough to tell who actually got the camp, but that was a very surprising sequence of events, with Vayne and Veins going for the aggressive jungle invade on his own, knowing that it was a great answer. It really was a very heads-up play by Vayne and Veins, but just very uncommon to see a Finn going alone into the enemy jungle. That's not at all what I would have expected, but it worked out. I mean, Halcyon Hammers, they're dead even in gold despite being invaded on aggressively by Gangstars multiple times now. So the fact that they've been able to answer that and keep up in terms of gold, definitely working out for them. As now we do see Aloha went down to the shop, did pick up the heavy steel and some boots, so gonna have that extra mobility and extra damage in this lane. Meanwhile, looking over on the other side, it is Sky already having now a heavy prism and an eclipse prism. So some pretty early crystal damage, and now they're going to be going after the gold mine. Will it be contested early, though?
Oh, well, they're going to try, but the decent payout does go the way of Gangstar Vega, and a good forward barrage is actually going to force back the team here of the Halcyon Hammers. Vayne and Vayne's now down under half. It is one of the weaknesses of picking up that Finn. He's big, and he's slow, and big mobile, big range kind of characters like Fuji. There it is, the Suri strike going forward. The Suri strike is going to see enough to seal the deal right there. It doesn't even need any help there from Old School, but could they be going for Aloha under that turret? That just seems rather risky at this point, but they do have that level 6 from Old School ready to go. That one shot, one kill, some good range on that as well, but they're going to be happy with the gold mine and that kill. And again, Finn, he brings a lot to this comp, but he's also going to be kind of a cornerstone of danger when it comes to kind of getting collapsed upon, because he'll be the least mobile of all of them.
Yeah, really, this Halcyon Hammers team, they're going to be perfectly fine with the fact that they gave up that kill, as long as they don't continue to fall behind, which is what is starting to happen here with Gangstars invading the jungle again. It's just less opportunities to gain gold available for Halcyon Hammers, but they're definitely building for that late game with their keen competition. They want to have the big team, 3-man versus 3-man team fights. And again, answering these invades really well. Rhyme is on his own in the lane, but he should be able to get out of this perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Vayne and Vaynes and Aloha taking away the jungle camps that Gangstars just took from them. So keeping up with their farm despite having their jungle invaded is a key for this Halcyon Hammers team, and they're doing it really well.
Well, because of the counter pressure coming out in the jungle, though, there was very little in lane that Dienzo was actually able to do. So he picks up the creeps, but at the same time, the turret down to about half, just a little bit over that because of the 3-man pressure there in lane. So yeah, you might actually lose out your own jungle, but they already countered once, and now they're getting some pretty important damage on that front turret. Again, these turrets, they're safety nets for a lot of these teams, especially somebody like Ringo. If you get collapsed upon, you got to pop those boots, you got to get to safety, and if you have to go that much farther to get to a turret, could be bad news. Vayne and Vaynes, however, in the deep of it, just runs right through the entire team right there, loses half of his health, and Aloha, unfortunately, not faring too much better when it comes to this poke game. So far, I gotta say, I think it's Gangstars Vega in control.
And they are going to be forced off of the turret for now. They were trying to siege up a bit, but just they're going to be perfectly happy with retreating and going into the enemy jungle. They're looking for camps there, but it was just recently cleared out by Halcyon Hammers, so there's not going to be anything available other than the minion mine. So they do decide to just take that one down, and that's a really good pickup. Obviously, when you see a team take a minion mine, a lot of the times you see them go for the opponent's minion mine first. And there's some people initially are like, why would you take that one? Because that's the one that you're not going to be able to hold it. They aren't taking that minion mine to hold it. The big reason for taking that the first minion mine like that is just to get the gold for it, because it is worth a big chunk. If you have the Iron Guard contract used on it, then it can be up to 350 gold. But now we have a bit of a fight here in the jungle, perhaps, as the teams are trying to rotate back.
Oh, the glitter shots are doing so much damage, but there goes the big fireball on top of Old School as well. Death from above is going to get one stun at least, and the hero goes down. Ringo actually turns it around on top of the sky. We hit level 6 during that, and the Finn with the Force Accord, he brings Wrecked in. Old School is there, but they actually traded out. 2 kills for the Kestrel, and now Wrecked is the only one left standing, or he was. Aloha, the lone survivor, will get the regen buff from the ace, but a total of 5 kills from that engage, and that all started with the counter jungling coming into the minion mine. You'll notice it's red there off to the left, and is a little bit of a weirder game going back and forth for the positioning. But hey, Halcyon Hammers, they get the kills, they get the ace, and as you see here, Aloha picks up the counter. The one shot, one kill from Kestrel, just not unfortunately hitting, and I don't think Fuji's diving for this either.
Yeah, the death from above does come out just as a almost a just-in-case type of situation, but it didn't work out. So a great job in that team fight by Halcyon Hammers, and again, that forced accord doing a big amount of work, as it was, you mentioned it, popped 6 during the fight, and this gold mine is being heavily contested, already trading hands 3 times now in the first 9 minutes, if you consider going from neutral to one team trading hands, I guess. But that is, things are, now that level 6s have been reached, things are going to start getting a lot more aggressive in this game. As we can see, Gangstar's trying to push in onto this turret, but here's the defense, and it looks like they're going in.
Yeah, and they find Old School, and again, that's the big combo. Forced Accord into the root. You're not going anywhere. Some really nice return damage, though, from the double range of Fuji and Kestrel. Unfortunately, Kestrel now out of it, does not have really an opportunity to contribute too much more than just a glitter shot or so. But Fuji and that Death from Above actually did do some work, and again, fourth turnover here with that gold mine. It's going to go straight back into the hands here of the Halcyon Hammers, and it's pretty neck and neck. I said earlier it was kind of the Gangstars Vega in control, but now with 4 kills under their belt and 2 gold miners, it's actually the gold lead now coming out for the Hammers.
Yeah, and those two scout traps that were sitting there next to that tri-brush finally getting popped. I was wondering how many times they were going to manage to walk past those without actually stepping on them. And it turns out that 3 or 4 times per player is the answer, as now that turret is finally going to go down and another fight starts up, but Sky is already deleted.
Yeah, the Death from Above actually got 1 stun, but it wasn't enough to keep her going. That's another forced accord. They find Old School again, who just has no chance to make her time. She will actually trade out kills, does take down Dienzio with her, so it's not actually the worst of trades, but they lost a turret, 2-1 and a turret. Who actually comes out ahead of that one there, Bacon?
That's a pretty easy one. It's obviously Gangstars that comes out ahead. They lose an extra player, but they get an extra 900 gold for their trouble. So you gladly take that trade any day of the week, especially because there isn't anything else being gained by Halcyon Hammers other than some scout traps getting put down. You know, if it was a situation where you gave up the 2-for-1 and a turret, and then you had your entire jungle stolen away or something like that, then maybe you could say it was even or went the other way, but without anything else being done, definitely in favor of Gangstars. But now we see Halcyon Hammers. They're expecting this gold mine to be trying to be taken again. Hellfire Brew going to be used very early on just to keep the pressure off, I guess.
Well, in the heat of a battle, he's not really going to have that time to wind up. If he's standing there, Death from Above is going to come onto his face. Wrecked as well there with the stun, with the silence. There's a lot of counterplay to that Hellfire Brew. So just using it here as a zoning tool, Old School would have to... whoa, there's a big force accord and the deletion of the Kestrel. Wrecked is actually going to live right through that with her Storm Shield, but their damage from Fuji is just negligible at this point. Aloha coming around the corner. He's looking to actually cut these guys off at the chase. Vayne in Veins keeps Fuji in place, and there goes the captain. They're not going to get the ace, but a turret and 2 kills from the anchor. Vayne and Vane's got to be feeling real good about that.
Yeah, this is looking very reminiscent of what we saw in Europe last season with Media Pixel coming out of nowhere with the Finn picks and just completely taking control of games. Vayne and Vane's having very similar performance here in the early goings of this one. We are only about 13 minutes in, but Vayne and Vane sitting at 0-2-7, just setting up these kills for his teammates to knock down. And poor Old School has just been hit by so many of these forced accords, and just once Kestrel gets pulled in, there's not a whole lot that she can do, especially with the combo that we've been talking about. So we'll have to see if they can do it again. All of the 2 key ultimates in that combo are available once again. Halcyon Hammers, they look like they're on the hunt, as they are now starting to posture up aggressively, taking up a position just on the left side of the gold mine now with that first turret down.
8 kills, 4, and 2,000 gold. Well, all right, K.5 perhaps is actually a bit closer. Nice set of scout traps coming out. I love the vision coming out of this. And it reminds me of the VGL EU finals where we had Finn on Mowgli, and he just kind of lit up the gold mine as well. It's very similar. A lot of vision. It's going to be able to track anybody coming up from that side. And that means that they just cannot be caught unawares. as well. So Fuji back in lane. We got 12 there on Old School, and at the same time 12 there on Denzio as well as Aloha. So we are slightly losing out in terms of some of the power here from the Gangstar Vega. Wrecked, of course, at level 9. Same there with Vayne and Veins, but I gotta say, those anchors are really starting to just tickle these guys pink. We are setting up again at the gold mine. We got that minion candy. That anchor, unfortunately, just not going to be hitting. Here comes the long range Hellfire Brew, and it will hit Old School, and he will burn. But again, it's really just like spur of the moment. It's zoning. If they had caught him, it would have been great. But yeah, it's just a cooldown at this point for him.
Yeah, and looking at the items, you see Aloha with the Sorrowblade actually going to have to hold that because we might be having a fight here as everyone is moving in together.
Well, we're going to have to see what they can do into that mid, but big death from above into the back. Got some big blocks there, and Veins is going to be the first one to drop some low damage coming down on top of Old School into the back, but they do lose out their Sky, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. You can see Aloha immediately just transitions up to the gold mine, who does not have a candy. It's going to just try to, keep it to the buddy system in the jungle. That's how you stay safe out there. But 2-for-1, that is definitely some good signs of life here from the Gangstar Vega. And there's not going to be a gold mine steal at all because the Kraken has now entered the fold here, Mr. Bacon.
Yeah, Kraken spawning with the 15-minute mark, so they are going to be just looking to play around that objective now. That last fight went so poorly for Halcyon Hammers, largely just because of a great death from above coming out of Fuji. They weren't able to get the damage they wanted, and Old School was able to get way onto the back lines, didn't have to worry about a forced accord coming through. And as long as Kestrel can stay at that long range, they're going to be fine because, Rhyme can't get that damage down, and of course, Ringo also wanting to stay on the back lines isn't going to be able to get far enough forward to do damage to Old School. So that's going to be the big thing to watch, is that forced accord. If forced accord doesn't, we've been talking about how he's been hitting Old School a lot. If that forced accord doesn't connect onto Old School, that's a big problem for Halcyon Hammers. So while it is, who they've been targeted, it's because that's who they have to target.
So we got a 3-man pressure now mounting here into the lane from Gangstar's Vega. They are too afraid, really, just to push up. If there's a Finn lurking in a bush, which kind of seems weird since he's a gigantic behemoth, and that bush, unfortunately, really just coming up to your knees. If he is there and he does have that anchor ready to go and you push out as Gangstar's Vega, you get Old School caught, you get Wrecked caught. Well, Wrecked actually might be able to make it out of that one, but Old School, we've seen time and again, he just goes immediately down. And with that, fear to poke up, you need some flares, you need some kind of vision. They are really giving a lot of space here to the Halcyon Hammers Velocity crew, and this Kraken is just starting to go down really, really fast. They still don't even know what's happening, but they see it now. They actually see it with that Glimmer Shot. Kraken Unleashed coming out. Big damage now going down already. D'Enzio's out of this one. Sky off to the side as well. Now has that Suri Strike. The forward barrages were on point, and Vayne in Veins is big and slow, and now he is dead. And that is going to leave us now with an ace. 3-for-0 and the steal. The Glimmer Shot coming out just in time. Old School making plays in the Old School way.
Absolute disaster for Halcyon Hammers. They had the game in their hands. They were the ones in control. And all of a sudden, just like that, Old School and the rest of Gangstar's Vega come through with a huge Kraken steal, and then, of course, the team fight right afterwards. What a great play. That's 2 turrets taken down off of this Kraken. They don't think they're going to get the third because the Kraken is going to be taken out quick enough by Halcyon Hammers, but a massive gold swing. All of a sudden now it is Gangstars who have the 2K or 1K now as the Kraken does get taken. Gold lead. So what a play. Old School it was such a risky move to go in on his own, face-checking that brush like that, but it just completely worked out in their favor.
I don't even think we got a Valkyrie out of that one as well. I don't think Rhyme was able to he didn't have the really reaction to kind of do it. He just saw him come in, the steal immediately happened, and then it was just damage for breakfast right there. 9 kills 9 as these teams go back and forth. Old School really showing us his power on top of that Kestrel. Sure, he's been caught out a few times, but he can still make the plays, and there are so many infusions on deck now, Mr. Bacon. These guys are done playing around. They are ready to end this game. And end it, they've actually very well might. That's the big silence right there as well. Big stuns, or at least it would be on Veins if he wasn't immune. And, I'm not sure this is actually working out for them. it's going to be those infusions be damned. Halcyon Hammer survives through the burst. They get 2 kills for their trouble as well. Aloha going forward as well. The stutter step Fuji, is he out of tricks? The forward barrage forward is just not going to be there, but will the Hellfire Brew? It's for sure going to take down the Mechanical Wonder. And that is a turnaround 3-0 on the back of so many infusions from Gangstar.
Yeah, I mean, there were infusions onto every member of Halcyon Hammers as well, even double infusions on DNZO. But the thing that turned that fight was the big thing we talk about with Rhyme, the Valkyrie. It is an absolute game-changing ultimate, and that's exactly what it did right there. The fight looked like it was going in favor of Old School, but the Valkyrie came out and turned it on its head, and now we could have maybe a bit of an answer here, but no, they are going to be able to back out of this. Aloha, a very strange item build for me for this Ringo, not having a breaking point. It's typically an item to get picked up as Vayne and Vayne's able to recall just barely outside the vision of that flare. They are on the hunt. Gangstars is looking for these members of Halcyon Hammers, but just not quite going to catch up to them. They are going to get spotted by the scout traps, but they're a little too far away. So Halcyon Hammers all of a sudden now turning it back. What a great game this has been. 12-9 now in favor of the Hammers with a 2,000 gold lead in their favor. And just as I think we've had as many gold lead changes as we had gold mine changes in the early game.
Yeah, it's still going really neck and neck. Vega versus Velocity. It's the battle of who can own that letter V. But 12 kills to 9. It is going back and forth very, very well back and forth. And 12 across the board. Everybody's basically into their final form. 20 minutes in, there should be another Kraken coming on his way here soon enough. And Vayne and Vaynes, if they can just, again, get a nice forward position here in any of these bushes and get one of those big force accords, that could be it for the rest of the game. A one-shot, one kill goes out, finds DNZO, hits him for 700-ish in change. It's not nearly enough to really bring him down, but they did spot them in that bush. Here's the Kraken. Now you can see how Halcyon Hammers are looking for their positioning, and Wrecked, he's very hesitant. Fuji very hesitant to come into that. There's the flare as well. They find DNZO. That's going to be the death from above into the back, and immediately the Rhyme is out of this equation. Vayne and Vaynes is just not looking so healthy here either, but it's Aloha that's the one that gets Zerg down. They're going to let the Behemoth live, I think, and go for the Kraken and go for the end of the game, because a 2-0 at this late in with Fuji now as well in pursuit, I think this is now a Gangstar Vega game.
Yeah, incredibly smart decision here by Fuji. It's not going to be the game. They will have recalls up in time to defend that Kraken, but Fuji very, very heads up to recognize that he could have stayed on the Kraken to help make that go down faster, but Vayne and Vaynes was going to try and maybe backdoor a turret here with the minions while that Kraken was going down. Fuji's having a hell of a time trying to take down Vayne and Vaynes, though.
This is all planned, my friend. Fuji is dancing around the big behemoth. Have you ever seen Pacific Rim? It's kind of like that a little bit. He's dancing around, but if you notice the timers, it was 3 seconds until the defenders came up. They got the ace at the last moment, and they maximized the time that Vayne and Vaynes is not going to be available here for the defense. This is a 2v3 defense against a Kraken. This should be, by all rights, good game.
Yeah, I noticed that just after I mentioned that he was having a difficult time. I took a glance down and noticed those timers. So again, another really heads-up play by Fuji, and now, like you said, with it being 2v3, this is going to be the game. Aloha not going to be able to do really anything here. The Kraken's still virtually full health, and that's going to be game number 1, going to Gangstar's Vega off the back of some excellent shot calling by Fuji. Obviously, he is kind of the voice of the Gangstar's teams that he is on, and really showing why here in game number 1.
And strategies aside, this puts now Vega one step closer to the quarterfinals, where there's a chance that they're actually going to run into their sister team of Sirius, to whom I hear are doing good things off stream.
I can actually tell you they have done very good things off stream, but to talk a little bit more about this game and maybe let us know about what happened off stream, going to throw it back over to Rome and the guys in Germany.
Yeah, this game was definitely a roller coaster. Like, watching the game as it progressed, I didn't know who was going to win. It kept going back and forth with excellent plays, and the aces just kept bouncing and bouncing. What we did notice here was how well Halcyon Hammer's Velocity was able to play their composition. with Aloha always making sure that his positioning was right, standing far in the back while Dienzio was up in the front taking damage. But with Gangstar's Vega is they did so many smart decisions where they would face check a bush, they would use a lot of flares. Their positioning was in a stance where Old School, although he did get caught by Force to Court a couple times, he was always standing far in the back line and away from his team. So even if he was getting pulled in and he died, he was always doing it by himself instead of having all three guys die at the same time, which was actually really good for them. A lot of great calls on them on behalf of the Gold Mine and the Kraken steal, with Old School just face checking a bush and just unleashing the arrow. That was supreme play. What we do notice coming to this next game is I think Halcyon Hammers is going to choose a more diversified ban, especially if they're going to be playing heroes like Rhyme in the jungle. I would actually leave the Black Feather for the other team and instead ban out that Sky, which did cause them so much problems this game. But towards the next game, let's throw it to the draft and with the guys in VGL.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the insight, and yeah, let's go into the bans and draft here for the next matchup. And HH Velocity now having here the right to ban first, and yeah, we are just in the lobby waiting for that. And as you already said, maybe a little bit more diversity pick. So due to that, what shall they ban first, Rome? Oh, there we go. It's a Vox. Never mind. Do you agree with that? It is not. I get the sign.
It's a Ringo, and on the other side is the box.
All right. So what do you think about that, Rome?
On Halcyon Hammers is they banning out this Ringo because they don't want they know that Fuji plays a great Ringo. They know Old School plays a great Ringo, and coming to this next match is they did see like even though they banned Blackfeather last game, I think Blackfeather would have fit against their composition a lot better. So with by banning out the Ringo, they probably did ideally want to pick up a Vox, or they're gonna try and secure this first pick in the Sky.
So let's see what the first pick is going to be. We don't know yet, so we are waiting for the teams here to pick, because it's just in time. And I'm just telling the teams going ahead here with the draft. So coming into the second game, you said you were mentioning here the change of draft for HH. What do you expect then actually Gangsters to pick in this match, Rome?
I'm assuming that this match coming up is if they do opt out and they do secure Sky first for Velocity, then Gangsters Vega is going to try and make sure they're able to counter that, where they're going to probably throw Fuji in the lane, probably securing him up, probably either a Black Feather or a Scarf. And so you're going to want to use mobility against mobility, where Sky is very hard to like pretty much engage on. So with Scarf, you do have that big amount of range, and then with the Black Feather, you have the Rose Offensive, where you're able to also use his second ability to kite. I think they're going to come into this really prepared. They do have a great support team behind them within the Gangstars Guild, and they have analysts and stuff that are helping them out with this drafting phase right now.
Alright, Catherine coming up for HH, and on the other hand side, Gangsters Vega going for Catherine and Sky. Is that something you are actually prepared here to see?
So with the Catherine and Sky again, we're seeing so many nice plays being able to come out of the duel, especially if you're getting a stun into a full barrage, it works out really well for them. And if you're also making sure that because Catherine has such a great crowd control, she's able to pretty much manipulate how fights are actually instigated. And because she also has a stun, she's like probably one of the best instigators in terms of a fight. And the way that they do play her, it matches their play style, where they're always moving forward instead of playing too passively.
Alright, just waiting here for HH to pick the two heroes. The remaining ones, so what would you actually circle around that Black Feather if you had to call the shot now, Rome?
I'm seeing that there is another Catherine and another Sky. I did think that Finn was actually really big that game. He was able to make a lot of plays using his body to body block. So, and because the force the cores were so well planned, and the other team actually didn't prioritize getting items like reflex block too early, Finn would actually be a great great in terms of composition wise towards the Black Feather.
Okay. So I am excited to see what they're going to pick. Seems like, of course, it's an important match, so they discuss. But of course, here we are waiting with a lot of excitement for HH Velocity's final picks here. And what could that be? Rome having some thoughts, but I don't have any. So
Well, I mean, obviously, just saying from my side, seeing Kestrel getting played so frequently, I could see that happening. But it is actually someone we didn't see today. It is Glaive together with Finn. So, very likely Glaive going to take the jungle route together with Finn. So the two big dinosaurs in the jungle. Any thoughts on those before Gangster's last pick is coming in?
So, with this composition is they know that with the Finn, they're able to scale up really strong in the late game. They're allowed to have so much sustain, especially with the polite companies. What they're gonna have to do with the Glaive is he's gonna be building Bursty in the early game just to make sure that he does have that early game advantage, and then he's gonna transition over. He's gonna build a little bit tanky, but his core item is going to be based around Breaking Point. But because they have double weapon on their team, there is also a chance that this Glaive is gonna go Crystal Power, which is something we've never seen in tournament play before.
Alright, that would be pretty interesting. Gangsters going for the last pick.
I need to interrupt Rome and actually call that one of his facts is not right, because we did see a Crystal Glaive in the ESL Vainglory Cup, and it was team, I believe, HC. And I'm not quite sure who did play it, but I remember that we were talking afterwards about it, and they got carried along a bit too much with trying like new stuff. I don't know who was that. We need to check that in the records, but I'm quite sure that that happened once, and it did not work out at all.
So Vainglory Esports were at least trying to do that. We have seen it. Would be very, very exciting and interesting. And Kestrel coming in as the last pick. Last thoughts on this matchup, Rome. Blackfeather, Glaive and Finn, HH Velocity versus Kestrel, Sky and Catherine, Gangsters, Vega.
Looking at this composition is everybody's going to be thinking how Kestrel, Sky, and Cath is the dominating composition out of this. But we also have great gap closers within Glaive and Blackfeather. And added to like a Finn, they actually have like the perfect comp in terms of being able to gap close, being able to crowd control the other team. In the end, I do have to favor the Halcyon Hammers Velocity team on this one. And I think if they do play it outright and they avoid those early game skirmishes and they try and put as much aggravation as they can in the mid game, they will probably win this game out. But I do think that we probably will see a Crystal Glaive.
Alright, thanks a lot for your thoughts. And that being said, we are going to hand it off and over to our lovely casters, Tasty Bacon and Forecourt Jester. Take it away, guys.
Woo!
All right, thank you very much. And we are back onto the fold for game number 2 between Gangstars Vega and Halcyon Hammers Velocity. And I gotta say, Forecourt, this Gangstars Vega team or lineup looks awfully similar.
Yeah, team lineup, it's the same players playing the same actual heroes. And it is going to be once more Fuji up into that lane on Sky, and Old School is going to be the guy down into the jungle once more with our Kestrel. So Vayne and Veins is again going to be the Finn. They have a big confidence in top of him, and I gotta say, Rome continually impresses. The Crystal Bit Glaive is immediately just here onto the fold.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Obviously, you can go with Crystal Power Blackfeather, but Blackfeather's so strong right now going weapon power, and you don't necessarily want to be all one damage type. So We're going to be seeing that Crystal Glaive. Not very common pick that we've seen before, but I think it's actually might be the first time we've seen it here in VGL between this season and last season. But early on, Aloha taking a lot of damage from Fuji.
Yeah, and the forward barrage, not quite enough actually to seal the deal right there, but he is level 2 versus just the 1 because Vayne and Vanes is there as well, taking some of that experience. They do actually just now tick it up. So 2v1 advantage, but Sky is still really doing some good work here. It's not really the Ringo that Aloha had last round, so Fuji is not really too afraid of getting in there and poking out. And we're not going to have a forced accord for another 4 levels here from Vayne and Vane, so he's feeling really, really good, unless Dienzio comes into this one, and he's going to have to use that Suri Strike. He might look for the kill to try to counter it out, but instead the Suri Strike into the bush. There's no one there, and it looks like he's going to get a clean getaway.
Yeah, a really nice gank coming in from Dienzio, but again, great play from Fuji to avoid the death and keep himself alive there. But that is going to buy some time for Aloha to now farm up. That wave was very large at the time because Fuji had been just pushing it in really heavily. So Aloha going to finally pick up some of that CS that he's been needing, and actually because of that now has more CS than Fuji does, despite being the melee into this ranged matchup. But Blackfeather does he's one of the probably the best melees going into a ranged hero in the lane because of the fact that he can poke out with his B and can jump in and out of fights. Meanwhile, Dienzio taking a ton of damage from this Kestrel though.
Yeah, and so at the last moment, he just figures, all right, Afterburn, just try to make this worth. It's not really going to work, and Old School actually is in very much danger of taking down Vayne and Vanes. He will. He had the Glimmer shots ready to go, and this all happened because Aloha as well. He was into that lane. He went down to the shop. I saw Fuji kind of rotating. I saw Old School and crew rotating on top of him, but Dienzio was really just getting picked off again and again. This is not a comp that's really going to shine until we get to that level 6 with those forced accords, and then the Halcyon Hammers can actually afford to start engaging because they're going to have those tools. Until then, the double ranged aspect of this comp is just really going to start kiting them out. And as you saw there, it just wasn't even fair. 2 quick kills into that jungle and already, jumping far ahead.
Yeah, and that's also why, we see a lot of Kestrel being banned, because Kestrel is just so strong in that early game. We just got a really good look at it in that last skirmish. That put Gangstars up 2-0. So not only did they get those 2 kills, but they've also been doing a good job of taking better farm. As Kestrel obviously now sitting on 25 to the 19 of Glaive, but still in this lane, Fuji continuing to try and keep the pressure on Aloha. But you have to give credit to Aloha, able to stay in this lane and stay relatively healthy for the most part.
He's also last hitting actually not too terribly for someone that has been kind of pressured it pretty heavily. But again, Old School comes in, Glimmer shots go down, and he just really starts chunking away at their opponents. Now Dienzio has been left to his own devices, and he is doing a decent job out farming by himself. There's no pressure on him yet. We did of course just see Old School in the mid area, and without having Fuji in lane, you can pretty much assume that he went to the shop. So if you know that GSV is all together, and Vayne and Vane's going for that bush peek right there, he's gonna just get a Glimmer shot to the face. It was very risky, I think, just to kind of go that far forward, because you knew that they were all more or less in that gold miner area.
Yeah, and speaking of the gold miner, very different tactics about it this time around. As in game number 1, we saw both teams just really fighting heavily over the gold mine control early on. This time it's being allowed to stack up a little bit more. But I would expect Gangstars, with the amount of control and pressure that they can put on, to actually go for this objective relatively soon. As we do see some rotating coming on up towards the lane. Vayne and Vanes is spotted and is taking these Glimmer shots to the back over and over again, down to half health already. And Old School's not done.
Yep.
Wow.
That's the power of Glimmer Shot. You just keep all those in your quiver, and at the best time possible, you just pass it out. Now, I was gonna say, Fuji's actually trying to push up the lane as much as he can, so he can afford to come down here and secure this gold mine. But on the back of a kill, it's a pretty easy secure. They haven't seen Dienzio in the longest of times. He's just been fairly passive there in his own jungle. We're not having any avenues of engage here, and another kill puts Vayne and Vanes down actually 0-2, and he's still level 4. This is not exactly the fastest way to get to that forced accord, because that's really where this team comp is going to start shining, but it's taking its time getting there.
I mean, to be fair, Wrecked is also only level 4 on the side of Gangstar, so that's just, roamer or support and roam problems. Just not getting as much experience as your carry counterparts. But so he'll get there eventually. The problem is, will it be too little too late, so to speak, as now Fuji just, again, continuing with this pressure, but now Kestrel Old School is coming in to help out, and Aloha getting chunked down to half health from just 2 Glimmer shots, and the Glimmer shots just continue to fire out. There's so much pressure applied by Old School with just that one ability. It is kind of surprising to me that obviously they dealt with it really well in game 1 initially, but to let them have a Kestrel twice in a row is really surprising to me.
Well, they're just really on this Finn train, man. They're saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They did show us a lot of strengths with Vayne and Vane's on that Finn. He had some really good forced accords, and they did do some really good engagements in the early to mid of the game just a few minutes ago. But by the end of it all, the weakness is still there. If this is the team that gets initiated upon, they don't really have the tools to deal with that kind of pressure in the wrong situation. They're really the ones that do want to be the guys on the aggression. They got the glaive for the afterburn. They got the forced accord to bring someone to them, which would be great for Aloha to just immediately just dump all of his abilities on top of him. So this is a comp that really wants to make the plays instead of having the plays hit them. But Gangstar's Vega, I mean, level 8, level 7, Fuji again just pushing in this lane, comes back with a vengeance. They're really not giving these guys any quarter.
And they have slowly and steadily gained themselves a 1,000 gold lead here at 8 minutes. Again, not a huge, massive gold lead, but we are seeing tier 3 items starting to come out now as there's a Fountain of Renewal and a Sorrow Blade picked up for Gangstars. There is yet to be a single tier. Actually, no, there is,
there it is. That's the forced accord right there, Mr. Bacon. But they didn't have the follow-up. Dienzio had already used the afterburn on Fuji in lane. It just comes up now. One shot, one kill actually hits Dienzio as well. And it just feels like they jumped the gun right there. Vayne and Vayne saw the 2-man, but they didn't have their entire arsenal ready to go. Aloha just unfortunately just didn't seem to do the damage he needed to either. And, that was basically the best anchor that they could have asked for right there. Fuji was actually still back in that lane. He wasn't going to be part of that fight at all. Just the execution of it just didn't come to bear.
Yeah, now the gold miner is getting ready to pay out in about a minute's time. So wouldn't be surprised if we see some extra attention put down in the middle of the map. But right now, Gangstars, they're just the ones making the right moves and making the right calls at the moment. We're starting to see the vision be spread throughout the map, especially right around this gold mine area. A lot of scout traps being put down. And again, Old School just keeping his distance and firing off these glimmer shots constantly. And whenever they start connecting, the amount of damage he can do to Halcyon Hammers before a fight even begins is pretty immense.
Vayne and Vayne's leading the way, but they're not going to find Old School yet. Now, do we have that candy? No, Wrecked. I don't see any candy in his inventory. Okay, so there it is. It's on the gold miner. Thank you, Wreck, just to say, all right, so if they were going to be looking for that aggression here from the Halcyon Hammers, they needed that candy ready to go. They had it. It's all good. They know exactly what to do. A big flare there into the bush, but unfortunately, again, they're just not going to be finding the Gangstars Vega crew, and it's almost like the opposite. Gangstars was so hesitant to push forward in game number 1. There's the immense gold payout. That's 900 more gold here to the Gangstars. But this time it looks like it's, the Halcyon Hammers are very afraid to move forward. And rightly so. They hit glimmer shots, they hit forward barrages, and we're going to have a silence with Rex, with that Catherine ready to go if they can catch all 3 for a good engage.
That being said, Halcyon Hammers, again, we kind of talked about the fact that they have this really good late game composition. They have managed to slow the pace of the game down, which is exactly what they want. Gangstars were going out really aggressive. Those glimmer shots were able to take down Finn from full, essentially, previously, but the pace has slowed way down, and they're still only down, despite that immense gold payout, by 1,000 gold. But there's another fight trying to be started by Gangstars. However, nicely dodged out of by Dienzio, using that afterburn to just get away from the fight. this is what Halcyon Hammers have to do. They need to keep the pace slow until they can get this Black Feather and this Glaive scaled up. The Forced Accord going out, trying to pull Old School underneath the turret, didn't quite connect.
I was going to say the timing here is actually rather important, because if they clear out all those minions and they can get a hammer, or they can get an anchor on top of someone, that's going to bring the turret now into the fight. And well, they tried. Vayne and Vanes, he thought he saw a good opportunity. Unfortunately, he was just a ghost. There was no one there. Old School will find Vayne and Vanes and crew there into that bush, but as things keep going on, Fuji is just continually pushing in this lane. It's not giving Aloha really any kind of freedom, but it is feeding him quite a bit of farm. And woo, nice block right there from Aloha. That's not going to be a stun there from Rex, and that will not be a kill on top of the Black Feather. 130 creeps and counting. He's now ahead of Fuji when it comes to last hits.
Yeah, and that's just really, really good Black Feather play. Obviously, again, that ultimate makes him invulnerable during the dash, so was that block. It wasn't a reflex block, it was just the ultimate being used. You can see the reflex block still available. So Aloha actually has 3 different ways, actually technically 4, because there is still a Crucible on Vayne and Vanes as well. So 4 different opportunities to not take damage or get crowd controlled with those 2 charges of the ultimate, as well as his own now Aegis and the Crucible. So a lot of this team is going to be riding on Aloha's performance on this Black Feather as we do start to move towards the later stages of the game now, approaching 13 minutes. He does have the Serpent's Vest complete, looking to build up that breaking point as well. And once that's complete, that's really when I would expect Halcyon Hammers to start getting a little bit more aggressive than they have been. Like I said, I mentioned it earlier, they've been just keeping the pace of the game slow, but now Aloha going to get jumped on. He does actually get stunned there, but not taking a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, it's 3 kills in 13 minutes. You could arguably say that this is a very slow-paced game, but the Halcyon Hammers have kept their turret very healthy. They have been farming up a storm as well. In terms of the gold, it's really only less than 2,000 between the teams. We have been keeping up the last hits very nicely. Vayne and Vanes has really just set up shop there in that bush as well. Been using the Iron Guard contract as well as just the lane presence of having that Finn in case anything goes wrong. And, well, that's a breaking point now for our Black Feather, as well as an infusion. Perhaps the shopping phase is now over. Perhaps with that infusion, we can actually go for something here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This Forced Accord is going to be really important as they look to get it, but it doesn't connect onto Fuji. I believe it was actually reflex blocked. So a great reaction time there by Fuji to avoid getting pulled in. And that's going to be big, as now Aloha taking a good bit of damage, but here comes a potential fight.
Oh, that's going to be the death from above into the back. It just immediately takes down that Crystal Glaive, and Vayne and Vanes, believe it or not, it's still ticking. He was alive the longest time that I probably shouldn't have given him credit for, but Aloha is just going to dance away out of that one, just as Fuji is able to dance away from a lot of those Forced Accords. Still with a 2-man disadvantage. That's 5 kills going the way of Gangstar's Vega, and they should be able to push in on top of this turret just fine, because Aloha, immediately, he's going to be the target. That's going to be the death from above, but he skirts around, and the one-shot, 1 kill just goes wide as well. Aloha brushes his shoulders. It's not even close. Goes back to farming.
Aloha has so much confidence on this Black Feather. Like I said, just dancing around that death from above and the one-shot, 1 kill, narrowly avoiding both of those abilities. If either of those hits, he's dead. It's that simple. Either one of those 2 abilities connects, and that is a dead Black Feather, but manages to stay alive. And despite picking up those 2 kills, nothing really gained from Gangstars. Obviously, they aren't losing any ground, as they were able to hold on to that gold miner until the Kraken did just spawn, but they haven't been able to make any progress.
No, arguably not. I mean, looking at that turret, it's still very healthy here as well. And finally, a little bit of pressure there in the lane. Do we push up against Fuji, who just clears out the creep wave? No problem. Aloha, Dienzo, and Vayne and Vanes now into the bush. They're looking for their next target. What they really need is a good anchor. If Vayne and Vanes can get that Forced Accord on top of Old School, just like in game number 1, he is sure to melt. Glimmer Shot's going to go out, but we just know actually that the Catherine went home. We had a anchor right then and there as the Catherine went home. Could have been disastrous, but till then, we're just going to play it safe and dance around again. Back to the farming game.
The problem is how difficult it is going to be to actually get a good Forced Accord off. largely just because of the fact that both Fuji and Old School have those reflex blocks. So they, as long as they're paying attention, can get the timing right. It's a pretty easy skill shot to see coming in and get that reflex block down. And there's going to be another one thrown out. The reflex block is used by Fuji, but
Death
again,
from above.
it's
Yeah.
just being blocked out. But now there's a possible fight here. Vayne and Veins is really low.
Yeah, the glimmer shots are just almost enough. Fuji boots forward. He's looking for the Suri strike. He's still looking for the forward barrage. Too deep, Fuji. He's just going to get absolutely deleted. Not only the turret, but Aloha doing work here as well. They traded out. Vayne and Veins is just going to drop there as well. Had nowhere to go. And it will actually still be a favorable trade for the Gangstars. But even under that turret, Fuji, that was a little bit too much, sir.
DNZO actually a bit of a mistake there, as now we might see the turret finally going down.
No. Is he actually going to get that kill on top of Old School? Yes.
Yep. He got the kill on Old School. The turret does finally go down, but back in that fight, there was a little bit of a misplay by DNZO. Actually used the afterburn and delivered Wrecked right into Aloha as he was trying to dance around Old School himself. And so Rex was just like, oh, well, I guess I'll just stun this Black Feather that's right next to me now. It was a pretty easy pickup on the onto Aloha in that fight. But a nice job of picking up at least another kill to answer, getting that shutdown gold onto this glaive. But really, the crystal power glaive is it's less than impressive to me thus far in this game here. And I'm really kind of surprised that it did come out in such an important game. Obviously, they're down 1-0 here, Halcyon Hammers is, so they have to win this or they're out of the tournament with 0 points. So I'm kind of curious as to the pick, but we'll have to see if they can make it work. But again, so much is riding on Vayne and Veins connecting with a forced accord and not having it be reflex blocked. That's the key, is that those reflex blocks just completely negate the entire engagement of Halcyon Hammers.
Have we seen an anchor actually hit? We saw one early on, the very first one. He hit 6, he threw out a 2-man anchor, but there was just nothing really to follow it up.
We've seen a couple of them hit. They just keep getting reflex blocked.
There's been one since. Yeah, but okay, let me rephrase. Have they been able to actually drag anybody out since the very first one? I think it hasn't happened.
Yeah, that is a distinction you have to make, because just by saying, oh, they haven't connected, it makes it sound like Vayne and Veins has just been completely whiffing. But no, you have to give credit where credit is due. It has been Gangstars using those reflex blocks and timing them properly to not get pulled in. The Kraken is obviously up and just looming over the map, has been for 4 minutes. Neither team has really made a move for it. There's been a lot of vision fighting around that area, and we see now it's actually very dark for both teams around the middle of the map, and we could be having our fight right here.
There you go. The forced accord finally bringing Old School to bear. Now we got Dienzo as well, just trying to bring her down, but Old School just dances out of it. Aloha now on the chase. Big dodge, looking for shields, but unfortunately the forward barrage is just going to say no. One shot, one kill is going out. Dienzo still with that afterburn. Cannot pick up Old School. Vayne and Veins with the smash. He will finally take home the little girl, and that will be a 2-0 with Wrecked now chasing up Dienzo, but he gets hit by the stun. The ace is denied, but with Sky and Catherine still both going here. Rex going to pick up the jungle. Are we going to go for the turret, or are we going to go for the Kraken? It looks like at this point, well, they're just much closer to the turret, so they're just going to be happy with it. They're throwing out a zoning death from above, and the NZO doesn't care.
Yeah, that was there just to make sure that the NZO couldn't stop the turret going down. I do like the call to go for the turret over the Kraken in that instance, because of the fact that there is going to be Aloha and Vayne and Veins coming back up very quickly. The Kraken probably would have gotten the exact same amount of work done with just getting that one turret, but then you would have been given, that extra gold back over to Halcyon Hammers. So knowing that you're likely to only get one turret off of a Kraken push, especially when it's one of those first turrets, one of the first two, it is just a smart idea to just take that turret instead. But now we do see Halcyon Hammers trying to take control of the middle of this map again. And they got the fight they wanted. They were able to get everyone all grouped up together, but really nice disengage by Gangstars Vega was able to pull them away from the fight, and Aloha kind of got stuck out on the front lines. Obviously, Vayne and Vanes and DNZO are much more survivable than Aloha is on this Black Feather, but they were on the back lines while Aloha was stuck in front. As now we have another big fight.
Yeah, a big amount of blocks going in, but immediately Dienzio is just like, all right, I'm going to hit the Kestrel, and gets hit by every single Glimmer Shot and Forward Barrage. And now to join him, it's going to be the Finn and the 3-man cleanup right there with Black Feather. No hope in a 3v1 situation with no peel. And again, the team wants to be the ones to initiate. They don't want to be the ones to get surprised in your face because they have so many tools just to lock a single teammate down here and take them away from their safety net. Unfortunately, Gangstars Vega just playing really on top of their game and saying no to the Halcyon Hammers strat with the Finn. The Rhyme not cutting it. The Crystal Glaive not cutting it. It's going to be a 2-0 for Vega, and they could possibly go up against Sirius tomorrow if they've actually won out their games, and that's a Gangstar family team kill right there.
Yeah, and it is going to, in fact, be Gangstars versus Gangstars tomorrow in the quarterfinals. So that is going to be a really, really fun match to watch. Old School on this Kestrel, 7, 2, and 5. A double Sorrow Blade build, stacking everything onto those Glimmer Shots. And it worked. Those Glimmer Shots did so much damage. As soon as fight started, Old School just started firing those Glimmer Shots out and just melted. We saw DNZO just completely drop in an instant every time he tried to go in. Vayne and Vanes was never really able to get anything going either. And unfortunately for Aloha, they kind of put everything into the Aloha carry basket in this game, and it just didn't pan out. So gonna go ahead and throw it back over to Rome to finish up, touching up on how everything went down in game 2 here.
Honestly, I was very impressed about how both teams carried this game out. But what we had to notice is Gangstars Vega. First game, they kept getting hooked by Finn's Forced Accord. And then in the second game, they were like, okay, we got this timing down. We know when to reflex block it. We noticed that both Fuji and Old School opted out, and they grabbed early reflex blocks, especially when dealing with the Afterburn from Glaive and the Forced Accord from Finn. What they did really well was their positioning in this game was awesome. They knew when to time out abilities, and this is like an area that Halcyon Hammer's Velocity has to work on. They failed at timing out the abilities, especially coming out of Kestrel. We saw many times where Glaive was just frontlining, just going towards Kestrel and just eating up every single Glimmer Shot, and that proved out to be quite disastrous. But the end result is, even though both of the laners on both teams, they farmed out really well, they played their roles really well, it was the jungle that made the difference this game. We saw Old School and how his CS was probably a 40-50 on top of DNZO throughout the entire game. And that just made a difference because they weren't able to secure any kills in terms of trying to get gold back through the gold bounties. They just played a little bit too passively, and this is something that the Velocity team has to work on down the road. Tomorrow, though, an epic match because we will be seeing Gangstars versus Gangstars. And this is something that everybody's going to have to see. It's going to be one of those highlight matches of the year because it's also quite rare to be able to run into the same team, one that's also both very well known. They've been around for so long. They've been playing together for so long. So definitely one of the matches, and I'm sure all the rest of the opponents in the remaining brackets will be tuning in tomorrow to watch. Now back to Blueberries and Don John to carry us with the rest.
Thank you very much for your analysis, Rome. A great match. Congratulations here to Gangsters Vega. Very, very good performance. And yeah, the picks from Halcyon Hammers, I was a little bit astonished when I saw that incoming, and unfortunately, it did not work out. So, this is the bracket here, Catherine bracket. This is what we are going to see tomorrow. Seat number 1, Gangster Series versus seat number 2, Gangsters Vega. Quick thoughts on that before we look into the Rhyme bracket, Rome.
What the games tomorrow is, although Gangstars Vega did win both of their games today, we did see their that they won purely because of the great shot calling on behalf of their team. Most likely it was coming out of Fuji, but they timed their rotations down really well. They knew when to execute. They knew that if he didn't have to rotate down from lane, then they would call that out, and he had plenty of time to get that CS, just to freeze that lane and give their team like an early advantage. Against our Siriuses, we have also a team that has great shot calling, mechanical skills. They have great coordination within the team. Comparing these two teams together, I think that whichever team is able to secure a more advantageous position during the draft phase is going to come out winning, because in terms of play style, they're very similar. They do play alike, and their hero pools are very vast. They can run any different composition, and they're probably one of the top teams that people have to look after. Like, these guys are a sample of what kind of play style you want.
All right. So while talking about this matchup and finishing that, we actually take a quick look into the Rhyme bracket before we actually jump into our next matchup of the night. And we do see here the first seed alliance versus Nemesis X Crucio, Vertigo Black versus Gangsters. What do you think about that? Who will come out on top and why is that?
With the Alliance team against Nemesis Excrucio, I do have to favor the reigning champions in Alliance with Mixi, Shinkaigen, I Love Joseph, Flash, Big Paws. These guys have been playing so well. They've been done really well in previous tournaments, having won the first qualifiers and the VIPL in Korea. I expect them to actually carry on and take on this side of the bracket. So with I'm assuming that they're gonna win tomorrow, and their opponent is probably going to be Vertigo Black. I do have to favor these guys because in this current meta, you do have like quite a bit of like a favor going towards later scaling compositions, and
Hmm.
Vertigo has proven that they can run these type of compositions even during the early game metas, and so then they know how to time out their scaling comps really well, and especially how it fits with their playstyle against a Gangstar's Polaris team, which does have great mechanical skills all across the board. They've been playing together for a short amount of time. So tomorrow is going to be one of their biggest challenges. And if they were to beat Vertigo tomorrow, they would definitely come up with a big roadblock in terms of Alliance team.
Yes, and before we do jump into the Ringo bracket, which we will do after this matchup, we are going to jump back into the Adagio one, because that is the matchup we are going to see now. It's going to be Nemesis Hydra, seed 2, versus Halcyon Hammer's Force, seed number 3. Meanwhile, you are telling us a little bit about this matchup, about the names like Gibbs, Chicken 123, Heartache, Lost Boy, Sui Generous on the other side with Pond Original, Rage, Billy the Kid, and Xenotech. I will go ahead and show you guys the full pick, and after that is done, we will have Rome also talking about this.
So with these two teams, is we've seen a bunch of roster changes coming out of Nemesis Hydra, where they have new players in Chicken 123 and in Gibbs. Both have been playing for a long time. They're one of the top tier players. So what comes out of this today is we're gonna see how well they're able to coordinate as a team. Most likely, I'm gonna be expecting Hardik to be running it out the jungle again, because the synergy between him and Lost Boy Toff it goes beyond like over a year of how long they've been actually playing together. But the Halcyon Hammers Force team, this is one of the underdog teams that I do give it like a really good chance to actually come out and win this tournament. They really strong in is trying to pick out different compositions. They're playing unorthodox compositions where they're able to use different attributes that come along with like certain abilities and heroes, and they build a composition around that. So when I'm speaking from this, it's purely saying that these guys can bust out like anything from fins to jewels, crolls, takas, and they'll make that composition work because they know how to play around it. And that's what a lot of people have to pay attention to. And that's probably a great thing to look at while we're watching their games today.
Yes, so we do see the full rosters up on the screen right now. We do have actually a Vox ban coming out of Nemesis, and in Black Feather ban coming out of Halcyon Hammer's Force.
With the Vox ban, it's primarily pointed at Xenotech, who I think was one of the first people that started running Vox with the Aftershock build, and he made it look so well. Where instead of aiming for mass damage, he was using his dash as a great poke, and because the cooldown was so short, he was able to dance around so many different skill shots. I think specifically because of the Vox and Aftershock build that a lot of mages got kicked out of the meta, and we've been seeing that a lot lately, where people would opt out more towards Ringo, towards Sky, towards Blackfeather, towards Glaive in the lane, where we used to see a lot of Celeste, Scarf, and with that ban today coming out of Nemesis, they might be opting out to try and secure the first pick with probably a Scarf, I'm assuming.
We do see, actually just don't, the names on top are switched off. I'm going to change that in a second, but we do see a full roster, like the full picks from Nemesis are Sky, Catherine, and Glaive. And on the other side, we do have Fortress, Koshka, and Ringo.
Looking at these team compositions, with Sky, Catherine, and Glaive, they do have a very strong early game, and they do have a very strong laning phase in terms of how much Glaive and Catherine can do to impact the lane, how much they can try and gank the lane, and this it'll prove to work out really well for them. But if you're looking at the Halcyon Hammers team, is they have Ringo, Koshka, Fortress, and this comp won the North America Live Championships because it's so aggressive. These guys are going to be pulling up all the stops, and we know the thing with Chicken 123 actually won the North America Best Ringo competition. Hardex Koshka has been well known since the early meta, since the early days in the patches, like 1.3, 1.2, and Fortress, very strong early game comp, great against Glaive, great against Catherine. But the only problem that he's going to have is against the Sky and how he positions himself. As long as he's close to one of his allies, he's able to use that movement speed to be able to dodge out of Sky's 4 barrage. But we do have to expect that there is going to be a lot of dives coming out this game. So how well they control their dives so that they don't actually take up too many turret shots is going to be like detrimental to how they get through the early phase.
And yeah, thank you for the insight on that. We do have the teams ready to go, so we will jump into the match directly. And we will have again Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon commentating that for you. So don't go anywhere. We're going to play one little trailer and then you will see the action live from the Halcyon Folds.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. And we are back onto the fold for our second matchup of the day. It is going to be another Halcyon Hammers team, but this time it's Halcyon Hammers Force taking on the runners-up of the first of the fall season for North America, Nemesis Hydra. And I'm really excited to finally get to see some more Lost Boy Toph. A little bit upset that it's not on the Arden.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was just going to make up right there. I mean, Lost Boy Toph was so critical and key. Has some really good dance moves, too, if you were catching the live NA finals as well. But Chicken 123, Harduk, and Lost Boy Toph, you know, they have a little bit here to prove as the number 2 seed coming into this. they, have to kind of defend their honor, so to speak, at this point. But this is a comp on the other side. I mean, the Koshka Ringo, that's early game aggression, and it's something that the NA teams are very much familiar with. We haven't seen a ton of it, this kind of, meta. I'm curious to see what Force is going to bring to the table. And so far, they're actually swapping things up. The Ringo is off jungling, while it's the two Roman jungle actually in lane.
Yeah, and this is the composition that we saw so many times in the fall season championships of the Kashka Ringo Fortress, as we see. I just can't get enough of this. The gift wrapped fortress skin. Watching it just bound across the Halcyon fold is probably my favorite thing to watch now. When he gets that speed boost, just seeing him skip around like that, it's just absolutely wonderful. But this is actually also the composition that beat Nemesis Hydra in that decisive game 5 back in December. So we'll have to see if Halcyon Hammer's Force can use the composition that Liberation had used against this Nemesis team, or if Nemesis will have figured out how to play against it. As we are going to be seeing now, they're just putting a lot of pressure onto this lane, and actually going to be going in, diving underneath the turret, and picking up the first kill. However, it is just traded right back, a 1-for-1 to start the game off.
Koshka for Catherine. I'm not entirely too sure who actually gets the better one of that, but it's interesting that they actually jumped Hardek, but it was Lost Boy Toph that went down for his troubles, and they've been really pushing up this lane up against Hardek as well. He hasn't really been able to farm very safely because of that pressure. He is melee, and with that Koshka there, with that Fortress, they were able to chunk him down. It's surprising that they couldn't go for the kill, but now that there's been no counter pressure for a little bit, Hardek and that Book of Eulogies is really just kind of brought him back into this one. Now you see Lost Boy Toph again. He's up here. He's at the front. That's going to be a stun on Sui Generis, but it's not going to be a kill. But here comes the Koshka as well. Fortunately, it just does not look like it's going to be for this one. Chicken with that disengage, using the forward barrage. It says you're not going to be chasing this one down. 1-1 for kills, but the gold has really actually started mounting here for Halcyon Hammer's Force.
Yeah, already up to 1,000 gold lead just 3.5 minutes into the game is a big lead for this period of time in the game. So, we talked about later on now, 1,000 gold isn't that much. Actually, after all that thought, is they're again going under the turret.
Yeah, and they take a few shots there. Sui Generis again. Oh, they're going to go for Toph, but no, Pawn the original can't get it. The afterburn kicks her back into it. The turret is going to be MVP. The second kill for Hardek as well before he goes down. Chicken's now going to be entering the fray. And Lost Boy Toph, does he have that stun ready to go? It doesn't matter. He has reflecting shields. And it will be his pickup there. That's not quite the ace, but that is... Oh, it was actually the ace. But it's not exactly how the Halcyon Hammers wanted that to go.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit too aggressive from Halcyon Hammers going underneath that turret. It's the second time now that they've tried to make that dive, and the second time that they didn't come out of it with an advantage. And now this time it cost them even more as they do lose the gold mine over to Nemesis Hydra. And that's going to even up that gold quite a bit, as it's now just about a 400 gold lead for Halcyon Hammers. So a good job by Nemesis to bring this one back from that early deficit they had hit.
All right, so 4 kills, 2, and still not actually getting that gold lead. Pawn the original, however, might be able to change that if we can catch her. You got Sui Generis there, and it looks like Pawn will be A-okay. Chicken not really willing to go to that bush to look for her yet, and we'll actually just continue on with the farming game. Finds the scout trap, but that's not exactly the end all of it all. But Lost Boy Toph and Hardek to get jumped right here. No turret to save him this round. Sui Generis bounding forward, looking for again more aggression, but he's just going to get answered by getting shot in the face a whole bunch of times by Chicken 1, 2, 3. And it looks like they will once again just keep pushing in this lane. Are they going to go for the gold mine? It's definitely a good opportunity because there's no positioning from Glaive to do anything about it, and there's no candy on it either.
Yeah, so this really aggressive composition coming out of Halcyon Hammers has actually been answered really well thus far by Nemesis, with the early aggression coming from them as well. And now Pawn just going to get stunned up. No follow-up from Hardek there, but it's... you'd expect Nemesis or Halcyon Hammers to have a big lead early on, and they do have a gold lead, but it's just not... It's not as large as it really should be. mostly because of the fact that they've been trying to push the early aggression almost too much, and that's they should be up. If they hadn't gone for that really early dive, the second one to be specific, they would be up by about 3 or 4 thousand gold here instead of just 1,000.
Well, unfortunately, that's just not the case, so they got to make do, but still the lead in this point. Level 7 there for the chicken. We do got 7 on Xenotech there as well, so we got the Hellfire Brew ready to go. We do have the Yummy Catnip Frenzy, but Sui Generis, he's the guy in the front. They're looking for the chicken, but the death from above just really puts the wolf in his place. It's not enough to take a kill, however, as it is going to be the collapse and the capitalization on top of that Sky. Nowhere to go. No Suri strikes, I think, really for the repositioning either. Just kind of went straight immediately to the floor. And again, you got to look at the Catnip Frenzy. We had the Hellfire Brew go out there as well. And, 4-4 for kills. And that puts us now close to the 2,000 mark here for the Halcyon Hammers.
Yeah, and a nice job here getting that kill and then immediately going and making something happen as they invade the jungle and pick up those back camps of Nemesis. And now Pond doing a lot of damage onto Hardek, who has to afterburn back to safety. But now Chicken joins the fray, and Pond decides to back off of that one. But like you said, the gold lead is slowly but steadily growing right now for Halcyon Hammers.
There was a big thing in that last fight as well. Sui Generis did have that fountain ready to go. He had the Fountain of Renewal. Actually, we got double Fountain of Renewal, and you saw it ticking away there. These early game aggressions, they're not afraid to get down and dirty. They got to get into that melee range with 2 characters. So being able to stagger those, that's something I'm going to leave you to keep your eye on, because we've seen teams go this route before. And it hasn't always worked out for them. But Hardek, he's getting jumped, but instead now it's going to be Sui Generis. But the Afterburn kicks him away. The Fountain keeps him ticking. He has 1 now on cooldown. The return damage now starts mounting. And Hardek and crew, they've lost that edge. They are going to be stopping that aggression in its tracks.
Yeah, nice job of being able to stay alive. I think it was more, mostly a little bit of luck there, as he was pretty much silenced for a large portion of that. Did barely get the Fountain of Renewal off to get that regeneration. As now they're going to capture that gold mine worth full value there. So, as it hadn't been picked up by Nemesis, a little bit curiously, now they do have both minion mines captured. Halcyon Hammers do, and there's going to be a Yummy Catnip Frenzy.
Yeah, right there on top of Chicken, 1, 2, 3, and so, that's just a lot of aggression that he has to deal with. A Hellfire Brew from the side, that's going to be a burning death into the bushes, and Chicken does go down. Now we're jumping that turret. Last Boy Toff is just basically getting ignored until that Storm Shield's going down. The turret is out. Where was Hardek all this time? He went off into the jungle invade, and this capitalization from the Halcyon Hammers has paid off in spades. 1 kill and a turret, and all they lost was their backs. Yeah, not too terrible by the end of it.
Absolutely. Getting up to now a 4,000 gold lead. Halcyon Hammers force is looking very strong, and a lot of it is based on their positioning and their movements around the map. Like you said, they gave up their jungle camps, but took a kill and a turret off of it instead. That's a trade you will always make, and really that's one of the keys, is making these trades that are just in your favor. And if every trade you make if you are constantly making trades and each one of them is in your favor, you're going to win. It'll be a slow and steady growth, but it will be a growth that is constantly happening and will eventually get you to a lead that is insurmountable. It's not quite at that point just yet. Nemesis can still definitely get a really big fight, and the team of Halcyon Hammers is still very squishy, but it's going to require some very good positioning and not getting poked out as much as they are by this Ringo.
Now, we do actually have a few scout traps going in and around the place. Sui Generis is bounding around. I got to give it to him. It just seems so, carefree and murderous. And murdering Hardek is definitely the name of the game right there. He has to afterburn out of that one. Last Boy Top throws down the silence as well. But still, pressure is mounting on top of this turret with no Hardek in this next fight. Could we actually go and pressure this turret? The gold mine is already in favor here of the Halcyon Hammers. Instead, they're going to rotate down, take out those backs, and again, just deny more of this jungle. The cash revenue of Gangstars is really just starting to fall into the pits.
Yeah, Nemesis, I believe. It's a little tough. We had Halcyon Hammers in the last game as well, so it's understandable. But there's going to be a couple of minion candies being picked up, 4 of them to be precise by Sui Generis. So they're going to be planning on using that not only on the gold miner, but I have to assume they're going to start using that on the lane minions as well. And then actually a bone saw being picked up by Xenotech. That is an item we do not see built very frequently, but it is the armor breaking item, and we do see 3 armor items, 1 for each member of the side of Nemesis. 2 coat of plates and 1 light armor, so they are going to be planning on building those up. However, there's going to be a fight up by this second turret.
Well, Hardek looked for a kill right there, but in fact, they're just only going to bring Sui Generis down a little bit low. He still has that fountain ready to go. Same there with the Koshka. There is a danger with this comp. If you can't get too far ahead, the Koshka will start just kind of mellowing out. She's going to hit her plateau sometime in the next 4 minutes or so. Big question is, does Nemesis Hydra have enough in the bank, and have they actually countered this early lead enough to make that worth their while?
Yeah, I don't think the Koshka's not quite going to fall off that hard because she is building that broken myth, which is going to give that shield penetration to deal with the shield items that are being built. Is a lot of defensive itemization coming out right now from Nemesis to sort of deal with that early aggression, the early damage that is available for the Halcyon Hammers team. But once with the bone saw being built for Xenotech and now the broken myth being worked on, they're going to be able to penetrate a lot of those defenses, and we'll have to see if that can swing the tides of the battles in their favor. They have been in their favor thus far, as Lost by Tough takes a lot of damage off the bat there, but they just haven't been able to look for a really aggressive fight because they don't want to go turret diving right now.
Which is kind of counter to what we saw a little bit earlier, but maybe they've learned their lessons in that regard. Now, with so many candies as well, that gold mine is virtually kind of just cemented there in favor of the Halcyon Hammers force. They have, what you said, 4 candies. There's going to be 2 minutes at most until this gold mine is going to get just devoured by the Kraken. At the same time, we're also going to have that big payout coming out here in just under 60 seconds, and that's something that's got to be here on the minds of the Nemesis Hydra. They are starting to push up a little bit more. We got a breaking point on that glaive. We have started seeing glaive, just kind of being a bit more mobile here in these fights, but could that breaking point be enough to turn the tides of damage in these fights?
The key is going to be if Glaive can stay alive long enough to get those breaking point stacks up. Obviously, they do have the Fountain of Renewal on Lost Boy Toph, but will it make the fights last long enough, as we're going to find out?
Yeah, Chicken's going to be the big target. He goes down immediately. Hardek now is just not going to be living, and that broken point, or no, Lost Boy Toph, he's not the Arden. Can he make the plays? It's not to be today. And the Halcyon Hammers force with a great engage and a great pickup right there. An ace here at the 14-minute mark. There's the immense gold payout. And there's nothing to pressure that gold miner. They're going to go straight now to this turret, and that's going to be setting us up great for a Kraken here if they can actually push forward for another turret.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're actually going to stick around for the second turret, though, as the respawns have come through for Nemesis Hydra. But, like you said, definitely has them set up for the Kraken spawning in about 20 seconds or so. After getting a big team fight win like that, it just boosts your confidence going into your next one. Probably going to wait for about 40 seconds before we really see anything too much put onto the Kraken, just to wait for those ultimate cooldowns. But Nemesis Hydra definitely sitting on the back foot here, as Halcyon Hammer's force have really used his aggression. And actually, they're just going to prove me completely wrong. They don't even care about having those ultimates ready. They know they have the advantage, and they're going to start up this Kraken.
Quarter coming up now to half, coming up to
going down so quickly.
It's just not going to be an issue. Kraken is unleashed in 20 seconds, one of the fastest caps I've seen. And 15 minutes in, this is now going to be a pretty dire situation for Nemesis Hydra. They felt a little more passive. I think they were just kind of caught a little bit off guard early on into the game. The afterburn to get away. We do got the big silence, but it's not enough to keep Hardek going. And now Lost Boy Toph split here from the Chicken. The Hellfire Brew is going to be enough to finish off the mech lady. And now Xenotech is just soloing down Lost Boy Toph. No Storm Shield will keep him from the wrath of a Ringo. And with a Kraken coming down on the back of an ace, this is basically GG, as Halcyon Hammer's force is going to go in for the win.
Yeah, it would take a really, really miraculous defense from Nemesis Hydra to prevent the crystal from going down here. But I have to question the call for Nemesis Hydra to go looking for that fight. I guess they were assuming that Halcyon Hammers would be low, as Xenotech is going to be taken down, but it's not going to matter. The Kraken is
not
far
even.
too healthy, and that crystal is being destroyed. And Nemesis Hydra going down 0-1. Halcyon Hammers Force picking up the victory in game 1 of the match. Will Nemesis be able to turn it around? If they can't, we're going to have the top 2 teams from the fall season eliminated without gaining any points in the first qualifier. Halcyon Hammers Force on the verge of making that happen now. And what a strong showing from Xenotech there. Really nice. He's one of the most popular Vainglory streamers and had a really strong showing in the fall season qualifiers, but they were not quite able to qualify for the live championships. So now with Pon the Original joining them in the jungle, Xenotech and Sui Generis having that third member really helping out. Rome, what do you think?
What a dominant showing coming out of Halcyon Hammers Force this match. And you just mentioned it earlier how these guys have played in previous qualifiers and they've actually done really well. This is time for them to shine. They've had all these months to practice up to like where they're getting now, and they want to make it to the qualifiers. They want to make it to the live championships. They want to be able to represent and show how much they've been working on. With Nemesis Hydra this last matches, I noticed that although they did have a very strong comp, they weren't able to play around this composition too well. There was a couple of strengths that they do have, and they didn't execute any of it. They just pretty much let the strong early game aggression coming out of the Halcyon Hammers Force team just bully them over. So with this second game coming up, and to prevent their elimination from this tournament, they have to pick more into their comfort picks. And this is something that Nemesis Hydra does really well, is they're very strong at playing these early game aggressive comps, which we didn't see last match. Last match, we saw them play a more passive comp, where they could barely push into the other side of the Halcyon Force team. With the item builds especially, Xenotech made amazing calls, especially trying to focus around that bone saw. And with Sui Generis, he's probably one of the top laners, and he's also one of the most knowledgeable players in this game. He made the perfect itemization builds, going along with that Warhorn, the Fountain, and the Shiver Steel. And his positioning around his allies and using that movement speed gave way for so many occasions where he used himself as bait, and this caused the other team to try and push too much aggro. They tried to make these plays that just weren't happening for them. So to go on to this next drafting phase, let's pass it back to Blueberries and Don John.
Thank you very much for the insight. Great match, and pretty good stuff here from Xenotech, Sui Generis, and Pon the Original. We are in the draft and ban dungeon.
Yeah, the bans actually just switched. Basically stayed the same. We do have in Blackfeather ban getting called by Halcyon Hammers, and on the other side a Vox ban. So nothing changed in terms of banning. But we do get the first pick, and it's a Ringo. So give us your thoughts about this matchup, dear Rome.
Ringo was really dominant in like all the matches that were played today. He was able to pretty much use that early game advantage, and to build a composition around Ringo is, even if you do have a later skill in jungle, you're totally fine because you do have a Ringo that's quickly able to rotate down and help make those plays.
Besides Ringo, I can't tell you any news so far because they are still drafting and thinking in their head what the next pick could be. Maybe you have something to suggest on that hand?
I would actually opt out here and pick that Koshka first. I think Koshka actually fits into their team style and how they play overall in terms of strengths. They're very strong with those early game aggression, and Koshka is a comfort pick. So to be able to secure Koshka here and to probably follow it up with I would actually choose a Catherine, just in case the other team decides to run a Kestrel.
And it is a Scarf and the Arden. Close.
So we're gonna be seeing Scarf here, where they do have like a later scaling composition running out of the lane, and with the Arden in the jungle, they have to make the wise plays. They're gonna try and secure themselves a strong jungler that's able to peel for the Scarf. Without that, they're pretty much like not balancing enough in terms of their team positioning and how they're going to gauge to these fights. Like we saw in one of those previous games today, where there was a Scarf and there was a Taka, and during the team fights, they totally got obliterated because one person was diving back into the back line and the other person was trying to poke and play very passively. So what these guys are have to do for the third pick is actually choose a hero that's very good in terms of scaling, but that also has like a really good peel.
So that was the insight on the Nemesis third pick. But what would happen to the House and Hammers first? What do you think? Are they going for? Anything particular in mind?
These guys are able to run a lot of different compositions out, and with Kestrel still being up for grabs, I'm assuming that Kestrel will work really well, even if it's built CP.
Okay. Yeah, we saw that earlier already that we had actually, a Crystal Ringo and then a Weapon Blade Kestrel. So we'll see. Still waiting. I mean, obviously it's an important matchup, as you mentioned. Halcyon Hammers, they want to do it. They want to make it to the live championships. So they obviously take their time and drafting out the best possible way.
Alright, so let's wait on that. I'm pretty excited what they built this composition around here. Ringo first pick looks pretty aggressive to me, but they want to secure that. They do not want to hand it away here to Nemesis Hydra. Of course, here they saw the potential, and Arden and Scarf looking pretty interesting. Just waiting here for the picks from Halcyon Hammers Force. Hold on is what we receive while we are asking about the status. Of course, it's very important. It's the match where you are basically on the edge of going into the quarterfinals or not. So can they force them into a third match? That is the question. And of course, for everyone, once again, if you just tuned in, Rhyme is available at the moment from the round of 16 and on, of course, tomorrow as well for the quarterfinals. And if you don't know what you're doing or what you're going to do tomorrow, of course, you will watch the VGL quarterfinals. Both Europe and North America are going to happen. Same schedule as usual. On the other hand side, we have something to announce quickly, which is the application opened for the second qualifier in February. So that can be your last minute ticket to the live championships both in Europe and North America for a prize pool of 25,000 US dollars each. We have to say each event contains that. So that could be the thing.
So we do see to Ringo on the Halcyon Hammers team is going to be Kashka and Kath. So we have Ringo, Kashka, and Catherine on the side of Halcyon Hammers Force. And we are waiting on the last pick of Nemesis Hydra to complete their so far heroes roster of Arden and Scarf.
Glaive would actually fit in really well here, or they could opt out to grab like a long range carry. Because as long as they're able to position themselves and pretty much use their poke coming out of Scarf to deal the most amounts of damage, they have that good sense of positioning and how they should split themselves up. Because you do know that Halcyon Hammer's forces, they're grabbing that Koshka again. And just in case for a Kestrel, they do pick up that Catherine. So they're going to this, trying to prepare for the last pick coming out of Nemesis Hydra. And we saw how strong they played this composition last game. They used that early game aggression. They pushed as much as they could, and they pretty much forced the other team to play very passively while they controlled most of their jungle.
Alright, I see. Nemesis Hydra, will they follow Rome's tips? Of course they cannot. It's a 3-minute delay with what we stream. Just by the way, if they were like, oh my god, we love what Rome is saying, and I think he's pretty much on point, we have to wait 3 minutes. I think that would be the wrong decision here from Nemesis Hydra. So we are expecting here the call in the next second. And they do follow without hearing you, and it is a glaive. So this is basically what you just suggested, Rome. Final thoughts before we jump into the match.
With Glaive and Arden, they do have a bit of an advantage early in the jungle. It depends on how they decide to itemize. If they were to grab a bunch of shield in the early levels, they can actually fight out this Koshka and Catherine duel. But the thing is that they have to notice, if they push too far into, let's say their tri-bush, for example, they're going to get rotated down by Ringo, because this Ringo is going to be pretty much controlling the lane. He's going to be pushing Scarf back, whereas Scarf doesn't have too much presence in the early game. If Nemesis Hydra can play smart in the jungle, if they're able to deal even blows in the middle jungle skirmishes, I think later when they do scale out, they do have a great advantage.
Alright, thanks a lot. Teams are locking in one trailer, and then Tasty Bacon and Fokker Jester will take it away.
All right, welcome back to the Halcyon Fold for game number 2 of Halcyon Hammer's Force taking on Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra, they need to win this one if they want to stay alive in the first qualifier, or Halcyon Hammers, if they win this one, they will be eliminating the runner-up from the fall season before they can gain any points. So this is a lot on the line here in game number 1 to see those players being used by each side as everyone sees and everyone's converging here at level 1.
Yeah, man, Hardek is just going to get absolutely murdered, but at the same time, we were able to take down the Catherine. Not exactly the worst of trades. This early on, everyone's actually back into the fold now. And Chicken thinking maybe he can make something happen. Pawn once more. It's going to be on that Koshka, and Koshka is just thinking, yeah, all right, let's fight it. Let's do it out. Chicken just slams her in the face, gets her that kill. And now this is actually a 2-for-1 trade, possibly a third with Xenotech, but we don't have another Afterburn, and we don't really have anything else to jump on him. So Last Boy Tov now going to go for those forwards. Chicken thinking maybe we can go for some backs, and already a explosive start coming out for Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, these two teams are so aggressive as they did meet up in the middle there. They are going to take the 2 forward camps as the back camps are getting claimed by Halcyon Hammers. So a small advantage being gained as they do get the forward camps as well as an extra kill from that skirmish, which does give them a very minor gold lead, but it's still a gold lead nonetheless, as they are now going to be having to worry about the risk of being invaded themselves. But it does look like Halcyon Hammers think better of it and do decide to back off. They pull Hardek down from the lane. He's just going to make a trip to the shop after making sure that the coast is clear and things can maybe settle down, but maybe not, as all 3 members of Halcyon Hammers are up in the lane now, and Hardek gets stunned.
Yeah, that was really risky right there to just go right through them. Last Boy Top had already scouted out that the collapse was happening. He might have wanted to take a right turn at Albuquerque instead, but well, he lived. It's all good. Halcyon Hammer's Force will just continue on with their merry ways. Sui Generis there will, well, I'm not entirely too sure he's going to go with Pawn. Pawn is really just kind of cleaning up very quickly, as Koshka is wont to do. And it looks like Sui Generis now up to the top for Xenotech, just to make sure that he can farm safely and in peace. But all 3 are right here. Last Boy Top is on that Arden. It warms the heart. But will these guys go for that reverse aggression and go tower diving this early on? Just doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it's definitely not their style. It was Halcyon Hammers were the team that was going for the turret dives early on, and they've even toned that back a bit. However, they are going to be once again finding each other, and one of the big things that I've noticed a lot, actually, you're going to have to hold that as a fight, is breaking out again.
Again, big focus on top of Hardegg. He stays as far back as he can, but he is going to be chunked down. There goes the Catherine, but they do pay for it with Hardegg, but it's Ringo to clean up that glaive now, and Pawn the original using movement speed and the Koshka just to get out of danger. Lost Boy Toph not to make any plays there, and this is the reverse 2-for-1 as the Halcyon Hammers tie up the kills. In terms of the cash, basically going to be dead even at this point because we should actually have Koshka doing some camps, and this is some free farm here for Xenotech, shoving up that lane.
And that's going to be upon the original getting some solo farm in the jungle as well. They are going to collapse and find Lost by Toph in the jungle, though. This is going to be a 2-on-1. Will Lost Boy be able to get away from this is the question.
He needs a Vanguard. He did actually take both those backs. No, he's just going to keep farming it up. Looking for the uppercut. Oh, I'm not entirely too sure he got it, but he is doing as Lost Boy Toph likes to do. He was actually a big distraction there as well. What was going on during that distraction? Chicken and Hardegg now bringing down this gold miner down under half, but Pawn the original, he could go for it. He does actually help with the steal of Sui Generis to actually pick it up. So unfortunately, efforts in vain. Lost Boy Toph loses life, and the team does not pick up the gold mine.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering why Lost by Toph would just sit there and start fighting the jungle camps when he was getting chased, it's the ratio of gold for a kill versus the jungle camps early game is heavily in favor of the jungle camps. So if Lost Boy Toph had been able to secure those camps, it actually would have been worthwhile because he would have gotten more gold than what Halcyon Hammers would have gained for killing him. So it was a very smart play. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. And then, of course, get gold miner being stolen away as well, just putting even more advantage into the Halcyon Hammers pockets, as now there's going to be a yummy catnip frenzy.
Yeah, they're looking for the stuns on top of Chicken. They're going to bring him low. Hardegg, again, is going to be a big target, but Sui Generis, he has to use that health potions that he has to stay alive. He's not going to drop. Does actually, everyone just does kind of get chunked down. We do got a Candy on top of that gold mine as well. They find Pawn. Pawn is now just to try to take out Hardegg before he himself drops, but it's not to be. Sui Generis now trying to get this gold miner involved, and they just immediately take down Hardegg. This is just not a fight that Chicken and Lost Boy Toph, I think, can actually take. If they focus the Catherine, we're going to get the gold mine going on, and if they focus Xenotech, they're just going to get stunned by this Catherine. So yeah, they give that one up. Hardegg just a little bit too far over the edge of that bush, and he does lose his life for it. Now this might actually be a nice capitalization. Nope, they are just going to take the jungle camps because, as Bacon just said, they are vastly better in terms of income.
Yep, so they get those camps, and Pawn the Original has now once again returned to solo farming up the jungle, sitting at level 7 now, the highest level in the game. Really important for Koshka to get those early level advantages. So a nice job there by Pawn to pick those up. We do see a tension bow and aftershock being completed on the map, as well as Xenotech does also already have the Sorrow Blade. So a couple of first tier 3 items being grabbed. Looking over at Hardegg, he also has a tier 3 in the Frostburn as well. So nothing too surprising in terms of first items.
All right, so we're just going to be dancing around a little bit. Hardegg pushing up that lane. Could actually get some good chip damage here on top of it, but decides better of it. Now, we are also going to have that gold miner paying out sometime in the next 75 seconds or so. Does have a Candy on it. You can see Sui Generis there as well as Pawn. Here comes Xenotech there with that rotation. They really want to make sure that they can secure this gold mine because they're up about 500 or so gold. Another 300 per could absolutely be immense, especially for some of these early game items coming out, because now we're on our way to the second set of core items for at least 2 of these guys.
And like you said, with that gold mine definitely being a point of focus here for Halcyon Hammers, making sure they get that extra gold. And Nemesis, it looks like they kind of want to try and posture up, maybe look for a pick so that they can rotate down and take that gold mine, because they certainly don't want to have a 3-on-3 fight with the gold mine being involved, especially because it's going to have a minion candy on it when if that does happen. But that's going to be an engagement instead by Halcyon Hammers.
Yeah, and Lost Boy top in that gauntlet, just unfortunately not really able to stop out that aggression. Here comes the Hellfire Brew. It's on top of Chicken. I don't think it's going to be enough to bring him down, but we have lost Hardak, and that's not going to be any kind of aggression coming up from Nemesis Hydra. That gold mine is now secured here for Force. This turret as well, just going to be going down, well, yeah, there it goes. Between Legionnaires, between Xenotechs. In fact, he actually now stutters forward. Xenotech takes home the glaive, and Lost Boy Top is going to be the only one left standing out of that one. Huge gold swings now going over to the Halcyon Hammers.
Yeah, Lost by Toph did just finish off his Fountain of Renewal, so gonna have that extra health regen to help maybe make some plays here, as he hasn't really had an opportunity to. He does have 4 assists, an assist on all 4 of his team's kills, but not a whole lot has worked out for them thus far.
Now,
Nemesis Hydra.
I don't think it really came into play in that last fight.
I mean, it comes into play with the first attack. As long as he makes an attack in a fight, it should come into play. So we'll have to see, though. He did pick it up a bit late, all things considered. I mean, 7 minutes is not really that late for it, but a lot of pros like to say, you want to have that tension bow right around the 5-minute mark or so if you're having a really good game. So we'll have to... It's definitely going to be interesting because it is a early game item only. And Nemesis isn't exactly winning this early game stage thus far. Down now 4,000 gold at just 9 minutes. And there's going to be another big fight.
Hardak again, going to be a big focus. Koshka into the back. They just leave him to it and pawn the original with one more kill to her name. There goes that glaive as well. And this is just it for Lost Boy Top. He has to get to safety. Will he gauntlet over the wall? He gets stunned out. He will actually get out with the gauntlet. Has to blow out that fountain, but he will deny that ace once more. And that is more of the Lost Boy Top that we know and love. He does deny aces quite a bit. You cannot finish him off. And sometimes, even with those delay tactics, it almost worked earlier with that gold mine. But still, the force is strong with the Halcyon Hammers. And they take out one turret. They're up 5 kills in a very crucial game, number 2. I gotta say, Pawn the Original being added to this team has really brought these guys into danger status of upsetting some of the big seats here.
Yeah, and I think the big thing about it is, Nemesis has been putting so much attention onto trying to stop Xenotech, trying to shut down Xenotech, as they should be. He's a very big threat on this Ringo. But now that they have Pawn, they're putting so much onto trying to kill the Ringo. You're seeing Chicken and Lost by Toph jumping into the back lines to try and take out Xenotech. Xenotech is surviving, and then Pawn is just taking out Hardak in the process. So it's just not working out for the Nemesis because of those factors. The fact that they're trying to put everything onto Xenotech. He's still surviving, and then you still have the threat of Pawn just running wild on their back lines. And it's looking really good for Halcyon Hammer's Force here as we hit the 11.5-minute mark. The gold lead has now ballooned up to about 5,000 in their favor.
Halcyon Hammers is going to have some bad news for Nemesis Hydra as well. We did just pick up that infusion, the weapon infusion for Xenotech. So if you thought he was hitting hard, he's about to hit much harder. His items are really coming along as well. 404 and 116 creeps to his name. Definitely far and above in terms of money. If you look at Pawn the Original, 5, 2, and 3, but his creep count just a little bit less than Xenotech, about 540. And he's just going to be able to pick up all this farm pretty easily. We do have another gold mine on its way. This payment is going to be scheduled here within 60 seconds. You can guarantee we're going to be throwing up that minion candy, and then from there the next big item will be the Kraken. But with Nemesis Hydra this far behind, is there any inroads into an endgame for them?
And it's going to be extremely difficult. I mean, they're really going to need a Arden gauntlet that catches all 3 with a Dragon's Breath running at the same time, and then, getting the afterburn onto Xenotech, pushing him into the team fight instead of away from it. It's a lot of factors are going to have to come together perfectly, and Nemesis Hydra do have the ability to do that. It's just going to be a matter of if it doesn't get reflex blocked and things like that. We do see that double Fountain of Renewal once again from Halcyon Hammers, and you kind of touched on the CS numbers. you compared it between Xenotech and Pon the Original a little bit. I want to compare it to the members of Nemesis Hydra. Look at Xenotech sitting at 136 to the 116 of Hardek, but the big one, Pon the Original, 82 to 43 of Chicken 123. That is a massive difference between those two junglers.
Well, Koshka and her speed clearing capabilities have really just paid off in spades at that point. She is level 12 now as well. Level 11 there for Xenotech, but that's going to be soon fixed at this point. But, I mean, Nemesis Hydra is more or less kind of stuck on their quarter of the map. I don't even think they're bothering with those forwards anymore. And, well, Lost Boy Top, he makes an inroad into it, but Pon the Original's there and says, nope. Cat snatches it away, and Xenotech again just pushing up this lane. This is the slow noose at this point. It is just really coming across the neck here of Hardek and crew, and now big chip damage. There's the Hellfire Brew into the back. It's on top of Hardek. The turret does not exist anymore, and that kind of sudden aggression, you just fall back, and Nemesis Hydra are just falling all the way back to base at this point. They do not have any control in this matchup.
And the thing I really like from this Halcyon Hammers team is they've shown multiple styles just over the course of this one game. I mean, they started off the game incredibly aggressive, much like they did in game number 1. Just constant aggression early on. And then as we got into the mid game, when they would have had to worry about the threats of, Glaive starting to get those criticals, and of course this Scarf beginning to get his damage up as well, they've now switched up from that heavily aggressive all-in composition, or play style, I should say, to a much more steady and, calculated play style, as they are just slowly but surely whittling away at these turrets. They've taken those first 2 down. The gold lead is just constantly climbing, now up about 7,000. It's just a very steady pace, and it's tough to make mistakes when you're playing with such a meticulous game as they have put together here, as now they're going to be capturing this Kraken once again right after it spawns within the first 20 seconds. That's their second straight 20-second Kraken, and this is going to be difficult for the side of Nemesis to defend against.
Absolutely. I mean, this was basically the game-winning play in the last matchup. We had a 15-20 Kraken. It went all the way to base, and now there's not even those outer turrets there to stop it. Now, we are going to be able to keep these creep waves at bay a little bit here. Hardek and those fireballs have been working overtime, 141 creeps to his name and counting. But at this point, 5 kills up and something close to 7,000 gold. And a Kraken now coming down. This is at least a turret and a fight, if not the game. It really, this is kind of do or die time. Nemesis Hydra have to hold here.
Yeah, they have to hold here, but will they be able to? That first turret gets completely melted, and now we're going to have a fight over these crystal turrets, as it looks like actually the Kraken is just going to be melted down. A great gauntlet there to keep the side of Halcyon Hammers at bay and allow them to take out that Kraken before it could even really get too much work done onto that first crystal turret. So great job from Lost by Toph, having the awareness, knowing just the flow of the game, and putting down that ultimate. It's the only ultimate that was used aside from the only ultimate used on the side of Nemesis, as Halcyon Hammers did use a few of theirs. But like I said, just being able to zone out the enemy team and say, all right, we're just going to focus on the Kraken, and we'll deal with a team fight if you guys want to try and come in. Obviously, as we saw, Halcyon Hammers didn't want to go for that fight. We're just happy taking that one turret off the Kraken. That's a little bit of gold back into Nemesis' pockets, though.
Yeah, is that enough? Because it brought it down to about the 7,000 range. But that's still 7,000 deficit. I mean, it's not the insurmountable mountain of good game, but it is definitely a steep slope at this point. Now you can see Chicken, he's waiting for those backs. He has to use that afterburn. Look at the movement speed coming out from Sui Generis. He's really hungry for that stun. The previous fight with Sui Generis, I mean, he threw down the big silence, and everybody just kind of backed up from there. You saw Pawn going very much forward, looking for that pounce, and we also used the Hellfire Brew, but the pounce just never really happened. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy was either just not at a range or they danced away from it. This could be actually pretty big. Sui Generis there has to use that stun. Last Boy Toph now not really trying to let her go, but unfortunately, there was just no capitalization. The shock factor was not as big a deal as they thought. Pawn now thinking to, all right, tickle Lost Boy Toph, but neither team really going deep for either of these fights.
Yeah, and the gold values are starting to get up there for both teams, as obviously the lead is still in favor of Halcyon Hammers, but Nemesis is just about up to 3,000 gold. Or 30,000, my apologies. And once you start getting up to those values, you can kind of see it in the item builds. A lot of the members are very close to their full builds. And so the longer and later a game goes on, the less the gold actually means. Because obviously, once you're full build, all you have left is to buy double infusions, and then the gold is literally meaningless. So we'll have to see if Nemesis can continue to stall this out and get to that point. They are still behind in their item builds, most of them by about an item or so, which is a pretty significant factor for if this fight does break out. But we're seeing them do exactly what they need to do. They're not leaving their base. They need to play carefully. If they go out of their base and get caught in the jungle, the likelihood of losing a fight is extremely high. So instead, they're just going to sit in their base, sit behind this wall, and just farm up these minions as they come down the lane.
And that's really their only option at this point. So farm, and farm away. As you said, that 30,000 mark now just breaking out. But, I mean, we know exactly where Nemesis Hydra is, and there's another Kraken coming up. So Xenotech, he starts it off, and, well, it's basically just going to get captured in record time once more. And this will be the second attempt now to crack into that turtle. If we can kind of get past those defenses, this Kraken will be able to do a significant amount of damage because we only are down to those last two turrets, and one of them is down and around about that half mark. So there's the infusions. We're looking for the end game here.
Yeah, both teams buying up a bunch of infusions there. Everyone has at least one for both teams, and that's actually going to be Pawn jumping in. That was a bad call.
That was absolutely disastrous right there. 2v3 situation right now. The Dragon's Breath as well. There goes Xenotech. Sweet Generis, the reverse ace. Now we got to work on that Kraken. You cannot let it go right through your base unless you really want to lose out of that one. But whatever was going through Pawn's head right there, he immediately got deleted. 3v1, doesn't matter how far ahead you are. You got nothing left under your belt after that. Was that even a reflex block? I don't even think the stun landed on Hardek.
Yeah, I believe it was reflex blocked away, but my goodness. Pawn, and you can see it on the death timers, Pawn died a full 6 seconds before the rest of his team. That was just way, way, way too aggressive. I don't know if it was a miscommunication or what happened there, but definitely a big mistake that could potentially cost Halcyon Hammers right there. Is that just fully allowed Nemesis right back into this game? You see the gold, it's only 2,000 now, but again, we're at a point where that's not that big of a deal. The gold lead doesn't much matter as people are finishing off their builds. The final item grabbed for Chicken, other than upgrading his boots and reflex block. So it's, people are starting to finalize their builds, getting full items, and the only thing left is these infusions that everyone's pretty much going to be keeping up nearly 100% of the time at this point. Because you have to. If you fight without an infusion now, 20 minutes into the game, you're just asking for a loss. Ooh. But Nemesis, they've just been given life. However, they have to be careful. Halcyon Hammers are trying to set up a party bush, and here it goes.
Yeah, stun on top of Last Boy Toph. Silence comes out after that. Big blocks trying to keep Hardek alive. The big Dragon's Breath, it will actually get off, and Xenotech is going to be burning down. We trade it out 2-0, and there goes Sweet Generis, the Nemesis Hydra team has now taken back-to-back aces, have climbed ahead in terms of kills. They have equaled out their gold. Their builds are fantastic, and now they are looking to finish up with these turrets.
Yeah, I've got 30 seconds to get as much damage done as they can. They're going to get at least 2 turrets. It'll be interesting to see if they try and go for a finish here. I don't know if they're going to be able to actually finish the game, but they are going to it.
They got 15 seconds. They got minions there. There's not going to be any shields, and they are hitting like trucks.
I don't know if they can finish it, though. It's going to be close. There could be a big defense from the side of Halcyon Hammers, as they see. Yep. The minions did spawn in time, so not even getting one of the crystal turrets. And Halcyon Hammers, they do respawn, but this game has just completely flipped on its head as Nemesis Hydra with back-to-back aces. They now actually have a gold lead. But like I've been
But that
saying, the
doesn't
gold
matter,
the
right?
gold doesn't mean anything at this point. But it still goes to show like they've just completely turned this game around.
All right, Sui Generis now going to be leading the fray. Xenotech picking up a forward camp, and now kind of back to the same old song and dance of taking the enemy jungle. But Lost Boy top, there's the double flare. Nobody wants to go near that bush. The minion mine is actually has to get given up here. Halcyon Hammer is just not really going to be in position to safely take it themselves, but basically everybody is all full power. They've all got Super Saiyan. We got double infusions across a lot of the team members here, and this is shaky from Halcyon Hammers. I mean, they had such a dominant lead coming into this one, losing 2 fights back to back. They got to be shaken, and they're looking for it here. Sui Generis, again, it's on top of Hardek there. That's going to be the big gauntlet, and Hardek is still ticking. He's still alive. Pawn could not finish him off, and now Xenotech is going to be running for it, but he's already on the wrong side of this one. Lost Boy Toph and crew, will they actually chase down, or will they go for the Kraken? They got Hardek coming up from the side. They are able to chase down Xenotech in that lane, and now Sui Generis, can he live through all 3 for 40 seconds plus? It's not just gonna happen at all. Hero killed the 3rd ace of the game, and I gotta say, I think we're going to a game 3, Bacon.
Yeah, it's pretty much a done deal at this point. Unless Nemesis were to just completely, fully recall, like right now, they're not losing this game. That's going to be game 2. Nemesis Hydra, a comeback in the series, a comeback in the game. They were down by over 7,000 gold and turned it around, picking up the victory here. They were able to just withstand the onslaught really long enough, and then one crucial mistake by Pon the Original lets Nemesis back into the game, and they just don't look back from there. They had the better late game composition, and it really showed. One last thing I do want to mention, it's something I harped on a lot last week, and I will always harp on it as long as teams are building it. The double Fountain of Renewal in that last fight, they were used within a second of each other.
Womp, womp, womp.
So, to try and walk us through what happened there, other than obviously that big turning point in the late game, and give us a preview of what we might see with the blind picks coming up for game number 3. Take it away, Rome.
Definitely. Wow, what a match. What we saw right now and just then was Nemesis Hydra coming back from the dead. These guys were getting bullied for the first, 18 minutes of the game, 19 minutes of game, with such a crucial and such like a crucial play towards the end where they did have the Kraken. They were pushing out, but the thing is, they instigated a fight with the Kraken not there. Had they have played it a bit more safely, they would have taken down the game. But this is the kind of things that top teams have to look at and they have to work on. Is crucial mistakes like this can throw you the game. And with the introduction of these bounties, it's so that if teams are playing too recklessly, if they're making mistakes, it is going to cost them. Just because you're ahead, you shouldn't be making reckless plays. You should always be trying to be as efficient as possible, trying to make the best plays as possible for the team. But excellent showing on both sides. We did see Halcyon Hammer's force. They had a very aggressive comp. They executed it very well in the early game. And with Nemesis Hydras, even though they were getting trampled on for the first 15 minutes or so, they played it smart. They tried to avoid as many fights as possible. And right when they were able to capitalize on any mistakes, they took it and they just kept rolling and rolling and rolling with it. Double aces back to back, and then they were ahead in the gold lead. With this 3rd game coming up, it's blind pick. And seeing how Halcyon Hammer's force have been picking so far, we can expect them to pick out an early game composition that does match their playstyle really well. But that's the same thing that can be said for Nemesis Hydra. Is these guys are all about early game compositions. They have very strong Ringo, very strong Koshka. And probably from Halcyon Hammers is we're going to be seeing a Vox coming out of Xenotech. And with his team playing so well recently, even if they do opt out for a double CP build, they'll still be able to manage as long as they don't throw away the early game in this jungle. And then, yeah, just to start off the match, we'll get straight into the third game, and we'll take it back to the guys.
Thanks a lot, Rome. What a breathtaking match here, and what a matchup! So we are not done. It is a best of 3, of course, the third match without ban, without draft. So we don't need anything. We just need the teams to get ready. And while we do so, we take a quick look in a second on the matchup and the score, the roster, the potential enemy, stuff like that. So give us a second for that. And I'm just super hyped. This was just totally unexpected. Great team comp here. Great sustain from Nemesis, and of course it is a lot about the mentality. You know, when you are behind, you almost give up, but they never gave up, and that is just a very nice and interesting story. And the third match, I'm super hyped for that. We will talk with Rome together about what potential picks we might see here. So let's have a look at this 1-1, as you can see, Hydra versus Force, and this is here the roster. Chicken123, Lost Boy Tough, Hardek versus Pon the Original, Suri Generous, Xenotech. Rome, you already said potential Vox coming here of Xenotech. What other picks do you expect? Again, Chicken123 going for that glaive. I saw a lot of comments here and there, you know, talking about the glaive not being that strong. I think Hardek did a fabulous job here with the scarf, but of course also Lost Boy Tough. You know, that deny from a couple of aces, I think it was super important. So what are your thoughts on the third match?
If Xenotech was to opt out and try and pick out that Vox again this match, we can expect it to follow up with probably a Kestrel in the jungle and an Arden, or a Catherine would work out pretty well for them too. But on the other team these guys have been playing a bit more passive compositions. With, like, looking at the first game, they opted out for they picked up that Sky, and in the second game they picked up a Scarf. But the thing about these guys is I've known them for a very long time, and they're very good at early game aggression comps. So expecting that they do go into this third match, they will choose something like that. But if we're looking back through time and we're looking at Nemesis Hydra as a team, this was the final, the 5th game blind pick match against Liberation X, where they didn't go for that the comps that they were really good at, and they end up losing to the comp that they usually play. So hopefully they take a lesson from that, and hopefully they come into this last match with the same mindset and just try and pick out those comfort picks, making sure that it benefits their playstyle the most.
All right. So now we are about to start, just waiting for the last person here to join, then we can kick it off. Everyone is super hyped. 1-1 Nemesis Hydra versus Halcyon Hammers Force. Guys, let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Nemesis, hashtag Nemesis, of course, or hashtag HH. So show some love to the team you want to see tomorrow in the quarterfinals and the potential matchup for tomorrow. So who they are going to face, we will see that in a few seconds. Before we jump into the match, and Rome, okay, we will talk about that after it. And Rome, let's have a look at what they are going to pick.
So with the comps that they've been playing earlier today, and going to this last match, we're going to see how important it is, because they have to know that if they are to win this game, whoever goes on to the next round does automatically qualify for the minimum amount of points in this tournament and for the cash prizes. And this is like pretty much taking that first step. For Nemesis Hydra, it will be trying to reclaim the position, trying to get another chance to take home the championship. And for Halcyon Hammers, they want to make their step on the whole tournament scene. They want to make themselves recognized by all the community and the players, not like they're done so in the past where they just barely made it through.
All right, it is Ringo, Koshka, and Arden versus Kestrel, Catherine, and Vox, as pretty much predicted from your side. So what do you think about this blind pick before we hand it over to the casters?
So what we see right now is these guys are playing their compositions that they've been pretty much executing for the last couple patches. We're going to see Nemesis Hydra playing a composition that is very aggressive early in the jungle. They're going to try and push as many turrets as possible. Given how 1.3 meta has changed, their key idea to this and their win factor is being ahead to the 15-minute mark and safely securing the Kraken for that final push. But on the other side is they have a very strong setup in the jungle. With Catherine being able to stun and setting up for Kestrel's Glimmer shots, they have to make sure that their positioning is proper, and they have to make sure that they always have vision. What we're going to notice this game is how Sui Generis always has flares on him. And this is something that he's very good at. It's one of his strengths. But another thing that we'll have to pay attention to is Xenotech being able to use those reflex blocks on Koshka's stun.
Alright, and while Hardek is getting her rest, let's throw it over to the casters, and thanks a lot, Rome, for your analysis here. Take it away, Forecourt Jester, Tasty Bacon.
All right, so we're back into it here, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 hype with the blind pick. Forecourt Jester here with my good old Tasty Bacon companion. It never gets old saying Tasty Bacon.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I took the name, is because I just kind of thought it was funny to say and to have people say, and I get some good feedback on it, so I guess it was a good choice. But more importantly, we are here, like you said, game number 3. Winner moves on. Loser goes home with nothing from the first qualifier. As we do see in this lane, it's going to be Ringo versus Vox. The Vox had been banned away, I believe, in the first couple games. So Xenotech getting onto this hero here is, along with the Kestrel. I'm always surprised. I think every time we've had a game 3 thus far, it's only been one Kestrel picked. And despite the fact that Kestrel's been banned like almost every game.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to, who's your comfort, not who's the strongest. I mean, who can you play the best when everything is on the line? Who will you actually be able to perform with and make those results happen? So if you actually think of it like that, Chicken123 is on the Koshka, and we've seen double Koshka come out upon the original. So even with no bans, everyone just kind of does gravitate towards who they're happy with. And Hardek on this Ringo has been doing really well here in this lane. He's been doing with the pressure. He's been actually getting off a lot of shots there on top of Xenotech, and now looks like both teams 3-man rotations down, looking for some shopping. We do got a flare there into the bush. Last Boy Toph, however, is going to get real low. The Glimmer shots and the stun, that is just going to be showing off the early game power there upon the original and that Kestrel. Those shots can really just ruin your day. Now Hardek's going to be on the retreat. We're looking for more. There's 1, there's 2. We're looking for now Xenotech, and he will actually take down Hardek as well. Chicken123 is the only one still standing, but 2-0 early on for the Halcyon Hammers. It seems like business as usual for them.
Yeah, and that's going to be, like you said, the 2-0 lead picking up with the early aggression. It's what we've seen thus far from them in both games, and it's now held true for all 3. Halcyon Hammers Force like to be extremely aggressive early on, even without the Koshka, as Koshka did go over to Nemesis this time around. They're still being incredibly aggressive and making it pay out.
And Xenotech again just going to be taking a few hits right there from Hardek. Mining has begun as the 4-minute mark does come and go. Kestrel and Koshka just doing their best there, out and about in the shops. It looks like Pawn is now level 6. At the same time, Chicken123 just about level 5 status here at the 4-minute mark. And, will that actually go towards more aggression early on? We definitely got the positioning for it here. The gold mine is going to be on the mind of quite a few of these players. And Last Boy Toph uses about a quarter hit points right there. His Pawn, again, with the positioning in that bush, can just easily start opening up once more.
Yeah, and, like you said, with that, the positioning, and actually, hold on, gonna have to hold that as Xenotech is getting jumped on.
Yeah, but he was able to just kind of space himself out. Wasn't enough to get away. Hardek, the one-shot, one kill, not going to hit, but Hardek actually putting a kill under his belt, and that's going to be some good cash for him, and also put Xenotech, kind of in the ground for a little bit. Now, Sui Generis is there just to make sure Hardek can't rotate down, but there's nothing really to pick up here. If Last Boytov and Chicken are going to go for this gold mine, they could actually be at risk of getting it stolen.
And it's going to be a difficult one here. Now there's going to be a yummy catnip frenzy going in.
Yeah, Chicken immediately just pinged her out. She said, I have the stun. She's way too far forward. Can we even get Sui Generis out of this one? We can. That's a 2-4-0 as Chicken looks like he's going to get out of this one. A little worse for wear. The Scout Trap activated by Lost Boy Top. The trap card was definitely something she was not expecting. Catherine goes home with that kill, but now Hardek and Xenotech, they're going 1 for 1. Lost Boy Top is taking out the gold mine. Not enough for a steal, and Xenotech, I don't think, can actually catch up to the Lost Boys, so he's going to have to let it lie. But 3 kills, 3, and a lot of engages here early on.
And that's, like you said, a lot of action early on. Is what we saw in Game 2. Both teams showing off really heavy aggression. Obviously, Game 1, it was Halcyon Hammer's Force with all the aggression, but now both teams have started to really go at each other's throats. As we've seen 6 kills within the first 6 minutes, it has resulted in about 1,000 gold lead for Nemesis, as now they're looking for another one onto Xenotech, but they are going to be backing off. And I feel like it's definitely a pace that is probably not going to be kept up throughout the entire game, but Nemesis really wants to make them pay for this, the Vox pick. Vox obviously scaling so well into the late game, but at the same time you have Kestrel, who is so strong early on as well, that that's where the aggression from Halcyon Hammers has to come from, is with this Kestrel pick, and try and wait out for that late game for Vox to really turn up. So Nemesis, the fact that they're being super aggressive early on is really what they need to do to try and keep Xenotech down.
Koshka with another fountain to go there with Lost Boy Tops as well. There's that double fountain strat. Will that actually work out this round? A little bit of aggression on top of Xenotech. He is trying to Sonic zoom to safety, but Chicken123 has his number. There is no extra turret shot, but we dodge out one glimmer shot. Now Lost Boy Top. There's 2 separate battles here, and the hit points are just not there for Nemesis Hydra. They're still both ticking. Those double fountains getting, well, at least one of them was popped. We actually still have Tops in the back pocket. And now Hardek, he's looking for the capitalization. Sui Generis a little bit too far forward. That's going to be a gauntlet, but now Chicken, Yummy Catnip Frenzy is up, and the Hellfire Brew as well. There, it didn't even use that second fountain from Lost Boy Top, but we still get the kill. Chicken123 goes right up to lane and picks up some CS. Oh my god, actually going on top of Xenotech as well. That hit point, you kidding me?
Yeah, no, they maybe they're just looking for damage on the turret, but here comes a one-shot, one kill. That's gonna really negate this push that they're doing. They do pick up 1 kill. Xenotech somehow staying alive, but does eventually fall. Lost by Top goes down as well, so a 2-for-1 in favor of the side of... I just completely drew a blank. Just wow.
Okay, Bacon. Don't worry. I got to say something here as well, because that was only a life spring, not a fountain of renewal. Now Lost Boy Top has the double fountain to go with it. So decent gold payout collected. On top of that, a few items going back and forth, and still just neck and neck action. I'm really surprised at some of these tower dives.
Yeah, and again, that aggression is just, they kind of live and die by it. They're going in constantly underneath these turrets, and sometimes it pays off, and when it pays off really well, because you can then take that dive and then turn it into either damage on that turret or immediately go and steal jungle camps because you're so close. But sometimes we have what just happened there, where you end up coming out on the negative end of the trade.
All right, so more or less 1,000 gold between these teams. Some glimmer shots coming out here from Pawn, but his early game aggression, it hasn't really paid off for him. He's 0-2-3, whereas in his Koshka games, we've actually seen him with multiple kills on early. And now Sui Generis checking out the bush. We do actually find Lost Boy Top. There's going to be a gauntlet going down. We do have some reflex blocks, and Xenotech, he's outside that gauntlet, but it doesn't matter. It gets rushed down. Chicken able to tie him up. Lost Boy Top there to help out with that as well. The Hellfire Brew goes down, but we did lose out the Koshka upon the original and the glimmer shots. We're able to just return that for a 1-for-1 trade. 8 kills to 6 as we still go back and forth. Hardik, not entirely too sure where he thinks he's going, but Sweet Generis puts him in his place. And now Toph, he's going into the backs. He's already stolen 1 and 2. Pawn is going to get denied pretty hard on that.
Yeah, and 8-6 now in 10 minutes. This is a much more aggressive game than we've seen in a while, actually. But we are. I thought the pace wouldn't keep up, but I've been proven wrong. Yeah.
14 kills in 10 minutes there, but still the turrets are actually still really healthy. We do got some good chip damage on the side of Nemesis Hydra. They have been able to do more damage than their opponents, and the gold mine I don't think has actually done a payout. It has flipped back and forth a few times. Right now, it's halfway out to its scheduled delivery here for the Halcyon Hammers. So, Last Boy Toff and crew, they're trying to push up this lane. If Xenotech can get tied up, or even if they can take him down, look at that chunk damage there from Hardik. They might be able to make a play on it. Sweet Generis knows what's up. He is going to pop out that scout chop. We already do got that minion candy. Doesn't matter. In the back, it's actually the Ringo that gets caught out. It's upon the original, really making good use of those glimmer shots again. And Chicken, 1 shot! Yes, a kill, finally. Somebody will actually drop to that ultimate, and that's a 2-0. And Last Boy Top once more, just denying the ace, the last one to live through this, and now their turret is very much in danger of dropping.
Yeah, this should be the first turret of the game being picked up as it is about to fall, and Halcyon Hammer's Force, now they're the ones with the slight gold lead, keeping it pretty much even. And this is kind of what I expect from these two teams. They've just been so close, so competitive in their first 2 games, obviously with that big come from behind. And that's going to be, again, it's just going to be back and forth all game, I think. I don't think either of these two teams are going to really have a big advantage.
No defenders. Nobody to actually keep that turret going, so that's a little bit more of a swing back now to Nemesis Hydra. That's the Hellfire Brew. It is going to get actually reflex blocks, so there's no fire burning damage on top of Xenotech, but he is missing a few, bars. Lost Boy Top, he's looking for that gauntlet, and he will get it. Sweet Generis is the only one stuck in it. The reverse silence, though, and the shield, and that fountain are going to be keeping him going. Hardik is now going to have to get healed up there as well. Definitely a better trade coming out from the Halcyon Hammers, and we have no gauntlet, no Hellfire Brew. We're looking for this poke. Hardik, could we go for the 1-shot, 1-kill? They're lining up for it. Another Glimmer Shot is trying to keep him alive. And we are not going to be able to 1-shot because it is on cooldown. So Hardik, it is your lucky day. Coming out and gambling. He finally wins a round and lives through it.
And that's the gold mine is about to pay out here now for Nemesis or Halcyon Hammers. I'm just doing awful with these names today. I'm not sure why.
H means hammer and N means Nemesis.
They both have a big H in their thing, so I just keep seeing the H, and that's all I really look at when I look at it real quick.
Fair.
But Atlas Pauldron being picked up by Sweet Generis, going to be used to slow down that attack speed of likely Hardik, as they're going to be trying to get onto the back lines. Obviously, the Atlas Pauldron not going to do a whole lot against a Kashka. These team fights have just been so explosive thus far, and I really don't expect that to change at all now, as there's going to be Pawn jumping in.
Yeah, they found Pawn, the original Chicken 123 jumping on top of him, but a lot of blocks and a lot of fountains now going to be taken down. Nobody's out yet. Finally, there we do traded out the Ringo for the Kestrel. Vox actually picking up another kill, a shutdown spree coming down on top of that Ringo as well. A little bit of a better trade for Xenotech there, as he is now level 9. Sweet Generis is actually outpacing the laner in terms of levels. There we go, 10 apiece. And they are going to keep that gold mine. We did have a candy on it, but it has now expired. Sweet Generis likely just to put another one on. There it is, and is going to keep that guy feeling real powerful. But that shutdown gold is all the difference in the world when it comes to these trades.
And yeah, that shutdown gold is, like you said, it's really big, and it's why this game is still so close. I mean, obviously 9-9. Each time a team gets a shutdown, they get a nice bonus of that gold, and you see the total numbers within 1,000 of each other at 14.5 minutes. That's not something we normally see.
It's definitely the mark of two teams trying to claw their way here into the next round. That's going to be now good stuns. It doesn't look like the Hellfire Blue actually landed for the burning damage, but Lost Boy Toph, he had to go in deep for that. There's now the fountains. Both of them are actually popped out, and that one shot, well, again, down on top of that cooldown. So still, there's nobody here to get chased down by a one-shot, one-kill. Suigeneris trying to find a positioning here just so we can snipe down Hardek, but just not to be. The gold miner is no more. Long live the Kraken as he spawns into this match. And we're going to jump right back on top of Suigeneris. Lost Boy Toph into the back as well, trying to be on top of Pawn, but Hardek, he's getting focused. It's not enough to keep the Vox going. Now Pawn is actually going to drop 3-4-0 trade as we go impressive and just in time for the regen buff, and now going straight into this Kraken. We're going to have Hardek pushing up the lane, and this could be the big swing we've been waiting for.
Yeah, and that was finally something decisive coming from these two in this game. As, like you said, with that Kraken being started, it's going to be actually the first Kraken that Nemesis is going to pick up here in the best of three. So, but, you know, it comes at a very important time. You know, it's better to get it in the third game than to not get it at all, I suppose. So they are going to be pushing their way on down the lane. Well, let's see how much they can actually get off of this, though.
Kraken, turret, ace, a lot of infusions and a warhorn are all going to be coming out on top of the team here of Nemesis Hydra. And this is, you know, kind of a big flip towards what we just saw in game number 2. In game number 2, at this point in the game, it was Nemesis Hydra stuck in their base, turtling up and looking to defend against multiple Krakens coming down on top of their base. This time around, it's Nemesis Hydra as the aggressor. They have that Kraken coming in, and look at the chip damage going down on top of this turret. It just takes one swing and the Kraken's moving on. This is where we have to have the Halcyon Hammers just really hold steady and hold true right here. We got those ultimates ready to go. The Kraken, one turret down. Silence is there. Lost Boy Toph, he's looking for a target. Yummy Catnip Frenzy keeping down. Pawn the original, but we've already lost out the Ringo, and now that turret is done. They're going to go for the kill. Could the Kraken actually be enough after this ace to take the game? It doesn't look like it's meant to be, Bacon, but it's damn close.
Yeah, and that's, like you said, another ace. This time it's in favor of Halcyon Hammers, able to stave off the elimination. It's such a close game. I honestly can't call it. You know, we've seen now 2 back-to-back fights that ended with an ace for the opposite side. So, you know, neither team has an advantage. Neither team is really looking dominant here at all. This is such a good matchup, and it's so hard to call because of the fact that there is no clear advantage. There's no clear, you know, vision advantage. There's no clear compositional advantage. Other than the fact that Xenotech on this Vox, you know, obviously the late game Vox can be so dominant in the late game.
Now, he did actually just go shopping before that last fight. What did he pick up? It was an Eve of Harvest, so a little bit more sustained to go his way. But there is one saving grace here for Nemesis Hydra, and that's the fact that they still have so much structures standing. Here goes a Hellfire Brew. Silence is trying to just stop out this aggression. The Gauntlet looked like it was on point. We traded 1 for 1, but now we got Pings looking for Pawn the original. Lost Boy Toph into the back with Harduk, and it will be the 2 for 1. And now they're looking for Suigeneris. If they can pick him up, there is a naked core at the end of this looking to go down, and that would mean Nemesis Hydra will be moving on. Suigeneris, I just don't think has the survivability, or will it even matter? Could we just turn on top of that core? They're really going for this ace.
Yeah, and it's a little greedy. I mean, it shouldn't matter, hopefully, for Nemesis. If they end up not picking up this win here, that's going to be a crucial mistake to go for the kill. And they're not going for the end. They're actually just clearing out the jungle.
There's a Vox. He's back alive. We got 20 seconds. Now
Vox
we got
and
0
Kestrel
seconds.
are both up now. So, yeah,
were.
going for that chase is definitely not the best decision there. But that could really cause... If Nemesis ends up losing this, that's going to be an absolute heartbreak of a loss after that.
One shot, no kill, coming down, 30 seconds until the next, but Hardik and crew, I mean, they've done their work. They've taken away the jungle, they got double the minion mines going. There should be a Kraken coming up here in the next few moments as well. That's the big thing to think about. If you want to play it safe, you got to take the advantages where you can, but nope, screw that. Let's just go on top of Xenotech that blocks, it doesn't matter. The silence is just not going to be enough. Nemesis Hydra with that pressure, they're going to be trying to look down for Pawn, and Pawn, when you get rushed down like that, the Kestrel has nothing in her kit, and Lost Boy Top is just triumphantly marching on top of this core. Hardik and Chicken, 1, 2, 3, will pull out not only the Game 2 win, but now the Game 3 solidifier to get into the quarterfinals. Man, that was close.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Halcyon Hammer's Force, gonna be once again coming up just shy of getting some points to work towards getting into the live championships. That's got to be absolutely crushing for them. But again, this is still the runner-up from the fall finals, so I wouldn't take this loss too hard, and I would definitely expect to see Halcyon Hammer's Force come back with a vengeance in the second qualifier. Because to have your loss be to the team that was titled second best team in North America, that is nothing to be ashamed of. But Nemesis Hydra, what a great job of them coming back in Game 2, the huge turnaround, and then now in Game 3, when it was dead even all the way up until the end, to be able to pull off the victory. Congratulations to them, and they now have secured themselves some points to get into the Winter Live Championships. So Rome, go ahead and have fun analyzing that one. The game, again, so close between these two teams.
Yeah, it was definitely even matched out throughout the entire series between these two teams, and we saw how when they play to their strengths, picking out these early game compositions and making them work, it really comes to show. Especially looking at the first game, Halcyon Hammer's Force, they just dominated it, and they ran the exact same thing in the second game, which they did so well. I had a feeling that because in the third game and it was blind pick, that they would opt out for something where they did have strong aggression in the jungle, and they had a very strong a late game carry in towards the lane. But the thing was, they have to know their opponents. They have to look at it on a more detailed level, where Nemesis Hydra is known for running these very strong early game compositions throughout the lane and in the jungle, especially if you're going to know that they're going to be picking Ringo, Koshka, and they're going to be making comps like those work. I would have opted out, and I would have changed, perhaps maybe going for a Vox and Koshka instead of throwing in that Kestrel, where because they have that great timing, and Chicken knows his character limitations. He knows when on a Koshka, when he's able to jump in, when he's able to time out those abilities, and to be able to take that into conception and make the best out of all these plays. He executed it so well this match, and in the end that costed Halcyon Hammers what I would have thought was a guaranteed win.
Wow, what a match. Thank you very much, Rome, for the analysis. Great stuff. Let's have a look at the Adagio bracket and what is going on here. And that is quarterfinals. Tomorrow, Team Penetrate is going to face Nemesis Hydra. And first of all, of course, congratulations to Nemesis Hydra for such an extraordinary performance. Very, very well played. And that is why we play best of 3. So that was just very, very awesome to watch. Team Penetrate versus Nemesis Hydra. Rome, my question to you, who do you see here come out on top tomorrow?
Looking at this, the clear favorite here is Nemesis Hydra, because they've been around for so long. They do have all this experience under their belt. But when I'm looking at, before the tournament even started, on the first day, I was like, Team Penetrate is one of the teams we have to look out for. They have so much potential in terms of how well they're able to compose their compositions. I do think their hero pool is a little bit smaller, but if they can win out in the draft phase, I think they have a good chance of actually beating out Nemesis Hydra as the second seed in this bracket here.
Alright, thanks a lot. I think we can jump into the draft and ban from the next matchup, which we have. It is seed number 2, Vertigo Black versus Gangsters Polaris. Again, Twitch chat, show us some love. Hashtag Vertigo, hashtag Gangsters, whoever you root for. And we have here playing Vixen, Rix, Beowulf for Vertigo. They are going to face Excelsior, Hoboni, and Coeds. So who do you think, actually what do you think about this matchup here in the round of 16, Rome?
We did get a good glimpse of seeing Vixen and Rix play together with Beowulf during the North America Championships. Instead, because they do have a lot of players on their team, and they did sub out Best Chuck NA at that time. They won a couple of games, and with this composition is these guys do opt out and they do choose for more balanced compositions instead of the very passive compositions that you do see usually when Best Chuck is playing. With them, I usually expect something like very dominant early. We got a lot of Ringos, a lot of Vox, perhaps a Koshka and a Kestrel. But on the side of Gangstar's Polaris is they with the recent acquisition and with the new member in terms of co-eds, they have such a strong dominance in the laning phase, with co-eds being able to always grab a lot of CS, making sure that he's able to help his team transition from that early game to the late game. They come out with such a good outcome. Like we've seen how well he used to do on Nemesis Hydra, and the thing is, in the jungle, what makes this team balance out so well is because Haboni and Zelsiar, they play so well together, and they're always using these early game compositions that actually work out really well. Considering Coeds is a more late game farmer, so with their dominance in the jungle, it helps out their team composition as a whole. Where even if they have like a very passive laner, their jungler actually makes up for it, and it helps them carry out that balance in a game where they don't get snowballed.
All right. So thanks for your opinion, and let's go into the draft that is going to happen. And Vertigo Black here facing Gangsters Polaris, and the first ban here coming out of Vertigo Black. And it is no one else than Sky on this side and Gangsters Polaris coming out with a Koshka ban. Sky Koshka? Koshka not that often, Rome. What do you think about that?
Perhaps they've been looking at the games recently played, and Koshka actually has a really good percentage of wins today, where she has that early game dominance, especially if you're able to secure yourselves a hero like Castro perhaps, or a very strong mage, where you're perceptible to actually getting ganked, getting locked down by her Yummy Catnip Frenzy.
Hmm.
So with the plays here, I'm not too sure about the Sky ban because looking at the other team, I I would have studied them ahead of time. I would have looked at how Coeds plays, who he usually plays, and then I would look at their junglers. So with them, I actually would have banned something else in my mind instead of a Sky, but we'll see how it goes from there.
Alright, Vertigo Black taking, of course, here the advantage, going for the Castrol pick, and Gangsters Polaris, what do they pick actually into a Castrol? Let's see what they are going for before we hear what you think about this. So it is a Scarf and a Catherine into a Castrol. Is that something you would agree with?
So what they did here was they secured themselves a scarf and for the lane, and this is one of Coed's comfort picks. He's very good on Scarf. The positioning on him is really well. And along came with that was Catherine, who is the best counter for the Kestrel. So with the Gangstars team is I'm expecting them to choose a very strong gap closer in the jungle to finish it off, perhaps a Taka, but most likely a Jewel.
Hmm.
And this works out really well for them because they're able to engage on that Kestrel really well, and they're saving their last pick because they've already seen the Kestrel pick come out.
Alright, so let's see. Vertigo Black here going for an Arden, and nope. a Vox. There we go. Arden and Vox, and Gangsters Polaris is going for the last pick. Jewel on their side. So what do you think about that?
With this composition in total, if this Vox is able to farm up really well into the late game, he could single-handedly carry out his entire team, especially when the Catherine and the Jewel is going to be jumping on Kestrel first. However, if they're not leading in the mid game into the late game, I'm pretty sure it's going to be either dependent on how well Scarf plays and positions himself, or how well Vox plays, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be doing like the most amount of damages on their team. They're going to be the one that's going to be making those crazy plays, trying to take out 2 or 3 people with just one person. So I'd put the lead here towards the Gangsters Polaris team, based on their team composition overall and how well they did in terms of counter picking against that Kestrel.
All right, thanks a lot for your thoughts, and we will actually start and kick off the match. So let's get ready, everyone. Tasty Bacon and Forecourt Jester will take it away in just a second.
All right, welcome on to the Halcyon Fold for game number 1 between Vertigo Black and Gangstars Polaris. Seeds 2 versus 3 once again, and excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. If we will have another sort of business as usual bracket where every single top seed wins here in the Rhyme bracket, or if there will be Seed 3 defeating Seed number 2, Tasty Bacon, alongside Forecourt Jester, as we are getting underway with a lot of trading already early on up in the lane between Coeds and Ricks.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit more heated up into that farming region. But at this point, I mean, this is what now the possible third Gangstars team to be moving on if they actually do win out of this one. We've had Gangstars Sirius off stream advance. We saw Vega now today. Now we'll see if they can go 3 for 3 here with Polaris. But Vertigo Black, as you said, a little bit higher up in that seed standing. And just a quick shout out to them as well. They waited a heck of a long time for us to finish up, so they could be featured here on stream. So some of this aggression might just be explained by they're just antsy to get into it.
Yeah, very much so. And obviously, you know, both teams really wanting to be showcased on the stream, as you mentioned, you know, waiting for a long time before starting up this game specifically for that reason. And now we can see, you know, that's sort of slowed down a little bit after that first initial trade. So I think they kind of got that aggression out early and got themselves under control, and have now taken a little bit more of a passive laning phase.
So Hobani into this one with the Jewel. This is the first time we've actually seen a Jewel here today, at least on the NA side. I'm fairly sure we saw one on EU, but there's the big reason why. You can just get that big stun train going between the Catherine, between that Jewel. You get the stun, the rocket leap in, and, well, Rick's now just missing quite a few of his hit points. Now, at this point, Coeds and crew, they're just not exactly healthy enough to continue fighting on into that one, but as they regenerate up, you're going to be seeing these kind of big synergies. We got stun and silence there from the Catherine. We got that stun, big red button, perhaps, if we are going to go into Crystal, but it does not look like Hobani's interested, at least not yet. And then Scarf on the back of that as well with the Flaming Goop. Like, that is a lot of point area damage that can come down on top of a single target.
Yeah, and honestly, with Scarf being on the team, I definitely don't expect to see a Crystal Power Jewel. Definitely going to be the weapon power coming out for our Hobani. But looking over the side of Vertigo Black, you know, this is a team that we got to take a look at in the Fall Championships. And they have pretty much the same roster, although they do not have Best Chuck NA in the lineup today,
Yeah,
as he's one of the
right here.
big carries for the team. So a little bit surprising to see him not there.
His Kestrel last week was rather on point, if you do recall. His one shot, one kill, maybe not. And I do remember very specifically shooting the exactly wrong way. But at the same time, yeah, he's not here. He's a superstar player.
Well,
the
that was-
Hobani. Oh,
That was
Rocket League.
Rumbly.
That was Rumbly? That wasn't Best Chuck?
Best Chuck. Nope, it was Rumbly. That was a totally different team for Court. Totally different team.
All right, well, then I would just take all that back and say, Best Chuck, where are you, bro? We need to create some more memories here.
Well, hopefully for Best Chuck, his team here, Vertigo Black, will be able to get themselves through this round and into the points, and then get themselves into the live championships so that we can meet him again. Or will it be Gangstars Polaris that take that spot instead? That's what's on the line in these qualifiers. Obviously, just winning this game doesn't guarantee you a spot in the championships. If you win the qualifier, you're guaranteed a spot, but winning this game, this match, doesn't get you a guaranteed ticket. However, it does get you some of those championship points that can earn you that spot.
Y'all got some more of those points? Because that's exactly what everybody is looking for here. So we do actually pick up an early minion mine there on the side of Vertigo Black, and now with the 3-man rotations just go immediately into that gold miner, and that's going to be a decent payout. The response has to be here from Polaris to do some turret damage, but they're just not really going to be in that position. Hobani has to just kind of exit out of that one. There's a stun on top of Beowulf, but he uses the Vanguard. Looks like he's going to be all right. There was no stun train on top of that one, and the Thunderstrike's not going to be hitting yet. But now that you know where everyone is, you saw Vixen. He takes away actually one of those forward cams, probably going to take away the second. And yeah, Glimmer shots abound. A little bit more of an advantage cash-wise going over to Vertigo Black.
Yeah, and with that early minion mine take, I actually am not a huge fan of picking up the minion mine that early because, again, the whole point of the minion mine is to get the extra gold from it. It's worth a lot of gold. It makes trading in the lane a bit easier, or a bit more in your favor, but there hasn't been a whole lot of lane trading going on to warrant taking that early.
Right.
I guess the main goal there was to make sure, obviously, like I said, a lot of teams like to take the opponent's minion mine to deny them that gold, so now it forces Gangstars players to have to take their own minion mine a little bit earlier as well, and means that they can't get the full gold payout from the opposing minion mine, but it's still just not really something that's terribly beneficial. My goodness, one shot, one kill, living up to its name there as Scarf just gets deleted from it.
Yeah, Scarf not exactly the mobile laner that he needs to be. The rest of the team was actually just kind of, well, all right, fine, big red button. That's a cooldown and a half. The rest of the team was actually doing the backs there, and Hobani did actually pick up his own minion mine during that as well. So that was kind of the cue right there from Vertigo Black. So like, oh, minion mine went down. Somebody's way down there. Here's a Scarf. Let's just kill him. Mission accomplished. They do it. And 1-0 and still holding about 2,000 gold to their name. Vertigo Black's early game has been pretty on point.
Yeah, they've shown a lot of good movements across the map, despite taking that early minion mine, which I'm still just not happy about. But other than that, they've done a really good job of manipulating where Gangstars Polaris is going to be on the map, and then responding, or more like predicting, the where they're going to be, and then making them plays that they need to make based on where they predict that the enemy will be, and they've been correct every time.
Now, Coeds this early on hasn't actually been farming up, super well at this point. 53 creeps now to the 76 of Rix, and here comes the rest of the team as well here from Vertigo Black. They jump on top of Excelsior. Oh, that's going to be some big poke damage, and lands actually both shots on top of Coeds, but his farm should actually start shooting up a little bit later on as we start getting more overdrives going in, a few more levels and items, and his goop and his fireballs will be able to just start clearing these waves, but just got to give it to Rix a little bit. 81 creeps now in 7.5 minutes or so. He's really been on point for these last hits.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job of farming. 20 CS above a Scarf, who is one of the best last hitters in the game. So for Rix to have that big of a lead just goes to show how strong he is. And maybe this is why they don't have Best Chuck NA in there. Maybe Rix is just taking up the role of dominant lane carry for the side of Vertigo Black.
One glimmer shot, another, so 2 out of the 3 there landing on top of Codes. You can see it chunking him down. We know that there's no Jewel here, so this would actually be a prime time if they did want to go for a tower dive, because there's not going to be a response there from her, as she's just not in position. She's coming back now. It does have a Sora Blade ready to go, and light armor on top of it as well, but now we got some gold mine minion candy going on, because that gold mine is about to pay out, and that's just going to put us into, again, a better payout spot here from Rix and crew, and that will increase their gold lead pretty heavily.
Yeah, and they're clearing out the camps on the Gangstar side of the map as well, so really just denying gold and picking up gold of their own, as we do see Scarf finishing off that Shatter Glass for his first tier 3 item, but it's a 3,000 gold lead picked up with only 1 kill. It's all just been off of the farm and the minions that and the gold miner that they have this lead built up, as they now get that immense gold payout to jump the gold lead up to almost 4,000, and now they're looking for a bit of a fight, but that's a little too close to the turret.
Yeah, just a little, but still, Rix has been pushing up very nicely. The gold mine did just pay out, so, 3,500, 2,500, somewhere in that range. And, I really do expect Coed's numbers to go up as time goes on. He just becomes more powerful, and he should just be able to chunk down these creeps. Guys, speaking of chunk, Vixen able to do some real good chunks right there. Big red button not really connecting. Vixen so ever low at this point. Even with that one shot, 1 kill, it just only lands on top of Excelsior, and doesn't look like anyone's going to go down yet, unless Vixen's going to be too far forward, and he is. Excelsior is just able to pop forward with that stun. They get 1. Could they actually get the second with Rix? That Vanguard shield is going to just drop here in a second, but it does not look like it will come to bear. So 1 kill apiece, and now turning on top of that gold mine. I don't think Beowulf can do much about this.
Yeah, no, the gold mine's just going to be taking a tiny gold payout, but it's still getting control of that gold mine is big. When you have an opportunity to take it, you just take it. Try and get the immense gold payout for yourself. It also just ensures that, you don't want to run the risk of saying, oh, we could have taken a tiny gold payout there, but let's wait to get a bigger gold payout, and then all of a sudden later on, you can't actually fight over the gold miner, and you give that 300 gold payout to the enemy team. You don't want to have a situation like that. So wisely taking the gold miner, despite only getting 76 gold each for it, and now they can be the ones to try and protect that objective.
Yeah, but Beowulf and Vixen, they're looking for a rotation. They want to catch someone. They're only going to find Hobani. 1 for the pokes. But Vixen and, they can't really jump on Hobani without a stun, a guaranteed stun, because he's just going to rocket leap away. Here comes the Vox now from the back. Excelsior into the front line there. Has that Storm Shield. 756 hits on top of Coeds. That definitely... He felt that one a little bit early on, and, well, it looks like that's going to be the end of that. We got no creeps here to push in under that turret. Still a little bit of poke, but if Vixen stays too far forward, could be a repeat of the last fight. All he has to do is get stunned once, and the train will come and run him over.
Yeah, that's all 6 members gathering here in the lane, and with those glimmer shots going out, not actually connecting with too much damage, but it looks like Gangstars want to make the aggressive move here as they've gotten into the enemy bush. There's going to be a big red button just pushing people away. It's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage because it is this weapon power tool, so it's pretty much just the base damage coming out of the big red button. But Scarf able to constantly try and poke with those fireballs, not quite connecting though, and Polaris just going to move down to the jungle, try and find gold somewhere else on the map.
Now, we didn't actually have Excelsior go forward for a stun into the big red button, which might have actually been able to, well, maybe not secure the kill because of the Vanguard, but it definitely would have brought her a little bit lower into that danger zone. It also depends if she would have been able to reflex block it in time. But either way, as you said, with the weapon power, it's really just a cooldown at this point. You gotta, sort of wind it up in the middle of a fight when you could just be, thunder striking or actually hitting people with, stuff. So either way, they bring them low. Now they're going for this gold mine. VGB will actually be able to pick it up. Not a problem. Decent gold payout. And really, it's just Coed's down there. There wasn't anybody else to kind of pressure with him, so it's a pretty free and clear pickup. Beowulf deciding not to jump on top of Coeds, but Vixen is again far forward. That's the reflex block there. Excelsior's stun does get denied.
Yeah, so still sitting at just 2 kills in the game. It's a much slower pace than our previous game. which was very fast and hectic. But now we might be getting another one. Beowulf is going to get to safety underneath the turret. And Gangstars Polaris, they've been really trying to put pressure onto this lane, but they haven't gotten a whole lot to pay off from it. They're still behind by about 3,000 gold, and they've only gotten a little bit of damage done onto this turret thus far. But here comes a nice fight.
Yeah, but again, it gets blocked out. They're not able to lock down Vixen. Big red button, actually not too terrible there, but unfortunately, they do lose out 1 and 2 team members as Scarf immediately buys upon death. But it looks like Jewel, despite the fact that they had a really nice setup, they weren't able to land this stun train. The big red button doesn't really actually connect as much as it could have. It was a great choke point and a great idea, but losing out, that Scarf that early on, and then the Kestrel, or not the Kestrel, the Catherine just really put Hobani in a bad spot, and you kind of gotta wonder. What is the plan in some of these fights? Because that didn't work.
Yeah, and Gangstars have been the ones making the aggressive plays, starting off these fights, but like you said, they just haven't been coming out on top of them. As even the small skirmishes that didn't result in death usually ended with Gangstars being the ones having to retreat fully from it. So the big red button is it almost seems like they're trying to fight around the big red button use,
right?
But it's just not doing that much damage because it's a red jewel. So I'm not really sure why they're putting so much emphasis on it when Jewel wants to be in the middle of a skirmish, landing down those thunder strikes over and over again.
The other question is, are we going to be seeing, that Dragon's Breath from Scarf? He has a point in it. He doesn't have anything else into it, but a big stun train like this, it's a great setup for him, but it does reduce his mobility. And even now, looking for this, the one-shot, one kill just takes down the Fairy Dragon. And Excelsior is just gonna have to run from that one. Decent gold payout as the Kraken comes into it. 15 minutes just gone by in a blink of an eye, and with no aggression for another 10 seconds, with no co-eds here and a full team of Vertigo Black, this is a pretty free and clear Kraken.
Yeah, and right now, Vixen on this Kestrel has been absolutely on point with those one-shot, one kills. I think almost every single one of them has landed onto co-eds. I think I saw one that got blocked by Excelsior on this Catherine, but so far they have just been chunking down co-eds' health, and we've seen how much damage it does. It does about 50% of his health with that ability, so if it hits co-eds, it pretty much takes him out of the fight.
And 800 damage? Yeah, I definitely say that would take out anybody from some of these fights, especially after they keep, bouncing off each other at down under half. There's a gauntlet and a counter stun to come down from the Catherine. Big red button again, only really hits Vixen, who does get the Vanguard there from Beowulf. Lots of damage, and another great shot is going to be landing, and there is the Jewel death. Two left here for the defense, but this Kraken is on its last legs. They got the turrets and they got a kill. And it's not going to be quite the game over scenario yet, but 5-1 for Vertigo Black and something in order of 6,000 gold. It's pretty heavily in their favor at this point.
Yeah, Vertigo Black is really just outmaneuvering Gangstars here. They're not necessarily completely outplaying them, which they are outplaying them as well, but a lot of it is coming from the fact that they've just been moving around the map significantly better. They've gotten the team fights on their terms for the most part. Really, the only one that wasn't was early on, and that was when Gangstars Polaris was trying to jump in and start those fights. Otherwise, it's been just all Vertigo Black. They've been pushing Polaris around the map the way that they want to. They took that Kraken and then didn't go for a fight until they had Kraken on the turret for them, and were able to win, pick up a kill, get those 2 turrets, and this gold lead has just been steadily growing for them. And this is one of the things we've been seeing a lot, actually, from these North American teams. It's been a totally different strategy for really almost everyone here in the winter season. In the fall season, it was all super aggressive. Every single team was just playing for the early game and just really putting pressure onto enemy heroes early on and looking for kills. Whereas now this season, it's been a lot more just slow and steady pacing, a lot of just objective focus and much more calculated play, I feel, from these teams.
You can see that VGB is actually freezing the lane here. They're forcing the Gangstars players to come out of that turtle hole and come out and fight and kind of be men at this point. But that's just going to run into Vertigo Black's real plan, which is have Beowulf in the corner, look for this gauntlet, which is right here, and now Excelsior, he's going to get stunned out. Nice big red button actually brings low on top of Vixen. Excelsior another stun, but that's still again some fantastic vanguards coming out here from Beowulf. Rick's now really bringing these guys down. The glimmer shot's going to land on 1-2, not going to be a one-shot, one kill, and because of that delay, they actually lose out the goop. This is now Coed's going to be chasing down Beowulf. Some really fantastic shots coming out there from Coeds with the fireballs, with the goop, and he turns it around. That was rather fantastic.
Yeah, the gauntlet only caught the Catherine there, so really didn't do a whole lot. Obviously, Scarf is perfectly fine just sitting on the backside of the gauntlet and waiting for it to go down. Even Haboni did just stood there and waited, said, all right, you know what, our Catherine's stuck in there, she's pretty tanky, we can just wait till the gauntlet is down and then jump in and try and take the fight, and that's exactly what they did. But now Beowulf is actually taking on Coeds and winning this trade. Beowulf gets the kill in the one-on-one. A one-shot, one kill came through just for insurance, but it wasn't needed. Beowulf on this Arden. Shades of Lost Boy Toff there.
And the Kraken also going to be making another entrance here onto the fold. They're 19 and a half minutes in and 20 seconds until the little fire dragon comes back into this one. Again, like the aggression is just not going to be there. There's nothing that Gangstars Polaris can really do about this Kraken, which means they need to rally their defenses and hold firm at these turrets by the Vein Crystal. Otherwise, well, they're going to be looking at a 1-0. It's not going to be the end of the world, but it definitely puts them in a little bit of a bind here for game number 3. So Scarf is here. You can already see that we're going to be getting some infusions, mainly on top of Vox right now, but some defensive infusions should be coming out if they got the cash for it. Otherwise, again, if that Kraken can get to that Vein Crystal, could be game over.
Yeah, and we saw the last Kraken took out 2 turrets. Obviously, this time, there's a little bit more damage on the side of Gangstars Polaris to take that Kraken down a bit quicker, but we'll have to see, because we know for a fact that Vertigo Black is going to be looking for a fight as this Kraken comes in, and it's being taken down very, very quickly, down to about half health before it even reaches the turret, but this is going to be the fight.
Yeah, there's the gauntlet, but reflex blocks are going to be there. Vixen again is going to be the big target of the big red button, but Vixen's okay though. Dragon's Breath doing much more work, and now Excelsior into the front line. They're actually going to start looking to take down Beowulf, but instead it's actually the Jewel, and Excelsior just not really living. That one shot, one kill actually might kill Vixen! He stood in the turret range for that entire cast, and now it's Beowulf on the run. Rix is there as well. Excelsior is looking for him. You can see a flare going out. He'll find Rix. We got Coeds there as well, looking for the shots. Can't seem to hit one. Beowulf thinking to make it a stand here. They got the minion mine actually involved. It's going to throw out, and Beowulf drops Rix at the skin of his teeth. He's going to live through it, but Coeds is still on pursuit. Excelsior is catching up here as well. I don't think they can catch Rix himself, but
Warhorn's up in 3 seconds. Warhorn is about to be up. They can make this chase. There it goes. They're going to look for this, but they have to go under the turret if they want to get it. Coed's not quite going to hit that shot. And so Rix able to make a great escape, but life here for Gangstars Polaris.
They hold. That's the important part right there. It's no longer about the big red button. Now it's about, you gotta get that stun on top of the Dragon's Breath, because Coeds has turned around fights twice now with his fire.
Yeah, and, again, a little bit of positioning mistake there from Vixen at the end of that. The tail end firing off that one shot, one kill, not hitting anybody, but being stuck underneath the turret, costing him his life. And it's gonna be difficult. I mean, obviously they do have the Vox, but this is looking pretty good for Gangstars Polaris. They are still way behind. Don't get me wrong, they still have a lot of work to do, and this could be bad.
All right, that's going to be the big gauntlet right there. This reverse stun from Excelsior. It's actually going to keep them ticking at least a little bit. Rix is going to be the target with the big red button, but again, it's not really hitting the mark. Rix actually now going to be burning a little bit here. Coeds is actually doing a really good job covering the escape, throwing out those fireballs, and Rix has to stop the aggression. Vixen actually full health at the end of that one. Beowulf faring a lot better as well. No kills. The teams just bounce off each other. Now we are down to 1 turret at that Vein Crystal here from Gankstars. When do you think that Kraken, I mean, that should be within the next 2 minutes or so.
Honestly, I don't even think they need to wait for the Kraken. They should be able to look for a fight. Obviously, you have a Vox. Late game Vox does so much damage with an Ardent Gauntlet as well. Obviously, it's been being shielded really nicely thus far, but I really do feel like Vertigo Black needs to just look for a fight and try and end this. They don't need to wait for the Kraken.
9-5, and not really a lot of aggression coming out of them yet. We do pick up some more infusions here on the side of Vertigo Black. In terms of the cash, it's pretty much dead even, but both teams over the 40,000 mark, as you keep saying. The gold lead likely not to matter at this point. Everybody can only really just buy those infusions. We're looking for a fight. Gankstars, they're in this bush. They find all 3. They're looking for the stun on top of Vixen. The camo actually came out very nicely right there. We got a gauntlet on one side. Vixen's getting shots off to this other, but Jewel is the one to go down. The one shot not hitting, and now Coeds is going to be running, but again, the fire, he's stutter stepping. They take out Beowulf. It's just Vixen now standing, and Gankstars going impressive, and Vixen is just going to be burning. Can we get that next merciless pursuit here from Excelsior? There is a turret still standing, but the Storm Shield looks like it's enough to get that first shot negated. That's a reverse ace. That is now going to be some turrets.
Yeah, that's going to be at least 1 turret, very likely 2. And again, it leaves Gangsters Polaris in a good position. You know, they have long death timers now, 24 minutes into this game. They may actually look for another turret of this. They still have 20 seconds left, and Scarf is melting these turrets very quickly. The minions are still there. There goes the Warhorn being popped. The turret is being melted. Can they end this? They might be able to. The second turret is going down. They have plenty of time. Vox is not going to be up in time to stop this.
Wow.
And Gankstars Polaris all of a sudden turn it around and pick up the victory.
Coeds, man, by the end of it, he wasn't getting one-shotted, and that fire was absolutely decimating the hit points of Vertigo Black. They just didn't have the health to really deal with that, and every time they tried to chase him down, he stutter-stepped, he got the fire, the goop was down, the flame breaths were on point. Good game. Yikes.
Yeah, that was a very, very good game. And to talk us through it, Rome, what happened there? How did Gankstars pull that one back?
This one ran through into the late game, and it was very heavily concentrated on which laner on each team can be able to make those plays, dodge out those abilities, and carry out their team. Like we saw between Vox and we saw between Coeds on Scarf, these guys were always one of the last guys to be cleaning up the other team. The amounts of damage that was coming out of them was unbelievable. So with this and how they played out this well was Scarf has a couple in terms of range, he has a couple advantages over Vox. But with Vox being able to use that mobility, dodge around skill shots, they just came down to that, and he wasn't able to execute that mobility really well. The team execution towards the end, where this Kestrel started falling off, and because at that time you see Catherine already having a Warhorn, that Clockwork and that Crucible was so crucial into instigating the fights to start in between these two teams. Coming into this second game, I would prioritize trying to keep Rix off of that Vox, because on the if I was on Gangsters Polaris, I do notice that Vox made such a big difference that game, where he pretty much gave them the advantage for the first 25 minutes. And to be able to cancel something like that, it will help my team out towards this game. It will help us have an easier path towards the victory. In terms of picking and banning from Vertigo's side, they did really well securing that first pick in Kestrel. They obviously studied how Zelciar and Haboni have been playing this tournament so far, and prioritizing where most of their picks are based on the Kestrel picks, and they've been doing so well. So keeping that same ban going into the second game is a really good choice on their end. They just might want to execute out better, and I'm pretty sure that they're not going to be able to secure this Vox pick again.
Alright, thanks a lot, Rome. Once again here, very, very good match. Gangsters Polaris, Vertigo Black. We are now into the next draft and we'll talk about this a little bit. And Excelsior, Hoboni, Coeds here, they have now the right here to ban first. And then Vertigo Black is going to follow after. So seat number 3 versus seat number 2. Super, super close. And let's have, first of all, a look at this. So, Donjon, what's happening?
Well, we are waiting right now on the picks and bans from the just saw matchup between not Von Manitz, sorry, obviously not Von Manitz, which is on screen, but sorry,
Gangsters versus
Well,
Vertigo.
sorry, I was managing so many other parties in
No
between.
problem.
I didn't even had time to watch this one. Yeah, what you can see on stream, basically just a little thingy until we are waiting for the first bans and picks on the Gangsters Polaris versus Vertigo matchup. We do see Von Menace versus the Sillies coming up later on. So guys, if you want to see that matchup, make sure to stick around. I know that we are like around about an hour delayed. That's just due to matches taking even longer, basically because skill caps getting even closer and closer. So yeah, just make sure to hang around because this matchup will be happening right after the Vertigo Black versus Gangsters Polaris got decided.
Alright, so we have the first ban coming in from Team A here, which is now Gangsters Polaris, as I see, and they are going to ban Blackfeather. Rome, what are your thoughts on that?
By banning out this Blackfeather, and the thing is with Vertigo, the Vertigo team they're very good with passive skill and compositions, and we do really know them for well played Krolls, very well played like late game heroes with Rona and such, and Blackfeather fits perfectly into this category. So with Gangstar's players banning out the Blackfeather, they're trying to push him onto different positions where they're either more aggressive early, and there are possible like mistakes that can come out of their team. But with the execution that they did last game, which was so well, like we know that we can guess that this team have been practicing recently, especially on trying to figure out different comps, different play styles. So we're gonna have to see how they're gonna build their composition, especially if they're gonna be banning Blackfeather. They're probably gonna try and opt out for a Kestrel first pick.
Alright. So the second ban is coming here from Vertigo Black. It is no one else than our tiny little dragon Scarf. So Scarf not on the fold here in that second match. In the meantime, we're waiting here for the first pick from Gangsters. What do you think about that Scarf ban, Rom?
I kind of have to disagree with them on the Scarf ban here because they can't single out a ban, especially for like such a dominant laner in co-eds, where he's able to play Glaive, Ringo, Vox, Scarf, Celeste. He has so many heroes in his pool. If you were to just single out that one ban, you're pretty much leaving them open a Kestrel, which they're probably gonna first pick right now.
So we are just waiting actually for that first pick here from Gangsters Polaris just in this second while we speak, and a lot of viewers are with us. If you're wondering what is going on right now, Vainglory League North America round of 16, we are going to have here our second match of a best of 3 set. Gangsters Polaris taking home the first match, leading with 1-0, fighting against Vertigo Black. It was a very, very interesting matchup, so definitely stay with us. And there comes the first pick. It is not what Rome said, but it is a Sky. What do you say to that?
Sky actually works out really well with them. What I'm assuming was they would have tried and secured Kestrel for Haboni since he's been playing them so well, and because Coeds has so much different heroes that he can use. But by picking up a Sky and banning out a Black Feather, it actually makes pretty good sense now, because if he can be very dominant with this Sky, he can carry out their team into the late game.
So, what would you expect here Vertigo Black to pick now into this Sky?
I would expect them to try and run out a Cruel, which is actually pretty good. If he's able to get through that early game and uses Dead Man's Rush, as long as he times out his abilities and plays around Sky's forward barrage, he can use that barrier to get in deep and close and just try and dig as much damage as he can. But they will need like a very strong range carry in that backline just to use that range and try and burst their Sky down as quickly as possible.
Okay, we will see what they're going to pick here. Of course, as usual here, super important round to collect the first points for the Life Championships. And there we go, Beowulf calling out Ringo and Arden. Is that something you agree with, Rom?
Ringo and Arden will actually give them a very strong in the laning phase, but I think because the other team already has a Sky already out there, you don't have too much opportunity to dig in deep and close. With the Arden, you do have that escape in terms of Vanguard, and the Gauntlet is actually very good positioning, but it can also be like countered by just having one reflex block. So they're gonna have to have a stun this game, like especially if they do secure themselves a Koshka, that'd probably be awesome for Vertigo.
Alright, Excelsior is going not for an Koshka, but going for Castrol, and together with the Castrol there will be our lovely Catherine. So basically I do see 3 potential stuns here from Gangsters Polaris. How will that affect Vertigo's Black last decision?
Yeah, so when I mentioned the Koshka, I meant Vertigo Black needs this Koshka.
Oh, alright.
Especially to combat the Sky, and now added on to with the Kestrel. The comp that Gangsters Polaris did secure themselves is actually very strong, and it's the same one that we saw Gangstars Vega winning with today, and I'm pretty sure Gangstars Sirius secured this comp as well in their offline game.
Alright, then I would like to say, let's lock in that Koshka. On point as we know him, Rome, our analyst here, live from Canada. We are going to kick off the match ASAP and then jump into the second matchup. We see us on the field with Tasty Bacon and Forecourt Jester just after a little trailer.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
The battle for the Halcyon.
All right, thank you for the analysts of the pregame and postgame, Rome and Don John Blueberries. We are now getting underway for game number 2 between Gangstars Polaris and Vertigo Black. Gangstars Polaris with the big come from behind victory in game number 1. Let's see if they can pull off a second victory here and punch their ticket to the quarterfinals, or if Vertigo Black will be able to force a game 3.
So the big thing last round was that Coeds, by the end game on that Scarf, was able to do so many turnaround plays. Now he's on Sky, and Sky we have seen do some absolutely ridiculous kind of things here in the fold, so I'm very curious to see what Coeds can do about that. But as well, I mean, Rix, he actually picks up a super strong laner in terms of that Ringo, and with those stutter stepping abilities, I'm going to be keeping my eye on both of these laners in terms of what they can do here early, mid, and late game, because I think that's really where we're going to be shining here.
Yeah, definitely a late game centric team in general, not just with their picks, but just as a team as a whole. They're already fighting early on. Hobani just barely getting out with his life intact. And Vixen also coming dangerously close to dropping in that skirmish. But, we talk about how these are late game teams, but they're definitely playing pretty early here.
Well, as I said, Ricks for the late game. That's where I really want to see. And that Suri strike forward barrage, well, not enough to take him down, but it will put him a little bit more on edge. Excelsior, if he's going to be sticking around, he cannot really be sticking around too much longer with Ricks doing damage like that. Beowulf is going to be there with a 1 and a 2. Is that actually a Vixen kill? No, it will be going the way of Beowulf for the first blood. It's going to say if he wants to stick around in that bush, well, he might need to back up because another stun combo will kill Ricks, but instead the Catherine goes down. Now the aggression from Vertigo Black coming through, but Hobani does make an appearance, throws out some glimmer shots. He's just going to go back to business as normal, but this early game of Koshka and Arden, they really do need to set up the stage to support that Ringo because, I mean, it's the early game aggression, and that aggression has paid off. Look at that. Vixen with that Vanguard really coming in strong. Beowulf getting the second kill of the game. Both of them actually on our Rome. Must do Rome proud.
Yeah, that is going to be, like you said, another very close call for Vixen, but it doesn't matter how close you are to dying. If you still have 1 hit point left, you're good to go. But that may be changing here for Vixen. But nope, the Merciless Pursuit not quite going to be a long enough of a pursuit to connect the stun.
Yeah, it looked like he actually lost vision. He had a target lock and then lost vision. You saw him stutter just for a moment, and well, every moment counts when you have that Merciless Pursuit ticking. So either way, 2 early kills going over to Vertigo Black is, again, going to be setting up the stage for this late game, and that's where co-ed's shown. If we can end it before that, I mean, with this Skye hasn't really left this lane yet. She's getting a lot of farm under her belt. It's really about just trying to get, that 15-minute mark, get the Kraken, go for the kill. We'll have to see if that will be the thing. As Beowulf, he actually comes back in with that Vanguard. The Glimmer Shot's not enough to bring him down, or Vixen. Again, these hit point bars are just like sliver of health, and Vixen has won it again. But he has to finally actually, kind of leave town.
Yeah, and these close calls, you don't get the confidence of getting the kills, but you can still take some confidence out of it because you're so close to picking up the kill while your own health bars are still relatively healthy. So, Gangsters players, they know that they're very close to actually securing these kills and answering that 2-0 start from Vertigo Black. All they have to do is just keep grinding at it, and they will get these, they will win these fights, as they have been. Now they're going to try and make an invade here into the enemy jungle. I didn't see who took that camp, but this one is going to go over to Hobani here, but now it's a 3-on-2 fight as Skye is still in the lane, but this is going to be a 1-for-1 to start it off. Will Excelsior go down as well? It looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, you just cannot really run away from Beowulf and Ricks. Both of them do have their catch-up mechanics, and unfortunately, Catherine had already used that Merciless Pursuit and the Storm Shield, so she's down. Finally, though, a kill on the board for Gangstar's Polaris. 4-1, but still, it's 1. And as you said, they might be able to get them low. If they can just seal the deal a little bit more, they will hold fast. Right now, they're about 1,000 gold behind their opponents here, as Vertigo Black is possibly looking for a position here on top of the gold mine. Or are they just shopping?
It looks like they're just shopping, but they may end up finding themselves a kill here as they continue to move up, but Gangsters Polaris immediately back off, and now that's going to be the gold mine being picked up. Decent gold payout, 156 gold each, grabbed by Vertigo Black. And again, they definitely have the advantage in the early game, but we saw them have the advantage in the early game in game 1, and it didn't end up working out for them. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to carry that early game momentum into the late game. While Gangstars Polaris, they're going to have to pull another comeback out of their pocket if they want to take this 2-0.
All right, so Skye sitting at 64 kills to the same there of Ricks. They're basically neck and neck when it comes to farming out that lane. Arkashka has 3 assists in 35, whereas Hobani has a kill in 22. So overall, still rather close, just under 2,000 mark, a K and a half or so between the teams. And now it does look like we are going to be looking more for a little bit of a safer farm. The aggression has definitely died down from the Gangstars, but I can't say the same for Vertigo Black. Black, they're still aggressively looking for these jungles, and the clearing capacity of Vixen and Beowulf, they could easily get in, get out, and get away with some good advantages.
Yeah, Gangstar's looking to put pressure onto the lane. I'm pretty sure they have an idea that their jungle is being stolen, which is why they're trying to make such an aggressive move on this side of the map. But Vertigo Black has already gotten back onto their side and can now answer, and Gangstar's players aren't able to find anything off of it.
No, not really. Gangstars, however, I mean, they did actually take their jungle. Was there actually a steal there from the Koshka? Because I didn't see any spawns.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they actually got anything off of it, but there still are no camps. Yeah, so I'm assuming they did get them. I mean, they were over there for a while. Oh, or maybe they're just coming back up now. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, either way, I mean, it's ebbing, it's flowing. Pressure here, pressure there, jungle here, jungle there. And 5 kills in 7.5, it's not the worst of paces. In fact, we're actually making up that deficit a little bit. K.5 to 2 is now down under 1, but Hobani's going to get jumped on. Again, Koshka and Beowulf, they can really just rush down this Kestrel. You can't active camo while in combat, and they are going to be rewarded with another kill to their name. Level 8 there for Vixen as well. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy to secure. Coed's in lane now with Excelsior, but they could easily just get rushing down on top under this turret. The turret is actually going to drop. Now Vixen, he's going to go for Coed's. The Death Room above goes way wide, and that's 2 kills and a turret going the way of our team here from Vertigo Black. Their phenomenal early game is really starting to pay off.
Yeah, and that death from above would have been in a good position if it had been dropped 5 to 10 seconds earlier, like while they were trying to take down that turret. Instead, the only thing it really did was keep Rix from being able to get involved in those kills, as he had to walk all the way around it. So, not really a good use of that ultimate. And it's it could be a misclick, or it could have been just expecting them to try and back off. Because obviously when the turrets get destroyed, they do blow up and do AoE damage around them. So maybe it was hoping that they would destroy the turret and then try and back off to avoid that damage, so then the death from above could lock him in place there. But it just didn't pan out, and Vertigo Black now up to a just about a 2,000 gold lead here in the early goings of this game. They have a good kill lead, but just haven't quite gotten a ton of these camps stolen away from the side of Gangstars. But again, a lead of 2,000 at 9 minutes. It's not huge, but it is definitely still something to be wary of. That's pretty much a full item difference between the two teams. So it can be significant, but it's definitely not insurmountable.
All right, so the minions here in the jungle are starting to respawn. We do got some scout traps there. Excelsior's going to find one and finds the other there as well, so they clear them out. But they know exactly where that Catherine is, and now there's the back spawn, so Bonnie will pick them up. Easy peasy. The forwards here from Vertigo Black and the rest is all going to go into Vixen's pocket, as Rix, again, just starting to push out that lane. Immense gold payout. No pressure here from the Gangstars, so that is just putting more money into the coffers here of Vertigo, and they are sitting pretty good here at 3,000. The gold lead fluctuating, but it has held in advantage of the Vertigo.
Yeah, 10 minutes, like you said. We're 5 minutes away from the Kraken spawn, which is, of course, when things really get crazy on the fold. But right now, Vertigo Black just playing once again, another methodical game from Vertigo. And the question is going to be if they can build themselves up enough of a lead that they won't be giving it away when the full team fights end up breaking out in the late game. We saw it happen in game number 1, but they had a much stronger late game carry on the side of Gangstars then. Obviously Kestrel and Sky can both do late game carry duties, but they're both more early and mid game centric, with just strength that lingers into the late game as opposed to being late game carries. But they are going to find Beowulf. However, the gauntlet goes down.
Yeah, but the Hellfire was followed there by Rix as well. They're looking for co-eds, but unfortunately the 3v pressure is really just not working for them. Gangstars had a really nice split there on top of the Vertigo, but 2 kills, 4-0, make that an ace. Rick's coming into the back that didn't even really seem to be a big part of that. Vixen and Beowulf were just able to survive through the big combo. He comes in for the cleanup. They get the ace, and well, it's going to be the turret. It's just not going to actually be Beowulf hitting the floor. Oh, the one-shot kill! Will take that as a little bit of revenge, but a turret and an ace for just a shutdown. I still think Vertigo's pretty happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually really surprised Vertigo hasn't taken their minion mine. I guess they heard me complaining about them taking it early in game 1 and decided to really take it to heart. They have waited an exceptionally long time now in game number 2. I mean, that mine has been sitting full for about 4 minutes now, and they just haven't touched it. Now this is going to be Gangstars picking up a little bit of gold back as they take the decent gold payout, 155 each from the gold miner. So good job capitalizing on the fact that there was no Beowulf. But now they are on their back camps. I would definitely expect the minion mine to be taken now. Yeah, there they go. They're going to take it. And you can see there on when it does get captured, 200 gold from the minion mine itself with the Iron Guard contract, which is now actually been fully upgraded to a Warhorn. That gets another 150 gold. So it's 350 gold plus for a full minion mine. And like I said, that's been sitting there available to them for the past 4 minutes and was at risk of being stolen away.
Yeah, but nobody seemed to really pay it too much mind. So either way, I mean, hey, better late than never, right, Mr. Bacon? I mean, they still got it. And as you said, I mean, maybe they did hear you and they didn't take it that early for exactly that reason. So, Zelstier and crew. Excelsior really just trying to, push off up against the big minion wave coming in. Coeds should be able to clean that up with forward barrage and does a pretty admirable job of it. But here's a Hellfire. Gonna go on top of Coeds, does get blocked, but still the damage is there. Koshka really going forward. You can see the Warhorn doing some work, and they just absolutely delete that Sky. She does not exist. The one-shot, one-kill does not connect, or at least didn't do a killing blow. I think it actually might have connected on top of Beowulf, but at the same time, you rush down that Sky. She had no tricks up her sleeve. Excelsior and Hobani, they're really just coming down to these glimmer shots. This turret is not going to be living too much longer here either, and Excelsior is going to be the only survivor out of this as well. There's still not even a Kraken to go get, so we're just going to bounce back and do some shopping. This was all through Hobani having an infusion as well. It just didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, and this is just looking really strong from Vertigo. They are in complete control of this game thus far. Again, it's not quite over yet because we did see it looked like they had the game in hand for game number 1 here, and it ended up going slipping through their grasp. But they seem to have a much firmer hold on game 2. As 11-3 on the kills and about a 7,000 gold lead in their favor. As the gold mine does still currently belong to Gangstars, and it looks like with the minion candy on it, they're going to try and hold on to this until the Kraken does spawn. But I would expect to see both teams putting some heavy emphasis on this area. There's an infusion being picked up by Vixen on this Koshka. There's one on Coeds as well. So both teams know that the next fight or two is going to be extremely important in determining a winner.
Unfortunately, it just does not look like the gold mine can get contested. The minion candy might have fallen out of favor, but there's the Kraken coming out. An immense gold payout will help out the pockets here of Coeds and crew. That's going to be the reflex block from Coeds as he does eat another Hellfire Brew, but nobody else here to follow up. Not this time. Now, could we actually go for the Kraken? We do got a flare there in the bush. You see Excelsior, and all right. Kraken thinks maybe he can see Excelsior there as well. But no, this is going to keep the Gangstars crew here and healthy. Beowulf throws down that gauntlet. Here goes the death from above. That's actually going to be a pretty good stun up there on top of the Kestrel, but we do lose out our Koshka to the Sky. Yeah, you can see Sky repositioning forward barrages. Is that actually enough? The Suri strike forward barrage on Beowulf and Vixen. That is a cleanup. That is the reverse ace, not where you thought maybe that was going. And another death from above and the capture on top of this Kraken. Impressive indeed.
Gangstars Polaris. Apparently it's their playstyle to just fall way, way, way behind early and then just suddenly win a team fight post 15 minutes and turn the game around. I'm not sure what the mindset or the how they are able to do this. but twice in a row now, they've apparently pulled it off. The game is not over yet. They still haven't won, but this is going to get them a lot of gold, a lot of much-needed gold into their pockets. As you can see now, with that turret going down, they have brought it back within about 2,000 gold, or is what it will be once the Kraken falls and gives the payout to Vertigo Black. But Gangstar's Polaris, this team just will not quit.
Not at all. Maybe this whole comeback from behind mentality is just how they like to play, because we haven't seen them take an early advantage in a while. And hey, I mean, whatever works, don't fix it at this point. 6 kills to 12, and they're still down in gold, but they're up in momentum, and that's absolutely huge. And again, Coeds, I gotta say, his late game. We have the early game Koshka, we had that Arden, we saw so many invades, but none of it really impacted Coeds. And now Koa's coming back with Sky making some big plays. That's going to be the gauntlet going down. Another Hellfire Brew. This could be a good turnaround. Koa's down low, but he gets the shields. He's going to get the forward barrage just before ticking down. But now Vixen again, he's on the retreat. The 675 hit there on top of Rix. I don't think there's enough from Excelsior to finish him off, but this is still trading out, still significantly better for the Gangstar's crew.
Yeah, they get the 1-for-1 trade, but they have much more health left when all is said and done with the 2 that are remaining. And again, it's such a risky way to play, just allowing yourself to fall that far behind in the early game. But I suppose if your late game is strong enough, you can afford to do so. As Gangstar's Polaris, they feel like they're the ones in control at this point. Again, nothing is set in stone, especially with how close this game has now become. Just a single pick onto Kestrel or onto Sky can completely end the game in favor of Vertigo. But at the same time, Gangstar's Polaris can do the exact same thing. If they can just pop someone early on in a fight, and then they can easily take full control and shove down this lane. Kraken should be respawning pretty soon here, so both these teams starting to put some vision attention down, a lot of flares being used, and now they're going in looking for the fight.
Yeah, and they find Rix on the back of it as well. Death from above does actually get a stun there on top of Vixen, but Vixen just turns around on top of Hobani, and that is just going to be a little bit of a death match off to one side. Coeds is still kiting out Beowulf, as you see the Kestrel actually going to go down. There goes the Sky as well, the Hellfire Brew from afar. Vixen and Beowulf now have to deal with Excelsior, and well, Excelsior doesn't have that Storm Shield ready to go. Not yet, trying to just live through this one. Can she get the equalized kill? Hit her with that Storm Shield. Beowulf will not. And now I think that is going to be a-okay here for Vixen as they take a 2-for-1 trade, but definitely a very big split in the fight right there. 2 just kind of duking it out there in the lane as we have to chase down the Sky. And I was going to say, I don't think it really comes down to Kestrel at all. I think if you can just take down Sky, you can just win out these fights.
Yeah, and obviously we saw Vixen was there able to take out Kestrel in the one-on-one fight. But Kestrel is still pretty far behind in terms of items, really only having 2 full tier 3s completed, whereas you look at, Sky has the Shattered Glass and the Broken Myth and an Atlas Pauldron and an Aegis, whereas you look at Kestrel, you have Aegis and the Aegis and the Sorrow Blade, and that's it. No other tier 3s completed for Hobani. So Hobani really needs to get some gold under his belt and quickly to be able to finish off another tier 3 item and be able to win that trade against a Koshka. I mean, Koshka is at the point where she's fallen off pretty hard, with the exception of the duration of the stun on the ultimate, and you need to be able to win that trade as a Kestrel.
So where are the teams now? You see Vertigo Black, they're really just kind of taking their time on this one. There's no aggressive positioning from them here. Gangstar's Vega thinking, all right, we can maybe do this bush. They have a flare in it, so they know exactly what's up, as Vertigo Black really just not finding their fight yet. What do we have for timers? All the ultimates are ready to go. We do got some infusions, actually a lot of infusions down into the dirty of it, but 21 minutes in, and nobody's picked up the second Kraken. The first one not making a huge mark. that was like the big aggression flip right there from the Gangstars. More and more flares going down as each team is clamoring for an advantage, but not yet.
And it looks like we may be getting one coming up soon, though, as all 6 members are posturing around this tri-brush area. The Kraken has been started. This is risky.
But they do got a Sky, remember. Death from above, the forward barrage, it could do some good work, but here comes the Gauntlet. Silence there as well, and that could actually be Coeds now picking up some fantastic work, but he gets silenced and destroyed. Doesn't take anybody with him whatsoever. Vixen actually still ticking here. Vixen will not go down, would you believe? The Kraken this whole time has just been slamming there on top of the opponent, but it is going to be now the Kraken going over to Vertigo Black. They're not going to find Excelsior. He's off to the side. He could probably take the backs if you really wanted to, but there is a very big threat of them losing this game right here and now.
Yeah, it's very, very likely with 20 seconds of just a Catherine to defend. You have a minion wave and Kraken pushing down. This is going to be the game. Vertigo Black are going to force us to another Game 3 here in the North American round of 16 of the VGL qualifiers, as they survived the comeback attempt from Gangstar's Polaris here in game number 2. And with that, we're going to have another blind pick. Rome, what do you think we're going to see?
Wow. These games where we see all the games, Vertigo Black is being so dominant in the early game. They're controlling it so well. And they're obviously like looking back at the last game. They're looking at their mistakes. They're trying to prevent like future comebacks from happening. And they did it really well this game. Like there was one slip up that caused for a reverse ace. But apart from that, like they were able to settle down. Their mindset, they calmed it down. They're pretty much strategized. They're gonna be like, okay, this is how we're gonna approach this. They have a Kestrel on their team, so as long as we avoid out this Kestrel and we dive her first, if she gets deleted out of the picture, as long as we're able to spread ourselves out and not take too much damage coming in from the sky, we should be totally fine. And with their execution coming to this, they played it out really well. Looking at this last game coming up, I do give the favor out to Vertigo Black. I see that they're able to execute this, especially this domination in the lane coming out of Rix, where he's able to gain more CS than Coeds in both games. He's making those plays, he's making those differences. He's definitely the MVP. But not only is Rix doing well, like his junglers are doing so well both of these games. They're dominating that early game aggression, and this is something that we have never seen from Vertigo before in previous tournaments, was they were always playing those passive comps, relying on heavy heroes like Cruel that do need that amount of CS, the amount of inventory before he starts to scale up and do really well. So being able to see them and how they adjusted their playstyle to match different types of compositions, different gameplay mechanics, it's very surprising, like, and it's very pleasurable to watch. And I do see like a huge improvement from them since the North America Live Championships. Going to this last game, it's going to be a blind pick, and they're just going to keep rolling with what's been working for them so well. And because of this, I give them the advantage, and I'm probably going to call it out and say that they're going to win, because their junglers have been doing so well, where they give their laner position where he doesn't have to worry as much, where he's freely able to farm and do as he pleases. So going to this third game, I'll probably pick Vertigo Black again.
Alright, thanks a lot. Another third matchup here, so that is going to be super interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, blind pick is on the way for the third one. And yeah, we are going to show this in just a bit, since we are looking still here at the stats. So give us a second, and then we will be in the lobby and together with Rome talking about the ongoing picks.
Yes, so we can actually jump over and look at the tournament screen and just go over all the brackets. We can see what we're going to see tomorrow, what matches, since we want to give Gangsters and Vertigo a bit of time to rest after those two stressful and long matches. As we can see in the Catherine bracket, we are going to see the Gangsters Sirius versus Gangsters Vega. Maybe the other Gangsters team, the third Gangsters team, is also going to make it. We will see that in the third match. In the Adagio bracket, we do have Team Penetrate versus Nemesis Hydra. The Rhyme bracket, it is going to be Alliance versus either Vertigo Black or Gangsters Polaris. And now the Ringo bracket, and I'm skipping over those first three since we already talked a lot and in depth about them, but not about the Ringo bracket, so I'm going to ask the Rome about thoughts about the Ringo bracket. Did everything go how you expected so far in this bracket? How do you see the later match we will see between Von Manets and the Sillies going out? Just some insights. Meanwhile, as said, we are prepping the party for the last third match between Gangsters Polaris and Vertigo Black.
So with the Von Menace match against the Sillies, we have like a team that we pretty much dominated the second qualifiers. They came in second place in the first qualifiers. And even though they had a really good showing at live championships, they ended up falling to Liberation X and then again falling to Gangstars Vega. However, the thing about this team is I see how they're playing. They're executing comps out really well. They know how to do those jungle rotations where they can take an advantage. But this is also the thing, is where all their opponents have been able to look up previous footage on them. They're able to study them. And as more teams as we noticed, this is like the more teams that are playing now, we're not seeing so much very aggressive comps that are making reckless mistakes, but instead they scaled back a bit. They're starting to play a lot more passive. They're starting to play a lot more efficiently, and with their opponents in the Sillies, where you have Silly Smurf, Mac Daddy B, Lola 420, and Selena Gomez. This team was originally known for their very aggressive early game compositions, but recently, what we've been seeing from them is they've been running a lot of Cruel, a lot of Celeste, a lot of Vox. So they're starting to scale back and they're starting to adjust to the flow of the game in general, like how the patches have changed over time, all the new different mechanics that were involved. So this is what top teams have to do. Like as each patch comes out, as the flow of the game starts to shift towards mid game to late game, they have to be able to adjust themselves and they have to be able to make sure it works. So against these two teams, I think we're going to see an advantage on the team of Vaughn just because they've been doing this for so much longer. They're able to knock out certain mistakes and certain kinks inside the rotation of the Sillies, and I think that's where they're going to take the win from.
Okay, thank you for the insight. I believe we are ready to jump into the blind pick. So the Von Manus versus the Sillies will be the match or the matchup we're going to see after this third match. So let's directly jump into the blind pick screen and see which decisions got made meanwhile.
Alright, there we go. Instantly locking in here from Gangsters. It is Arden, Castrol, and Scarf versus Arden, Ringo, and Koshka. So Rome, going into that third match, both teams playing Arden. Koshka and Ringo on the one hand side, Kestrel and Scarf on the other hand side. What do you think? Who is going to take it home and will fight tomorrow in the quarterfinals?
The jungle system in this game is actually going to count for a lot, especially if you have Koshka on one hand and you have the Kestrel on the other hand, was it?
Yeah.
If you have those two, if Koshka is able to pretty much eliminate out Kestrel's early game advantage in terms of how much damage she does in her burst, then I think they're going to take out the win for sure, because Koshka does scale a lot easier. And the thing about Kestrel is, Kestrel, no doubt, is very strong in the early game. But if you outmaneuver her and you start a snowball really quick by taking that early game level 1 fight, and then you're trying to invade really quick, the snowball actually happens even faster and she starts to fall off even quicker. So I do give the advantage to Vertigo Black this game based on how well they've been playing so far.
Alright, thanks a lot for your analysis, and our casters, Tasty Bacon for Court Jester. Take it away a minute into the match.
All right, well, as we get into it here, guys, the blind pick once more. And I see another Scarf. I see another Kestrel. I'm very interested to see where this Koshka is going to go. But Mr. Tasty Bacon, Rix once more. He's actually going to be on that Ringo.
Yeah, Ringo for that early pressure, and we've seen Vertigo Black. They're all about this early game. They're very strong in the early game, so they have Ringo Koshka, and we see it coming out already here on Coeds. A ton of damage, not quite enough for a kill, though.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the power is definitely there. Beowulf and Rix with that combo. They've left Koshka to her own devices, but at this point, who really needs to help out a Koshka when she can just clear that jungle so very quickly? Now, we got some return pressure from Excelsior and Hobani here. Rix actually could be going down to Glimmer shots, but it's going to be the hits from Excelsior that actually secures the kills, and this seems very reminiscent of game number 1, putting the kills on top of the room once more.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, it's not obviously what they're ideally looking for, but, a kill is a kill in the early game. It frees up Coeds to get some farm on his own without worry of that pressure from Ringo. But another thing I'd want to point out, the streak continues. Blind pick, 1 Kestrel.
1 Kestrel, yeah, it's just not that universally OP hero, and as we, continue to learn and evolve game styles, metas, and gameplay, you kind of just learn a little bit more about how to defeat that. So either way, gonna have to keep an eye on Hobani and how well he does with the Kestrel here, but Vixen and crew, they're still really pushing up hard up against Coeds. This is leaving us a little bit of room from the Gankstars to go into the counter jungle, and Vixen's basically on point to go find them here.
Yeah, they are going to be finding each other. It's a 2-on-2 in the jungle. Vixen and Beowulf get melted early on. Hobani with those glimmer shots. Beowulf is so low and will be falling. And that's... You're talking about how teams have figured out how to play against this Kestrel. Apparently, the side of Vertigo Black has not quite figured that one out.
To be fair, they didn't know they were in the bush. They thought that there was a rotation, stuttered in the bush, then went to face check the bush, and that's where they find glimmer shots, uppercuts, Excelsior, and Hobani just doing those big Kestrel plays. So if they had known they were there, you would have seen definitely a lot more of an aggression earlier on from the Koshka. You would have jumped on the Hobani instead of getting shot in the face. So I'm not quite going to give them the points, your point there, but the glimmer shots are really doing some good work, and 3 kills up already. Gankstars are feeling, well, this is the first time they've taken an early lead.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can be the ones to carry that early lead on through, or if Vertigo Black will turn it around here. Again, it's still very, very early on. About a 1k gold lead here in the first 4 minutes, and we have another jungle invasion, this time on the other side of the map.
Yeah, so again, if they have the vision, they can easily jump on top of her, and Hobani goes down pretty much immediately. Now, Excelsior will get this kill if this actually holds up, but Vixen, with his trademark, gets away at less than 2% hit points. Oh, if he had been on that scout trap, could have been a different story. But they get the steal, they get the kills. That's 2 kills now to their name, and a minion miner as well. 1-shot, 1 kill for the level 6. Not going to connect. It was a good attempt, but not to be. And Scarf, unfortunately, just not really that mobile range guy that we need him to be, right? Now, he is burning down Rix, but that's not enough to take him down, and it looks like the aggression will go unanswered.
Yeah, so Vertigo Black answering nicely with their own jungle invade that time and taking away a couple of camps of their own. Makes the gold lead dead even once again. So both of these teams, it's another match where these two teams really do seem to be evenly paired. And that's what we've started to see here now that we've gotten into the round of 16. A lot of teams are much closer than we have seen even in previous competitions, let alone previous rounds. So it's a lot of fun to watch, and I'm really glad that we're starting to see this happen. And it just makes me even more excited for the next rounds coming up. However, this is what we have to focus on right now, as Coed's just going to be firing those Spitfires out into the brush. It does connect, which gives them the advanced warning and gets a nice chunk of damage down because he had just visited the shop and picked up that Frostburn.
Yeah, Beowulf had really been eating a lot of the glimmer shots, a lot of those Spitfires, and I was a little afraid to see if it was going to be, kind of jump material from there, but it's just business as normal. 3 kills, 2 gold, really not a huge lead from either side, about 500 or so, favoring the Vertigo Black. But at this point again, Rix, he just comes back to lane. Koshka's out farming, and level 6s on both sides. Both sides do actually have 2 sets of ultimates ready to go. We've already seen the 1-shot, 1-kill miss, as it kind of on average does. Nobody's taken the gold miner yet, and it's coming up to its full payload.
Yeah, in just a couple of seconds, it will be fully loaded on the payout. So I would expect to see both teams start to put a lot more attention on that area map, as we can see Vertigo Black doing just that. And here comes some damage coming over the wall as from both sides, really. So Bonnie does get hit by the Hellfire Brew, but it's still early, so it's not going to do all that much damage. And now we'll see if they go in. The gold mine has been started.
Yeah, we got a Spitfire on top of it as well. Excelsior is now actually the one to tank it. Now it's turning right back to Beowulf. He is going to be taking it low, and the payout will actually go to Beowulf, and they're going to be jumping in. There's the Koshka stun on top of Coeds into the back. The Yummy Catnip Frenzy looking to secure, and they will. The 1-shot, 1-kill. He'll hit Rix. But unfortunately, it looks like that's all they're going to get out of it. Vixen and Beowulf thinking, all right, they can find Hobani, and they do right there in top of that bush. Beowulf drops. Koshka gets 1. Looking for now Excelsior. Can Vixen actually fight that out? Not with Excelsior chugging down a health potion. Or can he? No! Roundhouse kick puts her down. And that will actually be now the lane pressure going basically over to Rix in favor of Chase. And they get a turret for their troubles as well.
Yeah, so nice job by Vertigo. They do pick up that turret and the gold mine, so that's a pretty solid gold swing for them. As we see, it went from being pretty much dead even to now a 2,000 gold lead, as they got pretty much 300 gold from both of those objectives going over per player. So that equates to the lead they have, and now it's going to be on Gangstar's Polaris to answer this aggression. They've done a good job thus far, each team, of answering their opponent's moves and keeping themselves even. But we could be having a bit of a skirmish here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, well, I'm very curious what Coeds thought he might be doing, but hey, all right, gets 1 kill on top of that Arden, double gauntlets, and now the Yummy Catnip Frenzy to the back. Rix coming in, 1-shot, 1-kill is a better name for him in those crits, and now Excelsior is just going to drop for the ace, and not only do they get the gold mine and another ace, or they keep the gold mine and they keep the ace, that's also like a turret down as well. Rix can push this up pretty far.
I don't think it's going to be a turret. The lane was pretty far back, and the respawns are already coming through. Early in the game, the respawn timers are not very long at all. So it's definitely not going to be a turret here, especially with Scarf getting to the lane to help clear out those minions. But the confidence of Vertigo Black to know that they've once again got the early game advantage and are winning the early fights, it's just going to be a matter of if they can continue that through the game. We saw in game 1, obviously, they faltered a bit and gave up the game. And then even in game 2, they looked a little bit shaky towards that as the late game started. And were then able to bring it back to secure the victory. So we've seen it happen where Vertigo has gotten this lead and then sort of given it up a bit. So Gangstars, they just need to keep themselves focused and try and get this turned around once again. But you also have to wonder at the same time, how many times can a team do that?
Well, I mean, they won 1 game and they've lost 1 game, so 50% is my leading guess right now. A little bit of aggression coming in from Vertigo as they do take away 1 of those forward camps. They do maintain that gold mine, and it's, 3/4 or so from payment, just about. So another 60 seconds or so, and they're going to take that 2,000 gold lead and put that up another K. And 7 kills 6 is still pretty even. What has Coed's been doing? 88 creeps to the 101 of Rix. Of course, Rix has only died once. Coed's down twice. So a little bit more extra aggression coming in. And of course, we're missing that turret as well. So Rix, I got to say, really impressive stuff when it comes to those lanes. Now, What will he do from here? These teams are split. They're just kind of farming up and trying to limit whatever they can up against the Gangstars. But the next breaking point, I don't know, could be any time here, Bacon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one thing that we've seen over and over again from this match is that they will just go in at any given moment. If they see even what they think is an opportunity to get an advantage in a fight, they go for it. Both teams are perfectly willing to pull the trigger. As we do see the Vertigo, they captured that enemy goal or minion mine early on in the game, right around the 4 or 5 minute mark. Still haven't touched their own. Once again, 11 and a half minutes in, so they've got that 3.5 hundred gold sitting there on the field, waiting for them to be take it. As they do get the 300 gold each for that gold mine payout, and now they're looking for a fight.
Well, I saw one shot, one kill, and at least one gauntlet going down, but it does look like it's not going to be the day of Koshka. There goes the defensive gauntlet, but the Spitfire is just inches away from the heels there of Beowulf. It's Excelsior and crew going to be trying to chase this down. Koshka's already out. I think they're going to go for that gold mine if they could have only done it, 30 seconds earlier or so in order to get that payout. No, they're not even going to get that. It gets denied. They see the candy on it, so they're going to go for a turret instead, or they're just pushing up the lane. Doesn't really seem to not. Yeah, they can't really get too much of an advantage here, can they?
Yeah, if I were them, I'd go for this dive like they're doing onto Beowulf, almost getting the kill, but not quite securing it. Now Rix is trying to answer back with damage. Does get Hardek pretty low, to the point where he has to back off. A one-shot, one kill, just trying to get some more damage down onto Rix, but he's going to be able to heal that back just over time before the next fight happens, I would guess. As now Vertigo Black, knowing that those recalls had to come through, are looking for an aggressive jungle move, but Beowulf needs to be careful.
Well, he got the kill, and that's the important part. At the same time, Vixen picks up the backs as well. The minion mine is still blue, and the gold mine remains blue there as well. A nice candy from Beowulf kept it to them, and really, I mean, at this point, Gangstars, like, they could have gone for a turret, they could have gone for the gold mine. They opted to really do neither. It's something to say about the power of a deep fight like that. You take an advantage fight on your side of the map, and really you're just not in position to do much more about it. So they still remain in gold deficit, about 2,000 to 3,000 or so, depending. Coed's still farming up a storm, 118 to his name, but he's still falling short of Rix, sitting at 129. Sounds like a familiar song and dance there, doesn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. As again, 7-7 in terms of kills. Such a close game between these two, and it's another one where it's going to be kind of upsetting to see one of these teams have to leave this qualifier without any points, because they are both just so evenly matched. As Vertigo Black, they've started to make that little bit of faltering. They still have a 3,000 gold lead, but it's definitely not the same level of early game control that we had seen in games 1 and 2. There goes a gauntlet.
Yeah, the flare into the gauntlet has to use those blocks. The Hellfire comes down as well, but it's not going to be enough for any kind of kills going back and forth. Beowulf eats the one-shot, one kill, so a little bit low on our Arden, but at the same time, we did just actually throw down as much as we could to heal up here from the Gangstars. They will maintain this turret, at least for now. Here comes those minions, and this is where Rix can really start shining. Vixen goes in there as well. They chunk it down and absolutely melt it. It is no longer to be standing. 10 seconds still. Kraken up as well. A decent slash sort of immense gold payout. I think that one's still. I think that's classified as immense. We'll find out in 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be an immense gold payout. As there it is, 241 gold per player. It's going to help them out as they go into the shop right now, just to try and get a couple of items picked up. And you see, there's going to be double infusions grabbed by Rix. They know that there's gonna likely be a fight over this Kraken, but no one from Gangstars has moved over there, so Vertigo is just gonna start this one up, and it looks like they're gonna take this uncontested.
Again, same old song and dance. We've seen this pattern before. The team that turtles somehow seems they actually have this extraordinary knack for coming back into these matches. Now, we are down 2 turrets, and we're very likely about to lose this third one here, but when it comes to the team fight, Vertigo's not heavily in favor of this. It's 7 kills to 7, and only about 5,000 or so to their name. Now, there's not flush in infusions here either. We do have a defensive infusion ready to go for Coeds and Hobani as well. So they're basically sitting at, the max that they can do for now. And they got a Scarf. I mean, we know exactly how fast this Kraken can melt.
Yeah, and they see it going down right now under the turret. Beowulf also very low, but the turret is going to be the first thing to fall there, and now they're going in for the fight.
Gauntlet gets the stun on top of Hobani, who gets just immediately jumped on. Beowulf is still alive somehow. I cannot say the same for Hobani. And Excelsior is still just trying to do his best. Coeds gets collapsed, and this Kraken is now going to be pushing for. There's 2 team members dead here, but there's very low from Vertigo. Doesn't matter, though. It's really only Excelsior and a Kraken. That is going to be game. It will be Vertigo Black to advance over Polaris. And this is the first Gankstars team to not advance here in qualifier number 1.
Yeah, what an ending. It just it almost came out of nowhere. It seemed like, Gangsters were going to be able to fend off that Kraken being, getting the victory, as they had done multiple times already in this series. But just all of a sudden, Vertigo Black push on through and fight their way into the quarterfinals of the first qualifier in, I don't want to say convincing fashion, because it was a very, very close game and a close series. But in the end, Vertigo Black able to pick up the second 2 games and make their way into the quarterfinals. Congratulations to them. Now, Rome, go ahead and take us through that one, and we get set up for our final match of the night.
Wow. With Vertigo Black I've always been a fan of them. Like, I cheer them on, especially with them coming to previous tournaments as the underdog. But no doubt, they've always been like succeeding before, especially around their certain type of gameplay and game style. But from what we've seen today, and it's their first time on stream in this VGL, is they're executing these different gameplays, like in terms of strategy. They're going with very strong, aggressive early comps, and they've been executing it so well. Being the first team to knock out a Gangstars team this entire tournament, and tomorrow they're gonna face an even bigger challenge in Vaughn. So what we're gonna have to see from them is, now we're gonna be balancing out 2 teams, whether they're able to pretty much play to their strengths. And because we're seeing a different side of Vertigo Black, we're seeing how much practice that they've actually been putting in during the off time, and it's come to show. A couple of things that I do have to note out are that when they do have that early game lead, they have to be able to position themselves a little bit better. I did notice a couple of times where they were getting caught out. Maybe it was due to lack of using their flares, especially when Beowulf was carrying a lot of flares. Like, he always had multiple flares on him, 3, 4, and 5, but they were face checking a couple of bushes where he could have been a bit more cautious, and that could have saved them taking in a bunch of damage, especially coming out of this Kestrel with her rage.
Thank you very much, Rome. Great match up here. Congratulations, of course, to the winning team and Gangsters here with their first team not going into the next round and being eliminated. The next and final matchup of the night is ready to kick off. We have the Sillies versus Von Menace, and since everyone is ready, everyone is waiting, we are just waiting here to kick off this game and then having more like a post analysis from Rome this time. And I think everyone is waiting here to see Von Menace, their first team, and the Sillies. Seat number 1, seat number 4. What I would like to know before we jump actually into that match, Rome, is what do you think in general about this matchup, and who do you think is coming out on top here?
With Vaughn against the Sillies, I've seen both of them play for a long time, And I do have to give the favor out here to Vaughn. I find that on their team, Vaughn C is probably one of the best junglers in all of North America, combined with the great shot calling and the great positioning coming out of Love Ice Forever and their roamer. I believe Phoenix isn't playing today, and it'll be Super Shot. I can't say for sure about that just yet, but their playstyle overall in general, I find that their synergy is just too much, and it's way too strong for other teams to be able to try and battle that out in terms of out rotating them, making ganks on their lane during the laning phase. So what Sillies have to do this game is they're going to have to be very smart in the jungle early game. They're going to have to be able to take advantages where it's dealt. And by picking and by looking at them recently, they've been playing a lot of late scaling compositions. And I hope it works out for them today. I do like how they're trying to expand their reach, play different styles, and they've been making it work so far this tournament. It's actually been really good practice for them. So how they actually execute this out and how they transition from the early to mid game is going to be determined on how well they're able to keep up with Vaughn's rotations.
Alright, thanks a lot. We do see here the matchup, the rosters, the Sillies, Castrol, Arden, and Celeste versus Von Menace with a very rarely seen Tucker at the moment, Vox, and Catherine. So that is super interesting. Castrol, we have seen here the early aggression. Looks like it is their strategy to go in here all in and to dominate the enemy early game together with the Castrol and Arden. This is at least what it looks to me like, and Von Menace here with the Tucker, Vox, Catherine having not that different plan, but I want to put you down actually, Rome, on that Tucker pick from Von Menace. What is the strategy behind that?
With Von C probably playing out this Taka is we're going to be seeing a different kind of Taka that we haven't seen so much of in the tournament. And I commend him on this. Like, I noticed his playstyle is very strong. He does prioritize a lot of time on actually farming instead of using his kit to gank, but it pays off in the late game. Like, he's able to scale during the mid to late game really well. And this is something like it's a very good piece for people to actually start watching in and tuning in. How to be able to play these off meta comps and making it work. Because Taka is really good against Castro and especially against Celeste, where he's pretty much aimed for as an assassin, right? So jumping in, doing burst amounts of damage. I would even build him like as a crystal carry this game, even if I do have a Vox as a crystal carry.
Alright, so we will see who will come out on top, and we will jump on the fold in just a minute. In the meantime, for everyone who's watching again the second qualifier, the application is now open, ladies and gentlemen, and by the way, Rhyme is available from the round of 16, meaning today, and of course the future match days, but we have just seen him very, very rarely, I think 2 or 3 times over the course from Europe and North America when we are streaming tonight. So we're just waiting here for the last person to accept, and we are good to go. One trailer, Tasty Bacon, and no one else than Forecourt Jester are taking it away.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
All right, and here we are for game number 1 between the Sillies and Von Menace, the odds-on favorite from the Fall Championships. It didn't actually end up winning it, but everyone was fearing this Von team, and now here they are in the qualifiers. Tasty Bacon alongside Forecourt Jester to call all the action for our final match of the day. And we are underway with the Love Ice Forever playing this box in the lane against Silly Smurf.
Oh, that's going to be absolutely terrifying. But Von C on this Taka, I think that's the guy you got to be looking for, because Silly Smurf from the Sillies is taking a silly death here from a silly pick of Taka. And Von C, again, like as you said, they were the big favorites back at the NA finals in December. And how did Von C get this Taka? I really have to know.
Yeah, Von C made a name for himself with this Taka pick in the fall season. I guess, it hasn't really been seen at all here in winter. So maybe that's why I went through. Teams just were thinking, you know what, maybe it's just not really being played at all. So maybe Von C's moved away from it too. But he grabs it right here in this match against the Sillies, and already off to a good start picking up that first kill.
So there's a lot of talk about, how do you deal with Kestroing? And you see a Kestro here from the Sillies, right? This early game aggression of theirs could really pay off nicely with a ton of glimmer shots and the one-shot, one kill to seal the deal. But all you have to do is, Rome keeps telling us, is just lock her down. Hard engaged. Catherine. But not only do we have a Catherine, we got that Taka. And this is just, I fear for the Sillies. I fear for Mac Daddy B. When it comes to some of these fights, because he's going to have to deal with both of them on his face for probably majority of these fights.
Yeah, and the vision game is going to be so incredibly important for both teams now. Obviously, you have Kestrel, who can go invisible with that active camo, and then, of course, Taka with that Kaku also has the invisibility, so those flares are going to make a massive impact, even more so in this game than it has in other games that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see the Sillies here. They're looking for Love Ice Forever. Well, they can keep looking. He's not going to go down that easily. Von C's still kind of off in his jungle. Level 3s, 4 for the Mac Daddy and 4 for Von C now, as they're pretty much on track for those quick 6s. And the Sillies, they're going to do a 3-man rotation down. They do find the Scout Trap. Von C not going to be really looking for it. Phoenix is here. There was actually a little bit of concern that he might not have been. So Phoenix, Von C, and Love Ice. This is, I think, their strongest roster. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, this is their main lineup of players, as now Von C going to be using that Kaku to go in. Does find a Scout Trap, but they did a little bit of damage onto Lola before backing off here. Now they go in once again. Love Ice Forever not being close enough to really help participate in that damage. So instead, they just push the wave up and then go down to visit the shop. And this is, a very common thing that you'll see is people just shoving up the lane and going down to the shop. But Sillies expect that and anticipate it and answer it with a nice move of their own.
Wow, is Lola actually going to catch up to Phoenix there? But they don't have the damage to finish him off. Now, Von C is here as well for that Taka. Lola's down to under half. Is Von C's going to be looking for. Silly Smurf is going to be there as well. Von C now going to be caught off to the side. And there goes the Catherine. It's a 2v3. And this is not where Von really wants to be. That Von C Taka. Will this be enough? Oh, the Glimmer Shot catches him on the foot. And that is going to be a 2-for-1. Turnaround. No, it's a 2-for-0 turnaround. That just, unfortunately, did not work out for Von Menace whatsoever.
Yeah, not at all. The Sillies are a team that there was a lot of talk around them in the qualifiers in the fall season. A lot of players had them pegged as a dark horse, so to speak, in the qualifier. A lot of players in the bracket challenge had the Sillies going all the way, and they didn't quite pan out, but they have kind of rebuilt themselves a little bit. They still have the same main core, but they definitely just look like a much stronger team this time around. And we'll have to see if they can take down the menace that has been Von Menace in the North American scene.
Yeah, I don't think they're a Phantom Menace. This is a real, good team. Arguably one of the best here when it came to the NA finals there for Vainglory League, and they're really looking to get into those quarterfinals coming up, soon enough. So Von Menace and Love Ice Forever. I remember meeting these guys back at the NA, and their gameplay is really on point. Unfortunately, they're just kind of walking in circles and not finding anyone as of yet, but they do got the gold mine to their name. they are actually a little bit behind in gold. Von C actually goes in with the X-Retsu, and, well, he has to actually just now get out of that one. The Celeste comes in there with that core collapse as well, stops a lot of the aggression. One shot, one kill. Is still, I think, wrongly named in majority of these fights, but hey, Von Menace have to back up.
Yeah, it's more like one shot and every so often a kill. But there's gonna be the Von Menace team. This is a team that was known and renowned for the way that they play together and move as a unit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's been somewhat apparent here in this game thus far in the early stages, but nowhere near what I think we've kind of gotten accustomed to seeing from this squad. So let's see if they can improve upon that and really start moving together like they're doing right now, going in onto Silly Smurf. They do give up one kill to the turret, but they get their target. Not really worth it, though. Obviously, going 1-for-1 doesn't do a whole lot for you.
The core collapse was really on point. That's why we were able to trade out pretty much as easy as they made it look. Love Ice Forever is trying to get in some poke, but it's actually Phoenix that ate majority of those glimmer shots. He's down now, regenning from half, but 3 kills too. You know, we're still trying to keep the Sillies a little bit off balance. If they don't have that Celeste, they can't rotate down for the gold mine nearly as easily. And as long as Phoenix is still standing, it should be an endless supply of candy there for the gold miner himself. So Mac Daddy V actually now level 8, I think highest in game actually is. Von C and Love Ice Forever are only sitting at 7 and counting. So Mac Daddy's actually made his mark here early on.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides to playing this really grouped up, moving as one unit strategy is the fact that you will have people start to slowly fall behind in levels. Obviously, you know, at 7 to 8, you've only got 5 and 4 levels to go until you're max, and it doesn't matter. So it's not the biggest of deals to fall behind by a level here at the 7-minute mark. It's more in the really early stages that has a big impact. But Phoenix is going to get caught on the wrong side of this, but goes in anyway, and Vaughn is trying to look for a kill on the Silly Smurf. Not quite going to get it, though.
Yeah, the Storm Guard is just absolutely phenomenal when it comes to that. You just pop it, and you know you can't get chunked down. You're going to do any kind of damage if they do focus you. So he felt very safe actually going into that one. And Silly Smurf about half or so. Gold Mine now sitting just a little bit past that half mark, looking for a payout soon in the next 2 minutes or so. Could we have caught Phoenix here? Well, if you want a glimmer shot, you have to glimmer shot the gold mine, and it looks like they're okay with that. Lola now going to throw down that gauntlet. It is a 2v3 situation. Taka nowhere near, but Love Ice Forever does actually get clipped out. Celeste takes him down with the Solar Storm, but Von C comes in and helps secure that kill. It's actually Catherine that picked it up. 1-for-1 as Phoenix is still chasing down, looking for Lola. Von C, I think, actually is going to be looking for Silly Smurf, and there's the X-Retsu, and that should be the pickup. Easy pickings, 2-for-1, and they maintain that gold mine just in time for an immense gold payout.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt by the Sillies to try and take that gold mine away before the payout happened, but it just didn't work out. The minion candy on the gold mine meant it was absolutely punishing Lola, who wasn't able to really be involved in that fight at all. Love Ice Forever did go down, but it's still advantage to Von Menace, as now Love Ice Forever is going to take a bit of damage here with these glimmer shots, but just Sonic zooms back underneath the turret and is perfectly fine. Sitting about half health, obviously just going to be looking to hit these minions, farm up a bit, maybe get some health back before looking for any kind of engagement.
Mac Daddy does eat a scout trap, but at least he cleared it for his trouble. Phoenix now coming down. We do got the level 6 from Catherine there, ready to go. The Blast Tremor should be pretty much online. And Phoenix again has to go right up to this gold mine. We do got Celeste and that artillery cannon doing work, but Mac Daddy just gets absolutely chunked out. Von C doing work right there. So they actually have that tension bow. You know it. There goes the Vox, but they traded out for the Kestrel, and Von C again looking for the re-engage. Finds Silly Smurf into the back. Damage upon damage. Phoenix comes in. The stun makes it a 2v1, and Lola just does not have it in him to take down Von C. Actually going to get the early camps, maybe. Maybe he will take down Von C. I do not know why he re-engaged that. Really nice pickup there from Lola, but Phoenix there picked up the other forward camp as well. So trades for trades.
Yeah, it actually wasn't a horrible decision by Von C. He could have gotten some extra damage done and still got away. The problem is, the engage happened right on top of a scout trap that obviously he had no way of seeing there. And so the scout trap explosion combined with the uppercut from Arden was enough to pop the Taka. But did go ahead and actually buy a aftershock. So picked up the tension bow for the early game damage, and now might be going into that crystal power Taka that we've seen a couple of times towards the end of the fall season. But we'll have to see. Is now he's going in underneath the turret.
Yeah, the tension bow really starting to pay off dividends. A gauntlet goes down from Lola, and now it's just going to fade into obscurity for 100 seconds because it did not catch anyone. The Celeste was not even there as well. We do still have that Solar Storm ready to go, but Mac Daddy, again, like, this is why you take the target. This is why you take the captain. You jump on that Kestrel, and you can basically remove her from these fights. And the early tension bow from Von C is really starting to show the power of this early game Taka.
Yeah, it's not only the attention bow, it's also the aftershock. I really actually like this build because Von C's goal here is to just delete Mac Daddy B from a fight before it starts, or as it starts, either one. That's his entire purpose. So the extra damage from a tension bow hit, the extra damage from the aftershock hit, can just melt these carries. You see Silly Smurf getting chunked all the way down to just a small sliver of health just from one engage from Von C. And that's all it's going to take, and this is going to happen all game long.
It's almost like a merry-go-round, you jump Mac Daddy, he goes back home. You jump Silly Smurf, he goes back home. Now, like, there's no solid three-man defense here. And the the turret is starting to really take some big chunk damage right here. Phoenix, again, pops out that Storm Guard. Not going to go down. Taka's just off to his own devices and farming once more, looking for his backs, which are up. I'm not entirely too sure he'll pop any of these scout traps. They should remain, but at the same time, all this duration, there is that gold mine once more about to be full up and on schedule for an immense gold payout going over to Von Menace.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if the Sillies can get a contest on that. Doesn't look like they're going to be in any position to do so. They can't get enough poke down to force someone to have to recall, and so if they try to make a move for it, Von is here to answer. So it does look like that's going to be another immense gold payout going over to Von. They're even on kills, but Von is now going to be up by about 2,000 once that payout comes. And Vox, Love Ice Forever, just grabbed himself a broken myth to go along with the alternating current. So that's going to be some really heavy damage starting to come out of this Vox.
Is this one-shot potential now?
It's been pretty close. I'm not quite sure if it's fully one-shot potential. I mean, if Vox does get the damage in as well with the Resonance and Sonic Zoom double shot, as well as Von C jumping on someone, then they might be able to one-shot either Silly Smurf or Mac Daddy B. But it's going to be a tough one, as now we're going in for a fight.
Yeah, Gauntlet's going to go down. They really only catch Phoenix, but again, the Storm Guard is up. It prolongs their fight a good amount, but again, Von C's there, 1 and 2. It's going to be a kill for each. The core collapses there. Von C is tanking up this turret. Love Ice Forever now has to swap out, and the Solar Storm. He will have to use the Sonic Zoom. Retsu again, and Von C just dances away for the ace. That's actually going to be Love Ice Forever taking out the creep wave as well. That allows his new buddies here to start taking down this turret. Von C goes into the back, picks up the minion mine, probably picked up the backs as well, and a huge gold swing and a huge momentum, I want to say, going straight into Von Menace. But the big thing is, again, they looked for a kill on Phoenix. They only caught Phoenix. They focused down Phoenix. He lived long enough. He did the damage with the Storm Guard, with his silences, and Love Ice Forever with Von C is just cleaned up very, very hard.
Yeah, and it looked like it was actually going to be a fight really in favor of the Sillies, but because of the fact that, Von C on this Taka wasn't anywhere in sight to start off that fight. But as you mentioned, he eventually did get in there and just completely cleaned house, as he's trying to do right now. Mac Daddy B is going to fall. Nothing that Mac Daddy B can do there. It's just there's so much burst on this Von side.
That was actually a really cool strategy. As Lola actually very much in danger of Von C getting another kill here. Von C jumped Silly Smurf, backed off, and then X-Retsued on top of Mac Daddy. So if you see Ataka jumping Silly Smurf on top of that Celeste, your Arden's going to immediately think, oh, I got a Vanguard to protect him because he's going to dump all of his stuff on her. So he Vanguards to Celeste, and then they switch targets to Mac Daddy B, and they just immediately just delete him. I think that's a really cool strategy right there. It's big on the mind games.
Yeah, and we see the Kraken being unleashed.
Fusions.
Yeah, and they've been buying infusions since about the 10-minute mark in this game, Vaughn has. So they are just so strong at the moment. And, you know, the kills, it looks so much closer than what it actually has been in practice, as they now have this Kraken shoving down the lane, lumbering its way towards the turret. Will they go in for a fight? We've already seen they're not afraid of diving, and they go straight in.
Again, like, Mac Daddy's a big target right there. Vonce actually jumped him very quick. Phoenix is, I think, the only one that get hit by that Solar Storm, but Vonce comes in again from behind. That's another X-Retsu, and now the potential kill on the Silly Smurf for an ace. Phoenix tanking it all up. Love Ice forever with the Sonic Zooms, and Von C just making mincemeat out of the glass cannon setup of Kestrel and Celeste. This Kraken over half hit points. We got 10 seconds until anybody comes back up. If we pave the way with these turrets, that's game right here.
Yeah, they've got one turret down. The Kraken is now there to get rid of the shield defense. This is going to be Vaughn taking the game in 17 minutes. What stark contrast to our last couple series we've had, as Vaughn picks up the victory. And again, it's that massive amount of burst damage that they built for. And you said it, going against the glass can builds on the side of the Sillies. There's really the only defensive item on either of the two carries was a reflex block and an Aegis. And Von C and the rest of Von Menace just completely obliterated those health bars with the burst of, you know, obviously alternating current and broken myth, and then, like I said, the tension bow and the aftershock Taka. Just so much, way more burst than they can deal with.
Taka Man coming in.
I would not be surprised at all to see Taka get banned away from them, but it also leaves up so many options. Rome, what do you expect to see banned for game number 2?
So, coming to this match, let's just quickly preview what we've seen so far. And this is something I really commended about like the Von team, is how they're able to counter pick against certain comps, and how they will use like different heroes that aren't in the meta. Like we barely saw any Taka play at all throughout NA and EU. There was just probably one game today with Angry Pandas Black, but we do see like he threw in a Crystal Taka, and logically it makes so much sense for a CP Taka to go against a Kestrel and a Celeste, and he played it out so well. With their team, is like what you have to do is break it down on how they engage their team fights. The Catherine would come in for a stun, the Taka would use its X-Retsu, and then the whole team gets silenced, and then Vox follows up for the kills. And this is how they pick up their composition. This is like, it shows how they are able to play different comps and how they're able to like initiate fights based on those compositions. Going to this next fight, if the other team, if the Sillies were to ban out the Taka, then Von C would just pick up that Black Feather and continue playing as strong as he did this game, except with the hero he's probably even more comfortable with. So they have to think about this. Rather than just banning out a specific hero, they have to be able to ensure themselves that their team is more balanced, and then they can ban it out. They had double very squishy heroes this game, and it actually costed them in the end. But what Vaughn did really smart was they saved that Taka pick for last, and they executed it so well. But on to the next game. Yeah, throw it over to Blueberries and Don John.
Alright, thank you very much, Rome. And the next matchup here, just about to prepare it with the bans and draft, so we are excited. Thanks for your opinion, Rome. And Von Menace here on their way actually into the quarterfinals starting tomorrow. And now they are Team A and are having the right here to ban first. Do we have any news on the first ban, Don John?
We do have, it's not changing, Sillies is banning the Cruel away again.
Alright.
And no, excuse me. Von Menace obviously is banning the Cruel away. I was jumping the gun because I'm a bit excited about that ban. We didn't see it in a long time, but it is an Arden ban.
What? Alright, so what do you think about that, Rome?
With the Ardent band coming out of the Sillies, is they're gonna try and secure themselves a very strong laner, and probably a weapon carry with the Adagio as their last pick. And coming out of Vaughn, because they've seen a lot of silly games playing a lot of Cruel in previous matches this tournament, they're probably making sure that if we're banning out Cruel, we're preventing that very late game hero that could probably counteract against our entire composition. So if we were to ban out Cruel, I'm assuming we would pick something along the lines of probably a Catherine, Jewel perhaps. It just comes to show how many different heroes that Vansi can play in that jungle.
So let's see on the first pick here from Von Menace. What will it be? And it is a Catherine.
I mean, that would also make sense, like a lot of sense for me as well, because if you don't want to play Finn, if you don't want to play Fortress, which are, well, Finn, we saw it a couple of times, but if you are not strong with Fortress, for example, also Fortress is not very strong in the meta at the moment, of course, you're going with the Cath. Am I right?
Well, yeah, kinda. Catherine seems to be here their first choice, so the Sillies, what are they going for? Tell us.
I will. It's a Vox and a Blackfeather.
A Vox and a Blackfeather. Rome, thoughts?
So with the Vox and the Blackfeather, I'm assuming that Silly Smurf is going to go down to the jungle to play Blackfeather, while Mac Daddy will run up and play Vox in the lane. I think we've seen this from coming out from them before, and they have won. They're going to be a very mid to late scaling composition this game, and if Vaughn is able to secure very strong early game compositions, they're pretty much going to snowball this game really quick. I'm expecting, like, especially a Skye coming out of them right now would be the perfect choice, whereas she's very dominant in the jungle early game, and she has enough firepower in the mid and late game to pretty much delete out the entire team, especially with the short range of Vox and the melee range of Blackfeather.
Alright, so who will be the final pick for Von Menace? Castrol and Skye? And the Sillies are going to pick, besides Blackfeather and Vox, Finn. Final thoughts on that interesting comp here, Rome?
The combo with the Sillies, like, it actually works out really well. Having Vox, Blackfeather, and Finn into the late game, they're undeniably very strong, especially if Finn's able to land that Force Accord. But the thing you have to think about here is how they're going to get to this late game. With Kestrel, Skye, and Catherine on the other team, you can expect this Catherine and Skye to run Rampage over the entire Silly jungle. And I mean, they'll probably run Kestrel here. I'm not too sure. But regardless, like, their early game composition is so strong right now, especially having this Catherine to set it up. I figured out that they're probably going to start snowballing the game really early. They'll probably grab like a 3,000-4,000 K gold lead around like the 8-minute mark, and this is where the transition makes it really hard for Blackfeather and Vox to actually compete against, because they need time to get up there. They don't have somebody that's very strong early game that can help them out. Finn is very slow. Blackfeather is very weak unless you have like a bunch of damage coming out early game. And Vox is somebody that can't rotate that much. So they're going to have to play this one really smart, and they're going to have to play very passively, making sure that they don't lose that first turret.
Alright, thanks for your point of view here, Rome, our analyst. And we will throw it immediately, because we are on the fold, to Forecourt, Jester, and Tasty Bacon. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Blueberries. We are already on the fold, as you mentioned, for game number 2, and we do see the Sillies all prepping up in this lane, but now Vaughn is going to find them there, and we have our first skirmish just a minute in.
Yeah, and Silly Smurf is going to be taking the brunt of it. Same there with Love Ice Forever as well on that Skye. You do really want to go for these squishies into the back, but, you know, there's something to be said. Lola is Finn. big lumbering, and we've seen what Sky can exactly do up against that, but so far, Finn is actually using those hit points very nicely and able to take out a lot of this damage, and, well, the teams will bounce off each other. There's not exactly a kill yet, but I'm a little afraid for the Sillies at this point. With that Finn, I mean, what kind of big collapse comp do they have here? They got to wait for it, and then, what, some some ones coming out from Mac Daddy B?
Yeah, that's, not exactly.
What do you call the first slot? I think it's A. Yeah.
Yeah, it's A ability, B ability, and ultimate.
Yep.
So, but we are going to see another skirmish breaking out here in the jungle, and it's actually going to be Von C getting the better of that one, picking up 1 kill, and now Lola is on the run, but Von C is not going to let them get away. That's 2 kills picked up in the first 2 minutes by Von C. Switching it up, going away from the Taka this time, but now just showing how strong he can be on this Kestrel.
In Kestrel, with the glimmer shots, a lot of range, the stutter stepping, the camo for the move speed. I mean, there's a lot of ways to catch out that Finn. Love Ice Forever into this lane is really pushing up against Mac Daddy B, and we've seen some really good laning Black Feathers, but I'm just not entirely too sure how this comp is just going to execute from the Sillies. And speaking of Lola, Lola. And that's another death already. Basically came right back into the fold, found Von C, and took another dirt nap.
And that's going to be 3 kills now already onto Von C in the early goings. This is not looking good for the Sillies to start off game number 2, especially when they're already down in the hole 1-0 in the games. So to have Von C getting a bunch of kills early on this Kestrel is not the greatest of situations. We do see, actually something we talked about a little bit last week, Von C picking up 3 weapon blades and then an energy battery just to get that little bit of energy regeneration. We were berated behind the scenes for even suggesting that a Kestrel might pick up energy regeneration when going weapon power. So that's just a little bit of vindication for us right there.
Oh man, that's fantastic. All right,
Von C's got the casters back.
Love Ice Forever in that lane is really actually dealing against Lola and Silly Smurf very well. Von C basically has free reign of this jungle. I don't think anybody really wants to touch him at this point. 3 weapon blades now actually into the 6 sins. Yeah, I mean, he's really starting to become very dangerous into this one. Look at this. Even the poke finds Smack Daddy. Lola just goes for the run, and that's going to be a stun. That should be Silly Smurf, but the Glimmer Shot actually does not connect. Phoenix, again, low hit points, juggling on top of that Catherine, but again, the Storm Guard is just really seems to be the signature right there. Goes very aggressive with it. The Glimmer Shots, we don't have that Fox, and Von C is still pushing in. The Storm Guard does to the rescue, and Mac Daddy with the 1-shot, 1 kill. Von C really making that his mark. That's 4 minutes and 30 seconds for level 6, and he is sitting at 4-0 to boot.
What play from Von C, just absolutely phenomenal. Apparently, if a hero has a way to go invisible, Von C is just a god at it, because this Kestrel is absolutely incredible.
He's a stealth main. Yeah. All right. So 4 kills in, Mr. Bacon. This is probably the fastest one-sided early game that we've seen.
Yeah, this is definitely a very early lead picked up. Although, we always talk about how the kills don't really equate to a whole lot, and early on, the gold lead's not going to be that big, even with a bunch of kills. They have a 2,000 gold lead to go along with these 4 kills, and now they're looking for a 5th 1-shot, 1 kill. That 100%. Is how. Von's, we mentioned it last game how, it's not always a 1-shot, 1 kill, but oh my goodness, Von C's looking for another, doesn't have another Glimmer Shot left though, but now he's going to go stealth and pick it up maybe, one more, no, is he going to get it?
He's overcompensating a little bit too much, looking for those lead-in shots. Mac Daddy's just very happy to sit there, but no! My
Von C is a monster. I don't think Von C is going to get to play this hero for the rest of this tournament. That is just
7-0, and he has all the kills for his team.
My goodness, and that's 6 minutes in for one player to have 7 kills. What is going on? Von C is just an absolute monster on Kestrel. As we see, sitting on 1,200 gold right now. It's
So
just
what can you do with that? What can you do with that? My goodness. So earlier in the day in the EU settings, we had, Silly Smurf. Ooh, nice skirt right there. Love Ice Forever gets actually now the one to get chunked as it was the Vox to finally put a kill on the board. Good job, Vox. One shot, one kill actually now goes down to a 66% hit because that did not hit anybody whatsoever. But that actually put the Kestrel, well, not the Kestrel, but the team in the place. Kestrel now figures it, all right, well, let's just go into this. Let's just take down Lola for some revenge. And that is guaranteed to happen at this point. I don't see him getting out of this one.
Yeah, the boots are used, but it's not going to be enough as the Glimmer shots come out. 8-0 for Von C's Kestrel at 7 minutes.
All right. So in the EU earlier today, come on, Love Ice Forever. Doesn't even hit with the death from above, but he will live, and I will finish this stupid point. Leon, SK Leon on Sky was amazing. Set some probable close records today, but Von C, I think, is just taking the cake. Like, this is the new Hall of Fame plays right here.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely an MVP level performance coming out of Von C here, wanting to reprise that role that he earned in the fall season, as just firing off these glimmer shots. One shot doesn't quite get a kill, but there's going to be a great forced accord. However, not at the right time, as that's finally going to be someone else other than Von C picking up a kill in this game.
Yeah, with that forced accord, I was actually really surprised he just didn't turn around and glimmer shot him in the face and pick up the 9th kill of the game. So it will be Love Ice Forever instead. Finally, though, it shows that we did hit level 6 with Lola, so he is ready to go. With that forced accord, and perhaps now the strength of this build can come out. The forced accord, wait for it there from Silly Smurf, and then Mac Daddy just jump on faces. Vox, of course, can do some really good damage late game if we actually get to a late game. At the pace that we're setting here from Von Menace, this is going to be over. It's pretty close to the 15-minute mark, but we did it, Reddit. It's level 6. The Finn is ready to go. Talk about level differences, though. I mean, 7, 7, and 10 for Von C.
Yeah, and with 8 minutes into the game, Von C has a Sorrow Blade and a Piercing Spear. So, I'm not too surprised because it's not really a lot of the auto attacks. It's all about these glimmer shots. He is going to get pulled under turret and slowed up. Will they finally shut him down? They do get the shutdown, and now the fight continues.
And Love Ice Forever is just really trying. That's a good death from above. Actually, will delete out that Vox. Love Ice Forever nearly making it to the end of it there, but now it's Phoenix up against Lola, and well, I'd have to put my money on Phoenix here. Has the mana, has the cooldowns, and I think has the damage, which is weird to say for the Catherine, but it's all going to come down to one shot, one kill. You are kidding me.
From the base, Von C just hit that shot. What in the world? That is a whole new level of sniping. We've seen Celeste do that with the Solar Storm, but that's a really wide shot to hit.
Yeah.
One shot, one kill is a single line, and Von just hit it from across the map. What in the world? Like, how do you... I can't even fathom hitting that shot other than just it being a completely blind lucky shot. But that is just absolutely the skill of Von C here on display.
And that's why they're the pros and we're the commentators. All right, so Phoenix is coming into this one. Turret is going to go down. Von C has shown that he can bleed. He is not an absolute god when it comes to this. And 3 kills have now been accrued here to the Sillies, but still it is some immense pressure that they are feeling. 9 kills down and 5,000 gold. They have not even been able to touch that gold mine, and with no turret and still Von C just doing ridiculous amounts of poke. It's feeling harsh here. It's feeling absolutely harsh, but Von C again lives right through it all. And no, he's not done. Mac Daddy thinks that maybe he can make something happen here. Love Ice Forever with the death from above. It's going to stop that aggression. They get one. We still have Kestrel actually still now firing on top of Lola as well. Love Ice Forever saying this is a no exit zone. That is going to be a 2-for-0 exchange. I expected it to start with the Finn and the Forced Accord, but that didn't really seem to happen, did it?
No, not at all. Blackfeather did just pick up a breaking point, so, starting to get the items that they need for the super late game composition of Blackfeather and Vox. But the question is it just too late at this point? They're already down by 5,000 gold to this Von Menace squad. 11 and a half minutes in, 14-3 on kills. They have just been absolutely decimating them. The one saving grace they have is going to be those gold bounties. If they can manage to pick up a kill, they will get a large chunk of gold in response for it. And like I said, they have that very late game composition. They just need to try and survive, the Sillies do, into the late game. And will they be able to as the fight starts up?
Lola with a good stun there to start things off, but Phoenix, he's not looking so healthy. Death from above brings Silly Smurf to about half, and Love Ice Forever is actually now going to use the Suri Strike on Lola to get to Mac Daddy, and I'm not entirely too sure who's actually going to go down here. One shot, one kill goes wide. It will not be the end-all right there. Big damage top of Mac, but the locked-on bonus is getting very close right there to that turret, so no kills. They just bounce, and some superior positioning here from Von Menace. They could actually chunk down that turret if they really wanted, but they instead decide to break. They will have a gold mine coming up in the next 60 seconds or so, and then we're going to be looking forward to Kraken.
Yeah, that was... I'm actually kind of surprised that there wasn't a kill and all that. And Lola landing some nice forced accords, pulling Von C into the fight when obviously Von C wants to be on the outside firing in on this Kestrel, but they just haven't been able to actually secure the kill onto him whenever it's happened. The reflex block is there for all, almost all the carries. Actually, no, it is. No, that's not an Aegis yet. So almost all the carries having a reflex block finished in their pockets, but Mac Daddy, the only one that doesn't quite have it yet. We do see both Rome's building the... Oh, actually going to have to hold that as a Forced Accord does pull them in, but it doesn't get Von C, and now the fight is on.
It only did hit Love Ice Forever. Again, just throwing out that death from above to cut off the escape. They are fighting under this turret, remember. Lola low. That's actually going to be enough to take down the Behemoth. They don't exactly have any kind of creeps here as well, so we got to back up from that turret. We will clean up the creep wave, no problem. You can see now Von C very attentively is going to go find that minion mine. That puts both of them now in favor of Von Menace, and they should be able to now chunk down this turret just a bit. And, well, by just a bit, I mean they're going to take it. They might even take Silly Smurf for the trouble. Love Ice Forever is still here. Low hit points, is actually going to trade out. And now Mac Daddy has to deal with Von C and Phoenix just by himself. He does have reinforcements coming. Lola has a Forced Accord. He's going to try to catch Von C. Or is he going to try to catch Phoenix? Yep, all right, they get the Von C into it. Mac Daddy's got to really try to make sure that he can hit Von C. The camera was there for a moment, and there finally is going to be a big shutdown on top of him. Phoenix now going to be running for it, but I'm not entirely too sure they have any more tricks up their sleeve. One slow. Oh, it's enough. Q or perhaps the ult. Wow. Yeah.
This could be the Sillies starting to make this comeback, and once again, they have the ability here with this late game to win these fights at the later this games go, although Lola is taking a lot of damage. One shot, one kill comes through, and that's going to be a double kill. Another snipe from the base for Von C, and that just, just in case anybody thought maybe that first shot was complete luck, that just throws all question out the window. 2 one-shot, one kills from the base. Von C on Kestrel. Like, I don't understand how you can be this good on a hero.
Yeah, Tasty Bacon can't even at this point. But the bigger story there is that they kept the gold mine just long enough for the Kraken to come out. They get the immense gold payout and the Kraken for their troubles. That, I think, is just an absolute phenomenal turn. And the Sillies, they thought that was in their pocket. They thought 100%, all right, we're making that comeback. Mr. Bacon, you're like, all right, they're making the comeback. And, well, there is no comeback to be made yet. Silly Smurf, what happened there?
Well, that was the one-shot, one kill hit Lola. Phoenix gets pulled in under turret, but they are going to be able to retreat off of this. The death from above comes down, does split up the team, and ensures they can get out safely. And now the Kraken is bearing down onto this turret, and Von Menace with this huge lead they built up, are going to be blowing through that turret quickly and now looking for a fight.
All right, one shot, one kill again. 700 for the silly Smurf. There goes the Black Feather. Lola back from the base is already getting chunked down. Von C is just trying to stay way far away from this one. Love Ice Forever in the forward barrage, bringing Lola down. Von C again is just looking for a kill shot here, but that's going to be the death from above. Didn't quite connect. Love Ice Forever will keep these guys at bay, and this is just going to be GG right here. I said the 15-minute mark. I got pretty close. 16 and a half, and sure, lose out the Catherine, or lose out the Sky. It doesn't matter. This is going to be a 2-0 sweep. These guys waited an hour and a half to play, and they take both games sub 20 minutes. Von Menace is for sure not a Phantom Menace at all.
Yeah, like I said, and the worst part is Von C, with all those kills, didn't even have the most gold on the team. Love Ice Forever still had almost 1,500 gold more than Von C did, but after that performance, I cannot imagine any team that watched this game letting Von C get Kestrel for the rest of the tournament. It cannot happen with the performance that he just put on here. Didn't even have much for complete items, just a Sorrow Blade, a Clockwork, and then some piercing spears. So just absolutely incredible, the performance he was able to put out with this hero. Rome, go ahead and let us know what you thought about that one.
I'm just still somewhat speechless right now. Looking at Von Menace, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the competitive teams that are still in this VGL tournament, they're coming into this, they're watching their opponents, and they're going to be like, this is probably one of the teams that we are going to have to beat if we want to get first place. Looking at how Von played this game, is not only did they have extremely well coordinated team fights, but their mechanical skills on each individual player was splendid. Their item builds were beneficial, like to the point where you see how Phoenix opted out, grabbed that Warhorn just so they can jump to that backline, kill that Vox, and to be able to securely get that quick Atlas first, just to be able to make sure that Black Feather doesn't get to that late game where when he picks up that breaking point, he does do a lot of damage. And Von C is his itemization here is something that everybody's going to start picking up on, and it's something that we're going to be seeing a lot of. There were a lot of talks about why people would opt out going for a weapon Kestrel and then building up some energy. This is because he is banking everything inside his Glimmer Shots, which he nailed probably over 90% of the time. He built double piercing actually, and so then pretty much his entire kit was based around his Glimmer Shots and pretty much sniping from far distances. And because he's so good at these skill shots, it comes to show he did not have to use a lot of gold. What we saw last game was Haboni building, and Pawn the Original, they were building double Sorrow Blades. They were building heavy weapon power, and it was very costly, but not that effective. And what he did here was one Sorrow Blade, piercing, energy, and that's all it took for him to be able to delete the entire other team. With Von Menace coming into the next round, I'm assuming that they're going to have a pretty easy match tomorrow because they're playing against a lower seeded team that although they've been doing really well, they can't match up to the dominant force that Von has been playing. And they've been doing so well in the first qualifier, second qualifier, even in the NA Live Championships. We thought that they were going to take it outright.
All right, thank you very much, Rome, for the final analysis here and for this matchup. And let's take a look what is going to happen tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Catherine bracket, full madness coming here. Gangster Series facing Gangsters Vega. Seed number 1 versus seed number 2 from that matchup. And in the Adagio bracket, who do we have there? That is Team Penetrate versus Nemesis Hydra. Already discussed about those two matchups tomorrow. Rhyme bracket, there is going to be Alliance versus Vertigo Black. That will be interesting to watch. I think it's the first time we get to see Alliance tomorrow, so I'm super hyped for that. Again, a Seed 1 versus Seed 2 matchup.
Yeah, and I believe on Alliance there's a bit of story, isn't there, Rome? I heard some stuff changed there recently. If I'm not totally
Yeah.
in front of us there.
So with the Alliance team, and this was it pretty much broke news out, especially on social media this week, that after this first qualifiers, Calder Meek will be joining this team, and with him comes the experience of like a player that's been playing for over a year, and he's always been considered as one of the top junglers, and it just adds more depth towards their entire roster alone. Mixi is probably one of the top laners. Very few of the first Vainglorious Gold players from Season 0. And then you have Flash X, who's been around for so long. I think he started streaming in December 2014, 15, 14. He started streaming in December 2014. That's how long he's been playing this game.
Wow.
And with him being the shot caller and with him leading the team, making sure the plays are being played, strategizing in terms of their compositions overall, he's like probably one of the most knowledgeable people that I do know in this game, and I respect all his decisions. So with the addition of Calder Meek, you can expect an amazing team here. Added to like Shin Kaigen will be their coach now, and from this I see is like everybody respects Shin Kaigen, and we all know like how capable he is. All he does is stream, but when it comes down to it, he knows the rundown of every single hero in the entire pool, and he knows how to play out those comps. With him being there to be able to coach the team, help lead the way, I think this is probably one of the top teams down the road.
Yeah, very interesting. Sounds definitely very, very solid, and yeah, looking forward to see them competing. Looking into the last bracket, we do have the just qualified Van Manes versus Kinetic. We did not see any match of Kinetic yet, but it is the troublemaker. It is the team which kicked out Liberation Y in the round of 32. So we have to probably expect something since they made it from seed 6 until the quarterfinals, and they will compete against Von Menace in the first seed. What do you think? What should we expect from Kinetic tomorrow night?
Kinetic is also a hidden Halcyon Hammers team. Like they have a lot of players on their roster that do play with the Halcyon Hammers, so we can expect them to come in this being able to strategize, having a lot of in-game practice, getting that knowledge from players like Xenotech and players that have been around for so long. So they've done really well so far in this tournament. But tomorrow, I think they're going to hit a brick road, to be honest. After seeing how Von Menace has been playing and looking at their previous performances, I don't know how they're going to beat out this game tomorrow.
Yeah, so I guess we will see tomorrow. A huge shout out to Rome. And for a last call out, back to us, to Germany, into the small office in Düsseldorf.
Exactly. What a match day. Great matches. And once again, congratulations to everyone going to the quarterfinals. We will see us tomorrow. Same time Europe is going to start in North America. So great matches. We are at least aiming to stream all of them, which basically means 4 matches in Europe and then 4 matches in North America. So I personally cannot wait.
Oh yeah.
Quick update, we have over, I think, 200 applications in SEA. VGL is coming to South America, run by God's Eye, and very, very glad to have him there running all the kind of stuff. So you will see more from this in February. The application for the second qualifier is open in the meantime, so check out vaingloryleague.com and apply your team now for the second qualifier and for the possible chance to make it all the way straight. Without participating, in theory, it is possible going straight just with the points from the second qualifier to the live championships.
That would be the story. That would be super cool. That would be the Media Pixel story
Exactly.
out of the autumn qualifiers, to see them advancing because the first seed could not join due to travel issues, and then winning the live championships in Katowice. So maybe we will see that happening through the amateur series. I would love to. That's the best thing to see, if amateur teams are upsetting the so-called professional esports clubs. And yeah, I'm looking forward for the round tomorrow to see who's advancing, who's grabbing more points towards the second qualifier. A huge thank you again to Rome, who was sticking with us for more than 12 hours for that awesome matches today. And obviously also to Tasty Bacon and Forecourt Jesters, our casters for North America.
And Action Jackson Vedius for Europe. Good stuff, guys. Looking forward for tomorrow. Tune in, VaingloryLeague.com for the schedule. We are out. My name is Blueberries, and this is Don John.